We open on a classroom that already feels off, kids boxed in at their desks while the teacher drones on, like something here is not quite normal. Class dismissed and the teacher calls on the class president to lead the room out. She rises without a word, all business. One clipped command attention and the whole room snaps to it. The class salutes their teacher on cue, textbook obedience. Thank you, sir, and just like that, another school day wraps. At the lockers, two girls try to drag a quieter classmate named Jeongmin along on a makeup run after school. You're the best, Jeongmin sounds sweet enough if you don't look too closely at the smile behind it. The girls gossip about someone else's mom while a nervous, gnawing sound creeps in underneath the small talk. That gnawing sound belongs to a girl biting her nails raw, eyes rimmed red like she's barely holding it together. A pack of classmates starts circling her desk, and the anxious gnawing only gets louder. Did she not wash up again? Look at her hair. The insults fly loud enough for her to hear every word. Nearby, another girl watches it all in silence, jaw tight. She's so gross, just another line in the pylon. That's why nobody likes her, someone adds, twisting the knife a little deeper. Right, comes the murmured agreement, and the moment washes out in a blinding flash of light. She's disgusting, the pylon doesn't let up for a second. The target of all this finally lifts her head, hair a mess, eyes hollow, clearly worn down. Somewhere close by, manicured fingers hover near a smirking mouth, savoring the show. She finally turns to face her tormentors, and for a second you can see something sharpen behind her eyes. Who does that brat think she's looking at? Her tormentors don't love being looked back at, apparently. Stop looking at us, one snaps while their ringleader just smirks, clearly enjoying every second. That smirk lingers, this whole thing is a game to her. The group closes in on her desk, footsteps deliberate, unhurried, they know nobody's going to stop them. A hand snatches something right off her desk. What are you doing? Give it back, she cries, but it's already gone. Elsewhere, the ringleader scrolls her phone with a delighted little laugh, clearly proud of herself. Oh, Jaehyun, I knew you'd do this, someone says, like this is exactly the kind of stunt she'd expect from her. Back at the desks, a red pen gets shoved roughly into the outcast's hands, one more little cruelty for the pile. She catches sight of a phone screen, an account with hundreds of posts, all aimed squarely at her. What's this? Someone asks, holding the phone out like a trophy. The posts are brutal, wishing the worst on a girl named Jeongmin Choi and mocking anyone who dares stand near her. Wait, is she talking about us? Turns out the hate account isn't just targeting Jeongmin, it's coming for her friends too. Jeongmin, she's written so much about you, her friends gasp, stunned by just how deep this hatred runs. Jeongmin just goes cold, staring at her own name dragged through the mud in public. And then a slap, loud enough that the whole room stops. Everyone freezes, eyes wide, trying to process what they just watched happen. Jeongmin stands there shaking, tears on her face like she surprised even herself. The girl she just struck touches her own cheek, stunned into silence. Word spreads through the halls in seconds. Did Jeongmin seriously just hit Jaehyun? Haha, that's so funny, Jeongmin mutters, laughing in that unsettling way people do right before they fall apart. The rumor mill spins faster. What did she do this time? The mockery only gets louder. Suddenly she's standing alone in the middle of it all, laughter closing in from every direction like a spotlight she never asked for. The laughter just keeps ringing in her ears, relentless. Of course you do, comes a bitter voice. We picked on you first, and just for saying a few things back, you're the one getting publicly humiliated. But Jeongmin starts stepping closer. You did the exact same thing to me, every single day. Both of them stand there in tears, years of hurt finally out in the open. You bitch, one of them spits, there's no walking this back now. And just as it boils over, birds start chirping, morning light creeping in from somewhere far away. The dream is already dissolving, sunlight pouring through an actual window. She stirs awake in her own bed with a heavy sigh. Back to reality, she grumbles, and I was just getting to the good part. So that entire slapfest, all just a dream and apparently a rerun she's had before. Reality hits different though. She's already cracked open her piggy bank and drained it dry. I can't even afford to eat because of those assholes, she mutters, staring at what's left of her savings. She looks genuinely sick over it, piggy bank clutched in her hands like the last of her dignity. I don't want to go to school, honestly fair. But off to school she goes anyway. Inside, the hallway's already buzzing with the usual crowd. A red-haired classmate laughs her way down the hall next to her, seemingly one of the few still in her corner. But the smile doesn't last long once the day actually gets going. Something or someone is watching a little too closely. Across the room, a couple of classmates lean in, whispering behind their hands. What are they even whispering about? So annoying, she thinks, already exhausted by it. Her hands tremble slightly as she tells herself, jerks like that are nobodies in her dreams anyway. The whispering pair turn to stare as she walks right past them, chin up. She takes her seat like nothing happened, even as the room keeps buzzing around her. Then something catches her eye and her heart just about stops. What is that? What was that just now? Someone whispers. I don't know, comes the shaky reply. But doesn't it seem like it's all coming from one place in particular? Someone muses, a little too knowingly. Somewhere close by, someone's grinning ear to ear while a fist clenches just out of frame. Not exactly a good sign. The laughter keeps rolling through the room. That's all for today, class president, the teacher calls, and right on cue she rises. Attention, she orders. Same drill as always, except now you know exactly who's really in charge of this room. Meet the class president in full, sharp red uniform and a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Salute the teacher, thank you. The class wraps up the ritual, none the wiser to what's simmering underneath. Out in the halls, the crowd shuffles on to the next period. She eyes the crowded bathroom and immediately thinks better of it. Too many people who'd love an excuse to corner her. I should just use the faculty restroom downstairs, she decides, already retreating. The door creaks open onto blessed, empty quiet. She finally lets out a breath she's clearly been holding all day. What am I even doing? She whispers to no one, gripping the sink like it's the only thing holding her up. Then she straightens up and gives herself a pep talk. They're nobodies, they'll all be beneath me soon enough. Don't be scared, she tells herself, forcing a shaky smile in the mirror. We're all just high schoolers, she reminds herself, fists clenched, steadying her nerve before heading back out. Here's the truth of it, the only revenge she can actually get on the people making her life hell is through lucid dreaming. She uses it to put Jaehyun Ha in her shoes and give her a taste of her own medicine. If only it worked outside her dreams too. It's honestly the only thing that keeps me sane, she admits. Jaehyun Ha, the very girl who turned her into a total outcast. Which stings even more because once upon a time, back in elementary school, they were inseparable best friends. Cut to the past, back when things were a lot simpler. Jeongmin, let's go to the bathroom, a friend calls out and young Jeongmin cheerfully agrees. Meanwhile, classmates whisper about a lonely girl sitting off to the side. Why is Jaehyun all by herself? Where are her friends? Hang out with her, she acts tough and treats people badly. She even cursed me out once, someone warns. Young Jeongmin just listens quietly, clearly unconvinced. Someone finally calls out her name, Jaehyun, and for a second she just looks stunned that anyone bothered. We're heading to the bathroom, want to come with us? Young Jeongmin asks without a hint of hesitation. It's such a small gesture, but you can see it land like nobody's ever asked her that before. After that, the two of them became fast friends. For a while there, they were completely inseparable. But one day, Jaehyun asks her to drop her other friend Jimin and that whole group entirely. Aren't they kind of, you know? Huh, what about my other friends? Jeongmin asks, caught completely off guard. Looking back, Jeongmin figures Jaehyun just got a little too comfortable once they were close. She wasn't always like this. As the days went by, the real Jaehyun started to show through. Promise? She asks and Jeongmin hesitates. Can't we all just hang out together? Jeongmin pleads, remembering every warning her other friends had given her about Jaehyun's reputation. Turns out every rumor she'd brushed off was true. Hold still, I'll make you look pretty, Jaehyun chirps, getting a little too hands-on with Jeongmin's hair and face. I don't think we should, the teacher's going to get mad, Jeongmin protests weakly. It's fine, trust me, Jaehyun insists. Jaehyun pulls out a marker with a little too much glee. Oh, and want to try tying your hair too? Jeongmin sighs, clearly not on board with any of this anymore. Then her friends see her face and gasp. Jeongmin, what happened to your face? Turns out trust me meant getting scribbled on in marker. Did Jaehyun do this to you? That's so mean, her friends say, horrified on her behalf. Poor Jeongmin, and now the tears finally come. Her real friends circle around her, doing their best to comfort her. Jaehyun keeps telling me not to hang out with you, Jeongmin admits to her other friends. I thought we could all just hang out together, Jeongmin sighs. What's wrong with her? She was completely alone before you took her in, a friend points out. Jeongmin, just stop hanging out with Jaehyun, her friends push. You don't actually like her deep down either. There's nothing she can do if you cut her off right now. Who cares what she says, you've got us, they reassure her. Yeah, we're on your side, really, Jeongmin asks, still not totally convinced. They're right, she thinks. Honestly, I'm scared of Jaehyun anyway. Meanwhile, Jaehyun looks around the classroom, clearly searching for someone. Jeongmin, where were you? I was looking everywhere, Jaehyun says, only to find her surrounded by the very friends she'd warned her off. Huh, why'd you wash off your makeup? Jaehyun asks, genuinely oblivious it was ever anything but a fun prank. Jeongmin's friends step in front of her, forming a wall. Jaehyun's face falls the second she realizes what's happening. Jeongmin, she calls again, taking a step closer anyway. She reaches out like nothing's changed. After school, let's go. Hey you, a hand shoves her back before she can even finish the sentence. Don't you dare play with Jeongmin anymore, one of the friends snaps, shoving Jaehyun away for good. Jeongmin told us everything, you told her not to play with us, they accuse, closing ranks. Jaehyun just stares at Jeongmin, did you tell them everything? Jeongmin, were you gossiping about me? Jaehyun asks and Jeongmin freezes, caught completely off guard. Anyway, Jeongmin says you make her uncomfortable so she's done playing with you. The friends declare on her behalf whether she'd fully agreed to it or not. Let's go, Jeongmin, they say, already pulling her away. Is it really okay to do this? Jeongmin wonders, letting herself be led off anyway. The group walks off together, leaving Jaehyun behind them. Jeongmin can't quite shake the guilt on her face. She flinches, like the weight of it all just hit her at once. Somewhere else, a lone figure sits in the dark. It's Jaehyun, finally letting herself cry now that no one's watching. She's swallowed up by all that empty space around her, completely, utterly alone. Just a single beam of light cutting through an empty hallway, about as isolated as it gets. Meanwhile, Jeongmin walks off with her group, not looking back. They just keep walking further and further away. After that, Jaehyun never spoke to me again, Jeongmin narrates despite all my worries. That she'd try to get back at me somehow. She never actually did anything to me at all, which almost makes what's happening now even harder to believe. Back in the present, Jeongmin steps out the door, bracing herself for another day. Because somewhere along the way, Jaehyun had become glued to her phone, anxiously watching over whatever she's built for herself. The two of them now exist worlds apart, even walking the same halls. Someone that absolutely no one at school could afford to ignore, and Jeongmin is about to find out exactly what that means. One day, our girl spots a familiar face across the schoolyard and her stomach just drops. She freezes mid-step, eyes locked on a girl she never expected to see again. And there she is, older now, looking almost bored, like she owns the place. Word around school is she is doing just fine these days, thriving even, phone glued to her hand like nothing ever happened. Someone leans in close to whisper something, and our girl cannot help but strain to listen. Wait, is that about her? Her heart nearly stops. Honestly, she thinks, it is better this way if that girl does not remember who she is. What a relief, she tells herself over and over. But her face does not match her words, not even close. She still remembers the look on that girl's face back on the day everything fell apart. She has never been able to shake it. That devastated, hollow expression is burned into her memory for good. If she is honest, she is still kind of terrified of her. From a safe distance, she watches the girl laugh with her friends, part of the group now. Looks like she is living a pretty good life these days. Good for her, she thinks, really. Rewind to day 1 of high school. Gym class, and the teacher is barking at everyone to pair up in number order. Great, she thinks, forced bonding before she has even learned anyone's name. Within minutes, everyone else has already paired off, everyone except her. This is painfully awkward, and she knows every second of standing alone is being noticed. What if they all think she is weird now? Somewhere behind her, someone actually laughs. She cannot tell if the whole class is staring or if it just feels that way. One boy in particular keeps sneaking looks her way, and not the friendly kind. Look at her standing there all alone, someone mutters. Pathetic, another adds. That is her first real look at the pair about to make her life miserable, a sharp-tongued redhead and a confident girl with silvery hair. The redhead leans in close, murmuring something with a smirk that says nothing good. Whatever it is, it spreads through the class like wildfire, whispers bouncing from desk to desk. Seriously, the laughter that follows is not the kind anyone wants aimed at them. Are they, she wonders, actually talking about me? Her heart starts hammering before her brain even confirms it. Tears well up before she can stop them. This is not how day one was supposed to go. In that moment, she could feel it in every part of her body. Something had already changed for the worse. She just stands there small and alone while the world keeps moving around her. Her whole high school life, she realizes, might already be screwed. And then someone finally asks her outright, "Were you gossiping about me?" Wait, she actually remembered her. Life at school grinds on anyway, and she buries herself in her phone just to have something to look at besides everyone's faces. Hey, someone calls out and her stomach drops all over again. What the hell, a loser like you, one of them sneers, and just like that she has a target on her back. She has no idea what she is even being accused of. The rumor going around is that she bullied a girl named Jaehyun back in elementary school. Don't we need to teach her a lesson? Someone jokes, playing judge, jury, and mean girl all at once. Did you tell them? Someone hisses, like she is the one who did something wrong. And there is the ringleader herself, Jaehyun, all smiles and confidence, phone in hand like a queen holding court. Anyways, is all anyone says before moving on, like they have not just wrecked her whole day. Next target, her taste in music. Gross, one girl announces loud enough for the whole room to hear. So old-fashioned, they snicker, flipping through her playlist like it is public property. Then they notice she has barely touched her phone data all month, and somehow that becomes a joke too. Give it back, she pleads, panicking. She is rationing what little data she has because she cannot afford more. Just pretend you are donating it, they laugh, like her struggling to get by is the punchline. You don't have any friends to chat with anyway, one of them adds, twisting the knife a little deeper. Thanks for the data, buddy, they crow, and just like that her phone plan belongs to everyone but her. Why does it have to be her? She keeps whispering to herself and she genuinely has no answer. Every hallway starts to feel like a minefield after that. Meanwhile, Jaehyun struts through it all like she owns the school, completely untouchable. She cannot help but notice that is her phone Jaehyun is holding and laughing over. Idiot, someone mutters, just loud enough for her to hear. A cold shiver runs straight through her. And that, she realizes looking back, was only the beginning. It gets physical soon enough, hands grabbing at her hair while she tries to keep her footing. Someone scrawls "die" with a little heart doodle right on her desk. She starts quietly searching online forums for help. She always figured bullying was somebody else's problem. Now it is hers, and she is typing out how much she just wants it to stop. Curled up on her bedroom floor, all she can ask is what she possibly did that was so wrong. That same accusation keeps circling back over and over like it is the only story anyone wants to tell about her. Gonna go serve justice, are you? Someone jeers, twisting her silence into a joke. Don't we need to teach her a lesson? They repeat, like cruelty just needs the right excuse. By the time she gets home, she is barely holding herself together. No, the words will not even come out right, even alone in her own room. She lingers outside a door, working up the nerve to knock. Knock knock, small sound, enormous decision behind it. The door creaks open, and she barely manages an before her voice fails her. Mom, she says softly, and finds her sitting in the dark surrounded by empty bottles, not exactly in a state to help anyone. Her mother barely looks up. It's about school, her mother mumbles, more statement than question. She hesitates in the doorway, the truth right there on the tip of her tongue. If I just told her everything, she wonders, would it actually change anything? The advice online says tell a parent or a teacher, but would her mom even care, she wonders. Looking at the woman in front of her, she already knows the answer. Her mom cannot even take care of herself most days. How is she supposed to protect anyone else? It's nothing, she says instead, swallowing the whole truth whole. Broken glass litters the floor around them, one more thing nobody is going to clean up. That night, alone in her room, she scrolls through her phone just looking for any kind of way out. One article stops her cold, lucid dreaming, Wait, does that mean she could actually do things in her dreams that she cannot pull off in real life? Then she thinks, picturing all three of their faces at once, does that mean she gets to do whatever she wants to them instead? That, she decides with a dark little smile, sounds like a lot of fun. Turns out there are two main ways to pull off a lucid dream on purpose. Method 1, catch yourself mid-dream and realize, hey, this is a dream, then take the wheel. Method 2, fall asleep already intending to lucid dream and drop straight into one. That second method apparently comes with side effects for total beginners, the article warns. She does not care, not even a little, not right now. All she wants is out of this miserable reality, even just for a few hours. As soon as humanly possible, preferably tonight. She closes her eyes, focuses everything she has, and lets herself drift. Wait, why is she back at school? Then it clicks and her whole face lights up. I am lucid dreaming, she realizes, breathless. She actually did it first try. Maybe it is just beginner's luck messing with the details, she thinks. But every classmate around her is oddly blurry, faces she cannot quite bring into focus. Makes sense, honestly, she never really looked at any of them closely to begin with. But one face comes through crystal clear, no blur at all. Jaehyun, of course it is Jaehyun. Her own mind conjured her perfectly, right down to the smirk. You know, Jaehyun, she starts, when I got to high school and saw your face again, I was honestly relieved. I was glad you finally had people around you, she admits, not like back in grade school. Your personality was awful back then, sure, but I still felt guilty for cutting you off. Still, she asks, even if I hurt you, isn't this whole revenge thing going way too far? Dream Jaehyun does not answer that. She just asks right back, what did I do to you that was so wrong? Our girl has nothing, just silence. Her eyes fill with tears she cannot explain. Then Jaehyun grabs her by the collar, and this dream stops feeling safe at all. Say something, Jaehyun screams in her face, and she means it. My whole school life is wrecked because of you, you know that, Jaehyun shouts, years of anger pouring out at once. Our girl just stands there, shaking, unable to argue with a single word of it. Please is all she can manage to whisper. Some small, clear part of her knows this Jaehyun is not the real one, just a dream, just her own guilt wearing a familiar face. So the real question is whether she even wants to hear what the real Jaehyun would say. In her head, Jeongmin is already talking to her. You know, Jaehyun, when I got to high school and saw your face, I was honestly kind of relieved. I was happy you actually had people around you this time, unlike back in grade school, she admits. Even though your personality was crap, I still felt guilty for cutting you off. But the guilt curdles fast, even if you were hurt back then, isn't this going too far? Jaehyun just stares back, calm and untouchable, like none of this can actually reach her. Jeongmin's whole body is shaking now, fists clenched at her sides. She just stands there in silence, frozen, waiting for an answer that isn't coming. For one crack in the armor, Jaehyun's composure breaks, eyes wide, right on the edge of tears. Say something, Jeongmin finally screams, the dam breaking wide open. Once she started saying everything she could never say in real life, the words just kept pouring out. Do you know my whole school life is screwed up because of you? Deep down she knows it, the Jaehyun standing in front of her right now isn't really her at all. It's just a dream Jaehyun, built out of every unsaid word Jeongmin's been choking on for years. Please, Jeongmin's voice cracks, the anger draining into something closer to begging. Her hand goes slack, the sentence just falls apart before she can finish it. And there it is, even in her own dream, Jeongmin ends up on her knees, grabbing at Jaehyun's leg instead of standing tall. Cut to real life, just another ordinary school morning, starting with a teacher chasing down yesterday's homework. Number 1, collect everyone's notebooks in order after class, all right, yes sir. The unlucky seat 1 girl groans about always getting stuck with chores like this. Her chatty auburn-haired friend, everyone calls her Hyejin, isn't exactly thrilled either. I'll help you, let's grab these fast and hit the snack shop, Hyejin offers. Notebook 29 down, number 30 to go. Who's even number 30? Her friend asks. Hyejin's smile drops instantly. Oh, her. The name on the desk says it all, Jeongmin Choi. The two of them trade a loaded, wordless look before heading her way. A finger pokes Jeongmin's shoulder. Hey. Give me your math notebook, Hyejin says flatly, like she's talking to furniture. Jeongmin fumbles startled. Okay, hold on. The rest of the class barely looks up, used to watching her get talked down to like this. Jeongmin keeps her face blank, but her eyes are shining with tears she refuses to let fall. Hyejin and her friend saunter off, notebook in hand, already forgetting she exists. Somewhere behind her someone whispers, wow, did she always look like she was dying? I don't know, wasn't she always like that? It's been exactly a week since Jeongmin started lucid dreaming. The whispers keep coming, she just gets creepier and creepier. Jeongmin brushes it off in her head. I just haven't been sleeping properly, that's all. But even she can admit what's really pathetic here. All she's actually done every night is call out Jaehyun's name in her dreams, just to get a few words off her chest. No confrontation, no closure, nothing. I haven't gotten any revenge at all. The strange part, in her dreams, Jaehyun never actually talks back. But I guess that's to be expected, Jeongmin thinks, staring at the dream version of the girl who wrecked her childhood. After all, she's the one in control here. The dream Jaehyun only does what Jeongmin lets her do. And yet there's nothing she actually wants to hear from her. Nothing she wants her to do either. The dream is hers to write and she's got nothing to say. Maybe she never resented Jaehyun quite enough. Or maybe she's just scared of what it would feel like to actually hit someone. Even imagined, Jaehyun still looks untouchable, like nothing Jeongmin says could ever land. Then Dream Jaehyun just smiles and calls her name, bright and friendly, like they're still kids who never fell out at all. There's nothing I can do to her, Jeongmin admits to herself, and that's the whole sad punchline of the dream. Back awake, she rubs her face. Did I really give up sleep to learn lucid dreaming just for this? Pathetic, she mutters. I should just stop, she thinks, staring blankly at nothing. Meanwhile, a cluster of classmates drifts by, laughing about something that's clearly not her business. Or maybe it is. Nothing is going to change, she reminds herself, bracing for another ordinary, miserable day. Except today the class has actual business, picking a class president. Hyejin's hand shoots straight up before the teacher even finishes the sentence. Not you, Hyejin, you fool around too much, the teacher shoots back and the whole room cracks up. I was going to recommend Jaehyun, someone calls out and Jeongmin visibly flinches at the name. Jaehyun blinks, all faux surprise. What, me? Yes, would you put in a little work for your classmates this semester? Hyejin drapes an arm around her, teasing. I'm sure plenty of people actually want the job, shouldn't we vote on this? But the class isn't having it. Just do it, Jaehyun, no one else could pull it off anyway. The chant kicks off, Jaehyun, 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 clapping like she's already won something. Jeongmin claps along too mechanically, because what else is she supposed to do? She watches it all unfold from the sidelines, jaw tight. A stray thought creeps in, if I hadn't pushed you away back then. The class erupts for their new president, Hyejin practically hanging off Jaehyun's shoulder. Jeongmin just sighs and lets her head drop onto the desk. It's not a good look, thinking like this right now, she scolds herself. Then Jaehyun's our class president for the semester, that all right with you? Yes, sir, she answers, perfectly composed. Jeongmin just blinks, watching it all settle into place exactly the way everyone wanted. Later she looks up from her thoughts, The classroom's completely empty, why isn't anyone here? Oh right. It's lunchtime and she's been sitting there alone the whole time without even noticing. She pushes back from her desk and heads out. Down the stairwell, footsteps echoing, she heads toward the courtyard. Then she freezes on the stairs. Hey Jaehyun, Jeongmin Choi or whatever her name is, don't you want payback on that bitch? Jeongmin flattens herself against the wall, listening to her own reputation get dragged through the mud. Wait, who's Jeongmin Choi? Some girl who bullied Jaehyun back in grade school. Total loser though. Jeongmin's heart slams in her chest. She's the villain in this story now. Jaehyun, if you can't do it yourself, want us to handle her for you? Haha, it's fine, Jaehyun says, all sweetness. People like that end up alone anyway, one of the friends adds, smug. I just don't want to mess with her for no reason, Jaehyun shrugs. True, haha, the others agree. I bet she's got 0 friends. Seriously, how does someone like that even have the nerve? Jaehyun spins her version smooth as silk. She approached me first. Birds of a feather, I guess. Turns out she was gossiping about me to her clique the whole time. Wow, you were a total angel for even hanging out with her. Yeah, I'd have been way too embarrassed to try. Anyway, you're allowed to be a little bit of a bitch to her, Jaehyun. Permission granted, apparently. Yeah, honestly, she started it, Jaehyun adds, without a flicker of doubt. Right, haha, comes the hollow little laugh that seals the story as fact. For a second, something flickers behind Jaehyun's eyes, too quick for anyone else to catch. She's been staying quiet lately, Jaehyun muses. I'll just watch and see what she does. She walks off without a backward glance, completely unbothered. Jeongmin's mind drifts back. I forgot the actual reason I cut Jaehyun off in the first place. The memory twists into something garish and wrong. That's right, this is exactly the kind of person you were. You judged people even back when we were all supposedly friends. Aren't they kind of, you know? Honestly, I wish you wouldn't hang out with those losers. You were too busy looking down on anyone you thought was weaker than you. Present-day Jaehyun just smirks it off. I'm sure that's what you want to believe. Oh, my poor little baby Jaehyun. The memory warps further, a hug, laughter. Gross, stop it, hahiha. Even Jeongmin can't tell anymore which parts of this memory are real and which ones she's twisted with resentment. Who would ever want to be mean outright? The memory whispers. That was always the trick, never outright, just enough to leave no mark. Pretending to be so righteous, it's disgusting, the memory, Jaehyun sneers. I almost fell for it myself, Jeongmin admits, and that's the part that stings the most. She sits there gripping her own hair, drowning in memories she can't sort into truth or lies anymore. You're just a bunch of, the old accusation trails off sharp as ever. Delinquents, the classroom clock ticks on, indifferent to all of it. Back in the present, Jaehyun strolls the halls flanked by her new entourage. Jeongmin walks the same halls completely alone, footsteps swallowed by the quiet. As they pass each other, Jaehyun's eyes flick down. Your skirt. Isn't it kinda short, just loud enough to make sure Jeongmin hears it. Jeongmin doesn't say a word back, just keeps walking, spine straight. Around her, footsteps slow just enough for people to get a good look. Her face stays blank, but something behind her eyes is starting to crack. The whispers start almost immediately, trailing her down the corridor. She can hear every single one of them, even the ones that aren't meant for her ears. It's the same old script, quiet enough to deny, loud enough to hurt. Days later, Jaehyun and Hyejin are still laughing it up by the classroom door when Jeongmin walks back in. She crosses the room slower this time, like she's finally decided something. She stops right in front of them, and for once, she doesn't look away. The room goes quiet, everyone sensing something's about to happen. You bitch, Jeongmin finally says it out loud, no dream required this time. Jaehyun barely blinks. Now you're coming for me over how I wear my skirt of all things. She looks almost bored by the confrontation, like she's already decided how this ends. Jaehyun and Hyejin corner her in the classroom, all sugar sweet on the surface. Hey, Jeongmin. Then the real dig lands, something snide about her skirt being too short. Jeongmin just walks it off down the hall, jaw locked, saying nothing back. For 1 second, Jaehyun's eyes go glassy, almost like she feels something. Almost. Hyejin just straightens her tie, smug as ever, like she won something. Jeongmin's face is barely holding together. And it finally slips out under her breath, you bitch. All she can do, she admits, is think it. Never say it out loud, just to herself. Her heart is pounding. She can feel the whole class staring holes into her back. Her jaw clenches as Jaehyun and Hyejin glance back at her. Someone stomps past just to sneer, look at her, ignoring you. Funny how even flinching makes her the villain here. Her phone is the only thing keeping her from completely losing it. Fingers tapping away, quiet and fast. Somewhere behind her, someone mutters what a freak, like it's nothing at all. Jaehyun glances back over her shoulder, unreadable. Class drones on like any other day. Jeongmin wonders if this fog in her head is some side effect of the lucid dreaming. A few seats over, some kid can't focus either, chin propped up on his hand. Her eyes blink shut, she's just so tired. The teacher's voice cuts through the haze. This'll be on the exam, so take notes. Something jolts her back for a second. The blackboard is just a blur now. She sighs, done fighting it. Whatever, she can't focus even if she forces herself, just gonna close her eyes for 1 second. Her eyes flutter shut for real this time. The teacher decides to wrap class early since gym's up next. Go get changed, have a good rest of your day. Yes ma'am, the class answers back. Everyone piles into the hall, groaning about how their class got stuck with the worst schedule. The gym is full of the same complaint on repeat. Someone suggests hitting the snack shop first, then someone remembers don't they still have to wake her up. Turns out Jeongmin is still knocked out at her desk, and the rumor mill is already spinning. Apparently she bullied Jaehyun back in grade school. Even the quiet ones in the back catch wind of it and trade a look. The group decides they don't have time to babysit her, she should be responsible for herself, let's just go. By the lockers, it's already a joke. Poor Jeongmin, no one even bothered to wake her up. Jaehyun and Hyejin play right along, guess they'll just leave her behind, haha. Someone calls out to Hyejin in the hallway, she pauses. Jaehyun waves the others on, she's gotta stop to make at the nurse's office. Cramps, she explains when Hyejin asks if she's sick. We'll let the gym teacher know, so go lie down. Jaehyun peels off from the group, alone in the hallway now. She keeps walking, somewhere else entirely in her head. Her face goes still and unreadable. Step after step, she doesn't slow down. Jaw set, she knows exactly where she's headed. She reaches the classroom door. Outside, the sky is calm, completely indifferent to what's about to happen. Inside, Jeongmin is still slumped over her desk, dead asleep, the room empty around her. Jaehyun creeps up right behind her, step by step. Look at you, she murmurs, sleeping tight. Then the smirk creeps in, my little Jeongmin. The classroom clock just keeps ticking, nobody around to see this but the two of them. For a second she pictures the old Jeongmin, all attitude, nothing like the girl slumped in front of her now. Jaehyun thinks it over. Something is clearly clicking into place for her. She crouches down by the desk, there's something on the floor. It's here, she says under her breath. A phone swiped awake in someone else's hand. What, she didn't even set a lock pattern. Jaehyun can't believe her luck. She flips straight through the home screen, apps and all. Her security is so lax she snickers. She keeps scrolling. Well, she doesn't have any friends or family who'd even care about her private life, Jaehyun thinks, almost pitying. Poor Jeongmin, she says, smirking down at her. You should have been nicer to me, Jaehyun mutters at the sleeping girl. Jeongmin doesn't stir, folded up behind the desk, none the wiser. Jaehyun straightens up and walks off, phone still in hand. Something on the screen makes her pause, She reads it again, hand over her mouth. This isn't enough, she decides and reaches for something else on the desk. Jeongmin's red phone case, right there for the taking. Jaehyun lines up a shot with it, sunlight pouring through the window. She holds it close, steady, and snaps the photo. Jeongmin jerks awake with a start, grabbing for her phone. The teacher's back, shouting, were you sleeping in here during gym too? Wait, it's the end of the day, she slept through everything. The teacher lays into her, in front of the whole returning class. Come to the teacher's office first thing tomorrow, understand? Jaehyun, end the day, the teacher says instead, and there's Jeongmin, hollow-eyed and humiliated. Attention, salute the teacher, no one woke me up, she realizes. She just slumps through the ritual, wrecked. Everyone else files out together like nothing happened. Jaehyun, meanwhile, looks awfully pleased with herself. Someone calls out to Jeongmin in the sunset-lit hallway. A classmate straightens his tie, barely paying attention. Jaehyun flashes her a smile from across the hall, all warmth, no substance. See you tomorrow, someone tells her, easy as anything. Jeongmin just blinks back, thrown. The group heads off together, leaving her standing there by herself. What? Something dark seems to twist behind her as she watches them go. In her head, Jaehyun replays it in black and white. All Jeongmin ever did was hide behind her friends and laugh at her. She's never even talked to me herself, Jaehyun thinks. Back in the present, Jeongmin walks alone, hollow-eyed. Her thoughts spiral. Just what is Jaehyun even thinking? Sunset over the city, someone calls out, hey girls. Hyejin and Jaehyun turn. Yeah, what is it? Jaehyun has given it some thought, she says. And she wants to try getting revenge on Jeongmin, for real this time. It still hurts thinking about what Jeongmin did to her, and if not now, when would she ever get the chance? Hyejin backs her instantly. It's not like she's doing this for no reason. You're nothing like her, the group reassures Jaehyun. don't feel guilty, we'll help you. Besides, everyone in class already hates Jeongmin anyway. Anyway, Jaehyun brightens right back up, thanks. Morning again, somewhere across town, a whole different life is starting its day. Jeongmin's small house, quiet and modest. She fusses over her hair in the bathroom mirror, it looks kind of greasy. Her homeroom teacher is already annoyed enough without her showing up late from washing up. Old memories bleed back in, grade school Jaehyun smiling next to a much younger Jeongmin. Jeongmin heads down the stairs, bag in hand. She grips her mug a little too tight, nerves already. She just hopes nothing happens today. School again, same as always from the outside. Hyejin is already laughing at the entrance the second Jeongmin shows up. Jaehyun pauses right in her path. Excuse me, Jeongmin tries. Ugh, you're so annoying, Jaehyun shoots back. Use your eyes, you can use the front door. What are you even bitching at us for? Do you want people calling you gross and creepy? Jaehyun needles her. Shouldn't you at least wash up before you leave the house? You're gonna get dandruff everywhere. And cut your bangs, they look terrible. No wonder you can't see anything, your eyes are covered up. Jeongmin's heart is pounding now. What the hell did she just hear her say? If you get it, can you just go away now? Hyejin and Jaehyun just laugh, arm in arm, don't even come near us anymore. You're filthy. Do I really have to hear this over one missed shower? Jeongmin thinks, while classmates nearby start whispering that she really didn't wash up today. Even Jaehyun pointed it out. Yeah, and Jaehyun's the nicest one here. I bet that's not the only reason Jaehyun's mad though. What did she even do? Back in grade school The whole class turns as Jeongmin comes storming in. She stomps straight through the door and everyone in her path scatters. Fuck, the rage is boiling over now. Teeth clenched, eyes blazing. Fuck. That bitch, she seethes, stomping closer. Now she's going to openly humiliate me. Jeongmin realizes exactly what's happening. The fury just keeps building. Teeth gritted, sweat dripping, she's right on the edge. I'll kill her, the thought just slips out, dead serious. Cut to the group cackling about it after. Did you see her face just now? Jaehyun, nice job catching her greasy hair. They cheer like it's a highlight reel. She looks so pissed storming out through the front door, haha. Then, casual as ever, dinner later. Jaehyun's treat, apparently her mom's card so she can go out with friends. Wow, your mom's a total angel, someone gushes and Jaehyun just smiles. Later, alone, Jeongmin is back on her phone in the empty classroom. She just sits there scrolling, hunched over, apart from everyone else. And what's on the screen is dark post after post about wanting to kill the girls who won't leave her alone. Except it's Jaehyun holding that same red phone now, laughing. She quietly set the account to public and Jeongmin has no idea she's been broadcasting every word. This should be enough, right? Jaehyun thinks, and the chapter cuts out right there. Late at night, Jaehyun paces a dark hallway, phone gripped tight, clearly hunting for something. In class, she scrolls through someone's feed with a flat, calculating stare. The account she has found is dripping with venom, post after post about wanting people dead, all aimed at a girl the poster only calls by initials. Jaehyun smirks. She quietly switched the account to public days ago and its owner still has no clue the whole world can see it now. She traces a finger along her collar, savoring it. This should be enough, right? That night, Jeongmin lies stiff in bed, wide awake, dreading whatever is coming. Her face is drawn and hollow, sleep is nowhere close. A memory surfaces, the two of them once arm in arm, laughing before everything soured. Now all she can think is Jaehyun going to come after her again tomorrow? The bitterness creeps in. The way she feels right now, she thinks she could get real revenge on Jaehyun without blinking. Should I try again, she wonders, the thought sitting there restless. An alarm blares and she jolts upright, startled out of wherever she was drifting. A door creaks open somewhere in the dark and footsteps start closing in. A single tear slides down her cheek before she has even said a word. Her dad looms over the bed. Dad is all she manages. He just grunts back at her, cold and unreadable. She turns away but the footsteps just keep coming, closer with every step. The door slams, alone again. All she can think is, great, Mom is actually home tonight too. She sighs, it is going to start soon, she thinks, like she is bracing for a storm. Her eyes stay fixed on nothing, just waiting. A countdown ticks through her head in the dark, 5, 4, 3, 2, dread building with every number. Her dad's voice cracks through the house at her mom. "You bitch, how can you be asleep when your husband comes home, huh? Do I have to beat some sense into you again?" He roars while Jiangmin curls up under a blanket, trembling, trying to disappear. She pulls her collar over her mouth. This is exhausting, she thinks. Why does he even bother coming home if all he is going to do is get angry? Because make no mistake, she thinks bitterly, he is the one who did this to her and to her mom. If she just was not so weak, she thinks, squeezing her own arms. Maybe, just maybe, things would be a little different. Her mind flashes to school too, to a box on her desk with the word DIE scrawled across it. If she had been stronger. Could she have actually done something about the girls who have been tormenting her? The tears finally spill over. She curls in on herself, silent, waiting for it to be over. The house finally goes quiet. She peeks out from behind her hair. Is it actually over this time? I'm so tired, she admits to no one at all. Suddenly she is standing somewhere else entirely, drenched in warm light. Where even is this? Then it clicks, this is a dream. She lucid dreams so often these days that she can spot one almost instantly now. Half the time she does not even mean to, it just happens on its own now. Someone else seems to be here too, just out of view, murmuring something under their breath. Just one day, she thinks, just one day of this. She looks almost peaceful for a second, turning the idea over in her head. Then her eyes flash red and everything sharpens into full color. This dream feels different. I'm just going to try it for one day, she decides, stepping into the kitchen like she owns the place. A door crashes open somewhere in the house. Something shatters down the hall. Footsteps creep closer in the dark. A lock clicks and someone curses, "Damn it." The door bursts open. "Are you ignoring your husband?" Jiangmin just stares back at him, pale and unmoving. Her dad's face twists with fury as he steps closer. He barks something wordless, the vein in his neck pulsing. And then, for the first time ever, she says it out loud, "Stop it, you son of a bitch." He freezes, stunned she would actually talk back. "Thinks I'm a joke, huh?" He grinds out, jaw clenched tight. "Now my own kid wants to mouth off too," he mutters, closing the distance. "Jiangmin Choi, come here," he snarls, and then again louder when she does not move fast enough. But this time it is her hand that closes around his throat, slamming him back against the wall. Her expression stays dead calm, almost curious. She squeezes, and for the first time ever, he is the one with fear in his eyes. It's working, she realizes, breath catching. A small, satisfied smile creeps across her face. Just as I imagined, she thinks, my dad can't move a muscle against me. A shadowy version of herself murmurs just one word, die. Her dad's face contorts in pure terror, die. I just want you to die right here, she screams. He drops with a heavy thud. She is breathing hard, hands shaking. Wait, something is wrong. She is kneeling over him now, hands still near his throat, and he is not moving. A single tear rolls down her face as the horror sets in. Dad, she reaches for his hand, is he dead? The word barely makes it out of her mouth, her hands trembling. Her heart is slamming in her chest. Blood streaks her sweater and her whole body will not stop shaking. Because of me, she whispers. Then her eyes snap open for real. She gasps awake. She bolts upright in her actual bed. Oh, right, that was a dream. I was so freaked out I actually forgot I was dreaming, she admits, catching her breath. Still rattled, she sits there a second, letting it all settle. Carefully, she creeps over to check on her actual, very real dad. A few careful steps, then she slips out and shuts the door behind her. Back in her room, she almost laughs, He is just passed out drunk, breathing fine, completely unbothered by any of it. He's fine, great, now I'm super late after washing up. She bolts for school, dreading her homeroom teacher, who has had it out for her lately. If she is late, who knows how she will get humiliated in front of the whole class this time. I'd rather die than let that happen, she declares, bursting through the door, teacher be damned. She barrels straight into some poor guy on the sidewalk. I'm so sorry. He barely reacts, already walking off like it is nothing. She sprints the rest of the way, completely out of breath. I barely made it before the bell, maybe I've still got a little time. She slides the classroom door open, a total disheveled mess. She slips past a classmate toward her seat, trying not to draw attention. She is still fixing her hair when she catches a snide comment behind her. What, did Jiangmin not shower again? The whispers start up again. I can't believe she still hasn't come to her senses after last time. I just don't get people like that. In her head, she snaps right back. I just did not have time to dry my hair, you assholes. Her jaw clenches, humiliation burning just under the surface. Under her desk, she is furiously typing, muttering to herself. Those girls have nothing better to do, she thinks. And there it is, right on the screen. Her own account, full of posts wishing horrible things on the people who target her. She sighs, deflating. I can't believe I have to let off steam by writing stuff like this, she thinks, disgusted with herself. I feel sorry for myself too, honestly. Then a voice cuts in from the doorway. Hey, Jeongmin. She turns, instantly on alert. Footsteps close in, unhurried and deliberate. A hand shoves a phone right into her chest. This, Jaehyun says, holding the screen up for her to see. This is your account, isn't it? Just another day at her desk until someone says her name in exactly the tone that means trouble. Hey, Jeongmin. She spins around fast, guard already up, dark hair whipping across her face. Footsteps close in on her, slow and deliberate, and the whole room seems to hold its breath. Whoever it is isn't stopping, every step lands like a countdown. Something gets shoved right in her face. This, a voice snaps and Jeongmin flinches back. It's Jaehyun's phone held up like a weapon. This is your account, isn't it? The screen shows a private venting account full of nasty posts. Jeongmin's stomach drops. Wait, this was found on Jaehyun's own phone. I made sure this account was private, visible only to me, Jaehyun says, like she's been quietly watching it the whole time. The initials, the details, they all line up perfectly, Jaehyun says. What is this? Jeongmin chokes out, panic setting in. No, is all Jeongmin can manage. Jaehyun isn't buying the denial. She starts decoding the account's little nicknames. YJ is Yuju. And HJ is Hyejin, she adds, ticking off classmate after classmate. Who else would say this kind of stuff about people in our class besides you? Jaehyun presses. And look, the latest post is from just now, she adds, as murmurs start spreading through the class. Jaehyun reads a post out loud, some line about not bothering to dry her hair, then a bitter jab about people with nothing better to do than judge her. A couple of nearby classmates go pale. Was that about us? One whispers, suddenly very worried about their own online history. What the fuck? Jeongmin mutters, chills running down her spine, just now. No, that's not me, she stammers, Jaehyun looming right behind her. It's not me, Jeongmin repeats. Jaehyun just tilts her head, really. Then prove it, Jaehyun says, arms folded, completely unbothered. A classmate spots her phone sitting right there on the desk. There's your phone, show it to me, Jaehyun demands. Jeongmin just freezes, no comeback left in her. The whole room goes dead quiet, everyone waiting to see if she'll actually hand it over. Before she can stop it, someone snatches the phone right off the desk. No, she screams, way too late. Jaehyun just smirks down at her. And you're still going to pretend it's not you. The phone gets slammed onto the desk for the whole class to see. The account I saw is the exact same one you're logged into right now, Jaehyun says, and just like that, the case is closed. Whispers ripple through the room, wow, what a freak, while Jeongmin's face twists into something darker. In her head, just 3 words, I hate her. She tries to get a word out, anything, Jaehyun I. She doesn't get the chance to finish. The slap lands before the sentence does. The sound of it cracks through the entire classroom, sharp and final. The onlookers already lose interest and drift off, while Jeongmin just sits there, hand pressed to her stinging cheek. She stares blankly out the window, completely hollowed out. The moment just keeps replaying in her head, Jaehyun's hand raised, the accusation ringing out again. Say it's not you. Her heart pounds so hard it drowns out everything else. Jaehyun's shadow looms over the memory, impossible to shake. One word keeps surfacing through the fog, why? Tears finally break loose. Did I do something bad enough to deserve this kind of treatment? She wonders. Behind her, the mockery just keeps coming. No wonder you can't see anything, your eyes are covered up. What, did Jeongmin not shower again? Even in the hallway it follows her. I can't believe she still hasn't come to her senses after what happened last time. Inside, she's screaming, why are you doing this to me? What did I do that was so wrong? I don't understand people like that, she thinks, gripping her own face. She drags herself toward the teacher's office, one heavy step at a time. Sir, she starts, barely getting the word out. I'm not feeling well, may I go home early, she asks, eyes red and puffy. The teacher barely even looks up from his desk. What? She just stands there, waiting on an answer that already feels like a no. You just got to school, he snaps back at her. Absolutely not, go to all your other classes, he barks. I've had it out for you since you skipped gym last time. In the old days, I'd have beaten some sense into you. Ugh, please, she begs, practically pleading with the rain outside as her only witness. But there's no changing his mind. She turns and walks away, completely defeated. He trails off, done arguing, and that's the end of it. Leave me alone, Jiangmin mutters, her cheek still marked from the slap earlier. Everything around her fades to dark and quiet, like the world itself is holding its breath. And then out of the dark, a familiar shape appears. Jaehyun, she says quietly, already knowing exactly who she's about to face. It's the dream again, and this time Dream Jiangmin is smiling. I'm back again. I gave it some thought, she says, stepping closer to Dream Jaehyun. I thought about why I could never fully bring myself to hate you all this time. Dream Jaehyun just tilts her head. It's strange, isn't it? I'm the victim here. Jiangmin grabs her by the collar. But this is a dream, isn't it? No matter what I do here, she starts trailing off, testing the edges of her own power. Another night, another lucid dream, and Jiangmin's first thought is brutal. Did she really give up sleep to learn this just to end up like this? Even mid-dream, some small voice in her keeps begging her to just stop this whole lucid dreaming thing already. Back in the real world, she rubs her aching head. Nothing is ever going to change, and deep down she knows it. In the dream, she talks herself into it. No matter what she does in here, she's not doing anything wrong. Her smile stretches somewhere between defiant and unsettling, the look of someone who's done holding back. Compared to your trashy actions in real life, she snarls into the dark. I've got nothing to be ashamed of, not this time. The dream holds its breath, waiting to see how far she's actually willing to take this. Then it turns ugly fast. Dream Jaehyun is gasping and choking, blood soaking into that red vest of hers. Jiangmin stares down at her own blood-streaked hands, blank with shock at what she just did. That's why, she whispers, voice cracking, you should have been nicer to me. The dream folds into a haze of red, and somewhere in it, a tiny figure just sits and watches. A low, mocking laugh ripples through the dark. It isn't hers, and that's the unsettling part. Whoever it belongs to is close now, close enough that she can make out the pattern on his shirt. What an interesting girl, a voice purrs, sizing her up like she's the best thing he's seen in ages. Back home, Jiangmin brushes it off, figuring she's just sleeping better lately because she let off some steam. She catches herself smiling a little in the mirror. Funny how murder, even dream murder, seems to agree with her. Next morning, she's actually got some pep in her step. Turns out lucid dreaming really does take the edge off. Hyejin corners her at the lockers. Any word from Jaehyun yet? She's gone quiet the last few days. No idea, Jiangmin shrugs, she's not answering my calls either. Is Jaehyun even coming in today? The teacher calls the room to order for announcements, while Hyejin mutters she wouldn't mind if Jaehyun just stayed gone for good. Turns out the teacher's got news. Jaehyun's parents called the school this morning about some kind of accident. An unexpected accident, he says, and Jiangmin's whole body goes still listening to it. Wait, what, is she sick? Hyejin blurts out, the sarcasm gone in an instant. According to her mother, Jaehyun passed out and started bleeding in the middle of the night. Jiangmin's stomach drops. A murmur runs through the room. Even Hyejin's left muttering, "Ah, geez," under her breath. Alone with her thoughts, Jiangmin turns the coincidence over and over. Does any of this actually make sense? Her mind keeps circling back to the exact same dream, the exact same throat under her hands. Wait, no way, she breathes, the pieces clicking together in a way she really doesn't want them to. It can't be, she tells herself, but the sentence just hangs there unfinished. What if it really was her lucid dreaming? What if, somehow, she can actually control Jaehyun? A slow smile spreads across her face. Desperate people, she thinks, will call any coincidence a miracle. Her hands curl into fists on the desk. What if? What if she's actually got some kind of special ability now? Classmates chatter obliviously around her while she stands off to the side, turning the idea over like a loaded weapon. As if the universe wanted to laugh at her little fantasy, Jaehyun is back at school almost immediately. Hyejin practically tackles her with a hug the second she walks in, while Jeongmin watches from her seat, unreadable. Classmates crowd around Jaehyun by the window, fussing over whether her wounds healed enough, whether she's really okay. Watching people with zero conscience play caring friend makes Jeongmin's stomach turn. She walks over anyway and asks, casual as she can manage, exactly how the accident happened. Jaehyun shrugs it off, then mentions offhand that she actually had a bizarre dream around then. What kind? Jeongmin asks, way too fast. Someone chased her down and stabbed her in the dream, Jaehyun says. The pain felt so real she actually collapsed and woke up bleeding. Do you remember his face? Jeongmin presses. Jaehyun just shrugs. It was a few days ago, she barely remembers. But it was a man with white hair, Jaehyun adds. Jeongmin freezes. A man. Footsteps behind her. Hey you, someone calls out, and Jeongmin's stomach drops for an entirely different reason now. Jaehyun's little crew rounds on her. Why is she eavesdropping on their conversation, the loser? Someone got hurt and you think that's funny? Jeongmin snaps back through tears only to get branded freak for the trouble. Oh right, she mutters to herself like she'd briefly forgotten which role she's stuck playing here. You're still sitting there, get up, Hyejin snaps, already done being polite about it. God, look at your face, Hyejin sneers. It genuinely makes me want to kill you. Stop it, Hyejin, Jaehyun cuts in, all faux concern. Don't waste your time on someone like her. Then she turns it on Jeongmin directly. You liked it when I wasn't at school, didn't you? People treat you like this because you're creepy. Call it karma, Jaehyun shrugs while the others congratulate themselves for it. The words want to kill you just keep ringing in her ears over and over. Something in her finally snaps, a saint, as if she spits, yanking at her own collar. All of you keep saying you want to kill me just for having this face, she snarls, grabbing Hyejin outright now. Hyejin, yanked in close, spits back, what do you think I feel every time I look at you? Jeongmin's expression goes somewhere dark and unreadable. Hyejin's confidence flickers. Huh. A knife just appears in her hand, dream logic style. Fine, why don't you end up like Jaehyun did too? If it happens again, even better. The dream goes dead quiet, holding its breath around the blade. Do you want me? She asks softly, knife raised to make that come true. She turns, and whatever's on her face now is nothing like the girl everyone's used to stepping on. Then something shifts. The dream itself suddenly doesn't feel like hers anymore. Panic flashes across her face as the scene refuses to obey her. Footsteps approach from somewhere she didn't put there. I never called anyone into this dream, she realizes, horrified. A strange white-haired man strides toward her, grinning like he owns the place. Why can't I control my own dream? She panics. Who even is he? Calm as anything, he reads her like a book. You're flustered because your dream isn't listening to you, aren't you? He tips her chin up, entirely too comfortable for someone who just broke into her subconscious uninvited. It's no use, he says, smirking. I'm not one of your little creations. Jeongmin can only stare, completely thrown, as he leans in like this is the most natural thing in the world. Jeongmin Choi, he says, savoring a name she never actually gave him. I like you. For a second, neither of them moves, two strangers sitting in a dream that isn't fully either one of theirs. I can make everyone who picks on you just disappear, he offers, easy as ordering takeout. So what do you think? This chapter opens cold. A voice in the dark says, I wish you would all disappear. Then it makes an offer. Do you want me to make that come true? Jeongmin jolts, completely blindsided. Hoo-ha. Standing in front of her is a boy she's never met before. White hair, a lazy half-smile, way too pleased with himself. He reaches toward her like he owns the place, which is rude considering this is supposed to be her dream. I never called him into my dream, panic sets in fast. Who is he? Every instinct she has is screaming that something is very wrong here. He tips her chin up like they are already old friends. Buddy, personal space is a thing, even in dreams. He can't stop grinning, clearly enjoying just how rattled she is. I'll cut to the chase, he says, then drops the bomb. He already knows her name, Jeongmin Choi. Before she can even process that, he hits her with I like you, smooth, terrifying, possibly both. Then comes the real pitch. I can make everyone who picks on you disappear, what do you think? Her face goes still. That is not a normal thing to casually offer a stranger. Ma, make them disappear, she stammers, and his grin only gets wider, reassuring that smile. She studies him hard, guarded, trying to work out if this is a threat or an offer. Who are you? She finally demands. This is my dream, I never called you here, she snaps, hand pressed to her chest, shaken. He muses that based on her past dreams he expected her to be simple and aggressive. Surprisingly, she's calm and deeply suspicious of him. Without warning, he grabs her shoulder from behind. I bet you would not fall for scams, did you catch that? Just testing her reflexes, apparently. She flinches hard, hoo-ha. Did you see it? When did you start watching me? She demands, done playing nice. He just laughs. You think I'm going to tell someone about this? She reasons it through bitterly. Who would even believe her? This is just a dream. And like I said, I want to help you, he says, reaching for her hand. More than that, I want to know your identity. How did you get into my dream? You're clearly not a god. What? She asks, catching him staring off. Nothing, he deflects. He goes quiet, turning something over in his head. If you're a lucid dreamer, he starts feeling her out. I'm sure you've read the articles and urban legends about lucid dreaming before, he says. Her school shoes stand right next to his bare feet in pajama pants, two completely different worlds, sharing one dream. Do you know who this man is? He asks, grinning like he already knows her answer. Recognition flickers across her face. This man, she's heard that name before. He explains, this man is an urban legend, someone who invades dream after dream and can control everything inside a lucid dream except, allegedly, him. Of course, it was all debunked years ago as a hoax. Did something like that really exist? She wonders, and he's got an answer ready. Since I answered your question, it's your turn to answer mine, he says, rising to his feet. He leans in way too close. Do you want to serve justice with me? Her mind races. Who is this guy and why is he asking her something like that? If you want those kids dead, I'll think about that too, he adds, casual as ever. Okay, that escalated fast. A memory surfaces on its own, a weird dream she'd had recently, one she tried hard to forget. In it, someone chased her down and stabbed her with a knife, right in front of her old bullies. The pain felt so real that she collapsed, and when she woke up, there was blood on her stomach. It was a man in that dream, a man with white hair. What are you staring at? He asks. She flinches. Ah, I get it, she murmurs, the pieces clicking into place. Hey, we're not done talking, where are you going? He calls out, but she's already bolting, desperate to wake up. Everything about that man feels wrong. She's pretty sure he's the same white-haired man Jaehyun once warned her about. She remembers, Jaehyun started out as her friend before turning into whatever she is now. How can I trust a man I don't even know? She thinks, spiraling. She keeps running, refusing to look back at him. Back in the dream, he just watches her go, unreadable. If he really is the man Jaehyun was talking about, it's best not to get involved with him at all, she decides. He smirks to himself, watching her flee. Scaredy cat, he murmurs. Back in the real world, the hallway sign reads 1-4 and someone's already snapping at her. Don't you ****ing look at me like that. Hyejin and her sidekick pile on, cackling that she must be used to getting cussed out by now. Wasn't she shaking just a few days ago? Aw, our little Jeongwich is getting used to school life, one coos, patting her head like she's a pet. Then it's someone else's turn to get roasted. You gross, go touch a cockroach instead, why don't you? Didn't you say you had a stomachache earlier? Want me to pat it better? My hand can heal you, the poor guy just bolts. Jeongmin drifts past the teacher's office, numb to all of it. She notices herself starting to just not react anymore. Oh, Jaehyun, someone calls out, and there she is, poised as ever, the pale-haired class president everyone adores. The homeroom teacher wants you at the office since you're class president, a classmate tells her. Really? Jaehyun asks, all sweetness. Thanks Yoonju, she says, with a warm little smile. The hallway buzzes about how nice Jaehyun is, how she's memorized everyone's name after just one semester. Real impressive considering what we already know about her. Attention, salute the teacher. Have a nice day, sir. Another school day wraps up like clockwork. Jeongmin sighs, walking out completely alone. I'm finally going home, she thinks, the wind rushing past her. Except she doesn't actually want to go home either. She isn't staying quiet because she's used to being tormented. The more upset she gets, the bigger a target she becomes in class. She just doesn't have the courage to get angry in front of a crowd. Unlike her dream self, in reality she feels like trash nobody even acknowledges. At least if I don't react, they get bored and leave faster, she tells herself. A piece of paper flutters to the ground right in front of her. The person ahead of me dropped this. What is it? She wonders, bending down to pick it up. It's some kind of sticker, looks like an off-brand cartoon character. She hesitates, unsure if it's even worth chasing him down over. What if he thinks she's being weird? What if he tossed it on purpose and she's about to make this awkward for absolutely nothing? Up ahead, the guy who dropped it realizes his sticker is gone and panics. His friend can't resist teasing him about the off-brand cartoon. It's a super rare item. I spent my whole allowance hunting it down. He protests while his friend jokes that maybe it's a sign to quit knockoff cartoons. Meanwhile, his friend is mid-argument on the phone about some promo he's bailing on, swearing his mom has no idea he snuck an hour of computer time. Then go to a PC cafe. I don't have any money. Right as the call falls apart, Jeongmin steps up quietly. You're looking for this, right? She holds the sticker out to him. Thank you so much, he says, visibly relieved his tiny treasure survived. Then he actually looks at her for the first time. What's your name? Turns out they're both 17. Oh, we're the same age, he grins. Can I talk to you casually? You go to Yoonbeek Girls High, right? That's right next to my school. She's caught totally off guard by how fast he's warming up. You can drop the formal talk with me too, Jeongmin, he says easily. She can't help wondering if she seems creepy to him instead. Actually, I think I've seen you somewhere before, he says. Mimi? She blinks, stunned that anyone's even noticed her at all. They keep walking together, and for once the silence between two people doesn't feel unbearable. I'm sorry, she blurts out anyway, still not quite sure how to act around someone being nice to her. Right, he says with a grin, clearly proud of himself for remembering her. My name is Yi-hyuk Jo. Can I say hi if I run into you again? Honestly, the nicest thing that's happened to her all chapter. And then just like that, the scene rips back into the dream. You again, the white-haired stranger is waiting for her. Great, he says, watching her reaction with way too much satisfaction. It's interesting, he adds quietly, like he's already 3 steps ahead of her. Back in reality, walking beside her new acquaintance, she realizes something. Up until just a few minutes ago, she'd been having such a bad day she wanted to cry. It's awkward and she has no idea what to say next, but for the first time in a while, she doesn't hate the feeling. How long has it been since I actually had a real conversation with another person? She wonders. A boy's voice catches her totally off guard. Can he say hi if he ever runs into her again? She barely manages a quiet one-word yes. He introduces himself plain and simple. His name is Yi-hyuk Jo. He grins like he's just stumbled onto something genuinely interesting. Just minutes earlier, she'd been having such a bad day she wanted to cry. It's awkward, she doesn't know what to say, but for once she doesn't hate it. He waves as they go their separate ways. She can't even remember the last time she had a real conversation with someone. Cut to Yi-hyuk, looking unsettled after catching sight of some stranger near her. He can't shake it, that man, whoever he was. Across the way, Jaehyun has the exact same thought running through her head. Who was he? Even walking with his friends, Yi-hyuk can't stop turning the mystery over in his head. He trails off mid-thought, the moment still stuck with him. Back with Jeongmin, who spins around at a sound behind her. Yi-hyuk leans right in close, grinning that he was trying to surprise her. She squeaks his name, flustered at just how close he is. Present day now, she's walking to school, quiet and lost in her own head. Her mind drifts back to the very first thing he ever said to her. She keeps replaying it, half lost in the memory as she walks. He'd asked if he could say hi again, and she'd figured it was just empty politeness. But he actually followed through, greeting her with something as simple as the sky's so blue today. He jokes he won't be bored on his walk to school anymore thanks to her, and she can tell he actually means it. Back in the present, all she can manage is a flustered, oh yeah. He lives in an entirely different world than she does, she thinks, and that was the problem. Still walking, present day, that thought hangs heavy over her. The two of them walk in step, neither one quite sure what to say next. "Let's go," he says, and they fall back into stride together. He walks a little ahead, comfortable enough now to make small talk. So the other day he starts and she leans in nervous. Yeah. Turns out a friend of his kept calling him up, still worked up about something. They'd promised to team up for a match in this game, League of Legends, but Yi-hyuk bailed to go hunt down a sticker instead. His friend played without him, lost, and somehow decided it was all Yi-hyuk's fault. She has no idea what to say to that, but he just shrugs, deciding he'll play with the guy after school to smooth it over. IIC is all she manages, and instantly panics that it sounded like she wasn't even listening. He walks on ahead while she slumps, mortified, wondering how she ended up this bad at talking to people. He goes quiet too, thinking he never used to be this awkward when he was younger. Watching his back, she's sure of it now, he's already tired of her. It's fine, she tells herself. Why would someone like him ever expect to talk to her normally anyway? She keeps walking, the doubt written all over her face. But he's thinking the opposite. He doesn't want things to end awkwardly between them, not like this. He digs something out of his bag, a little sticker he'd picked up. "Do you like this cartoon?" he asks, breaking the silence at last. Her whole face lights up. "Wait, are you actually into this too?" He's thrilled, none of his friends have ever cared, but she gets it. She admits she only started watching because it looked cute, but she got hooked hard. She won't shut up about how much she cried during one particular episode. He laughs, admitting his friends mock it as a cheap knockoff. Naturally, he claims he only read the original to prove it wasn't plagiarized. Sure, buddy. Then it hits him, he never actually got her number. He asks outright and she rattles it off, cheeks warm. He saves it on the spot, and she can't wipe the smile off her face the rest of the way. He lingers at the gate, telling her he's sad to leave, there's still so much he wants to talk about. "You actually had fun talking to me?" she asks, almost like she can't believe it. She works up the nerve to ask if she can call him after school. He offers something even better, "Let's just walk home together." "Yeah," she blurts, unable to hide how happy that makes her. Just like that, walking home together becomes their routine. The two of them, easy and laughing now like it's nothing at all. An empty rooftop at dusk, the school quiet as the day winds down. She smiles to herself, remembering how much he rambles about that cartoon. Later, alone in her room, she settles into the quiet. Maybe, she thinks, she should finally try watching the show herself. She watches from bed, the phone's glow the only light in the dark room. She can't help smiling, it's a warmth she's not used to feeling. She replays him ranting about his friends clowning him for liking a knockoff cartoon. She can't stop laughing at how seriously he defends it, still giggling to herself over it. Back in the dark bedroom, the phone screen keeps glowing. She texts him that she watched it, he asks if she liked it. She admits this might be the first time she's ever felt this way. Back at school, real life is still rough. The other girls keep taunting and tormenting her. But she tells herself it's all right now, she has someone to talk to. Meanwhile, her old clique gossips. Is Jeongmin high or something, always smiling at her phone lately? Jaehyun wonders out loud if she's still talking trash about them online. Someone brings up something from the past and the mood shifts. Hyejin gripes that Jeongmin is so damn annoying and needles her friend to just crush her like she used to do to other kids. The teal-haired girl flinches hard at that. Jaehyun glances over, sensing the sudden tension. "Why bring up the past all of a sudden?" the teal-haired girl snaps back, admitting it's not like she did a good thing back then. The bell cuts the moment short, and they file back inside for the rest of the day. Later on, Jaehyun catches sight of something that stops her cold. Jeongmin and Yi-hyuk walking together, laughing easily like it's the most natural thing in the world. "Jeongmin," Jaehyun says out loud, stunned at what she's seeing. Hyejin clocks it too, a smirk creeping onto her face. Jaehyun's expression turns sly, amused, already scheming something. She walks off, turning the sight over in her head. And then Yi-hyuk spots someone else entirely, brow furrowing. Who on earth is that guy? It's late and Jeongmin's phone buzzes with a text from Yi-hyuk, all smiles, asking if she's having fun. She types back a simple "yeah, it was," and just like that her whole night gets a little brighter. Walking beside this goofy, easy-smiling boy, Jeongmin realizes something. This is the first time she's ever felt this way. The two of them can't stop grinning at each other, honestly, disgustingly cute. Of course, their little glow-up doesn't go unnoticed. Whispers start flying, is Jeongmin okay? Someone even jokes she must be on drugs since all she does lately is smile at her phone. The gossip keeps circling, and somewhere in the hallway, someone's watching this whole thing a lot more closely than the others. Jeongmin, for her part, just goes quiet somewhere between embarrassed and not ready to explain herself. Yi-hyuk, walking a step behind her, doesn't say a word about it either. He doesn't need to. Meanwhile, across town, Jaehyun walks home alone, the sunset throwing long shadows down the street. Step by step, her face gives away nothing, but something's clearly eating at her. Not far off, Yi-hyuk's headed the same direction, completely oblivious that he's being watched. Jaehyun's eyes narrow. Whatever she's thinking about, it isn't pleasant. Through the trees, she catches two small figures walking together in the distance, and it clearly throws her off. It's Jeongmin, laughing along with Yi-hyuk and another classmate, easy and carefree in a way Jaehyun's clearly not used to seeing from her. Jaehyun turns away first, like she can't stand to keep watching. Her expression cracks for just a second, something that looks a lot like hurt. Someone calls out Jeongmin's name from off to the side, and even Yi-hyuk looks caught off guard by it. Jaehyun's mind drifts back. There was a time she and Jeongmin used to laugh together just like that. Back then things were simple, easy even. Back in the present, that memory clearly doesn't sit well with her at all. She keeps walking quiet, clearly stewing on something. Up ahead, still oblivious, Yi-hyuk just registers a stranger's stare and wonders who this girl even is. He shrugs it off and keeps walking, no clue he just became the subject of someone's fixation. The "is Jeongmin on drugs" rumor keeps making the rounds, whispered behind her back like she can't hear every word of it. Jeongmin, phone in hand, doesn't even notice she's too busy rereading whatever Yi-hyuk just sent her. She can't help the small, private smile that sneaks onto her face. Jaehyun spots it. "Ah," she says quietly like she's just put a piece together. So that's the guy. Jaehyun realizes, the one who's suddenly made Jeongmin's whole life worth living these days. The thought clearly doesn't sit right with her. She just stands there a moment, working through something ugly in her head. From a distance, she watches Yi-hyuk and Jeongmin walk off together, way too comfortable with each other for her liking. She keeps her eyes locked on the two of them the whole way down the block. Her face twists into a scowl she doesn't even try to hide. She looks like she's having fun, Jaehyun mutters, and somehow that's the part that bothers her the most. Jaehyun straightens her tie and keeps walking, jaw set. Fine, she decides. Whatever she's about to do, her mind's made up. Turns out, the real reason she'd been easing off Jeongmin lately wasn't kindness. She'd just gotten bored once Jeongmin stopped reacting to her jabs. And then a darker thought creeps in. What if Jeongmin got betrayed by the people she trusts most, the exact same way Jaehyun once was? She bites her lip, turning that idea over like it's a plan waiting to happen. Back at school, class wraps up and everyone shuffles off toward whatever's next on the schedule. Jeongmin, sitting alone at her desk, just wonders idly whether math's up next. A couple of classmates drift closer to her desk, and Jeongmin barely reacts. Elsewhere, Hyejin's having a meltdown of her own, clutching her notebook like it personally betrayed her. "I'm screwed," she mutters. Her face says it all. Something's clearly gone sideways for her today. "Ugh, damn it," she grumbles, turning away from whoever she was just talking to. Back with Jeongmin, something she just heard catches her completely off guard. "Wah, what?" she blurts. Whoever said it is now quietly panicking. Jeongmin was supposed to snap back by now, not just look confused. Jeongmin's phone buzzes at her locker, and she can't help but wonder if it's Yi-hyuk again. It is. He's texting about someone slapping a villain sticker on his desk, and he is personally offended, vowing to hunt down the culprit. Meanwhile, Hyejin's got her own quiet spiral going, glancing around and thinking that lately it feels like she's the one being frozen out. With Jaehyun's clique no longer picking fights over Jeongmin, Hyejin's noticing the rest of the class isn't paying much attention to her anymore either. Jeongmin has her own version of that thought too. She's still alone, technically. But she has to admit, school doesn't feel nearly as brutal as it used to. It's not that bad, she thinks, because I have Yi-hyuk right as her phone buzzes again, perfectly on cue. Yi-hyuk's still going off about his villain sticker crisis, fully committed to teaching the prankster a lesson. He asks if she doesn't think that's just plain mean, and Jeongmin can barely keep a straight face. None of my classmates get it, they just make fun of me. You're the only one who will actually listen to me complain, he texts, and Jiangmin cracks up. She types back a reply without even thinking twice. "Ah, that's so funny, haha," she sends, walking alongside him like this is just a normal, easy thing now. Later, in the hallway, one of her classmates gives her a long, curious look, clearly wondering what's changed. These days, nobody bothers Jiangmin directly anymore, and honestly, she's got a lot more to smile about. There's just one thing she's quietly stopped doing lately: lucid dreaming. She doesn't need to escape into it the way she used to. If she's honest, a big part of that is because things have felt strange ever since a certain man showed up in her dreams. Somewhere close by, a voice calls out her name, pulling her out of her own head. Jiangmin, she's basically asleep at her desk and someone's clearly trying to shake her awake. Jiangmin, they call again, louder, and she finally jolts upright. She blinks up at whoever startled her, still catching up to reality. "Thought that scared me," she admits, heart still pounding from being yanked out of her own thoughts. Then she notices who's actually standing there and can't help but wonder why are they even here. One of her classmates leans in with a knowing look. "I see you smiling at your phone a lot these days. Who are you talking to?" Caught, Jiangmin quietly admits to herself that maybe she has been smiling a bit too much lately. A darker thought follows right behind it: maybe someone like her isn't even supposed to let her guard down enough to smile. But then her classmate just grins and tells her, genuinely, "It's nice to see you smile." Something about that catches Jiangmin off guard, more than she expects it to. Across the hall, Jaehyun bites down on her lip again, clearly still turning something over in her head. The moment lingers a beat too long before anyone actually moves on. "What?" someone mutters, confusion hanging in the air. In the classroom, two of Jiangmin's classmates are practically scolding her, well, more like cheering her on. "You should have started doing that ages ago." Out of nowhere, one of them turns to her with an actual invitation. "Jiangmin, do you want to hang out with us?" Jiangmin's shock is written all over her face, so much so the girl teases her for it. "Why do you look so surprised? It's not like you have anyone else to hang out with." The other girl jumps in fast. "Hey, don't say that. If it wasn't for Hyejin, Jiangmin would have had a lot of friends," catching herself mid-sentence in a way that says more than she meant it to. Jiangmin, still overwhelmed, has to admit something embarrassing: she genuinely doesn't remember either of their names. That gets an immediate, horrified reaction out of both of them. "How could you not know your own classmates' names?" one of them practically shouts, slamming a hand down for emphasis. "So sorry," Jiangmin mumbles, shrinking a little. "Listen closely, my name is Sora Choi," the glasses-wearing one announces like she's introducing royalty. "And this is Yoonju Seo, remember that," Sora adds, pointing proudly at her sharp, no-nonsense friend. "Got it, let's go to the snack shop now," Yoonju says, already moving. "Okay," Jiangmin answers, a little dazed by how fast this is happening. Sora just nods along, completely unbothered. And just like that, Jiangmin finds herself tagging along behind two girls she met minutes ago. When she hesitates, Yoonju just turns back and asks, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to come?" Jiangmin freezes for a second, not quite believing she's actually being included. She stands up so fast it practically startles her too. She grabs her things in a rush. "Am I allowed to go with you?" she asks, still not quite trusting it. "Didn't you hear what we just said to you?" Sora shoots back, amused. "Come on," Yoonju says, already walking. "I can't stand listening to Sora whine about being hungry any longer." "I wasn't whining," Sora protests completely unconvincingly. The three of them head off together, an unlikely little trio. Jiangmin can't shake one nagging thought, though: is someone like her really allowed to be with people like this? Do they want something from her? She's not proud of it, but she genuinely wonders. But then they really do just go to the bathroom together, like it's nothing. They eat lunch together too, no strings attached. Just three girls sharing a meal, like it's the most normal thing in the world. They even walk to the snack shop together afterward, and having friends to do all this ordinary stuff with means more to Jiangmin than she can really put into words. Whatever suspicions she'd been holding on to quietly melt away. Not long after, Yoonju gives Sora a look, again. She's clearly seen this exact situation play out before. Sora's already got her hands clasped together, begging, "I'm really, really sorry, I'll pay you back tomorrow." I still have a week until my allowance comes in, can you just wait until then? She pleads. Geez, Yoonju mutters. I knew you'd do this again, Sora, Yoonju sighs, while Sora explains both her parents are away on a business trip. Yoonju doesn't hold back either. Shouldn't you be more careful borrowing money from people? If you don't fix that habit, you're going to have a rough time out in the real world. Grow up. That one actually stings. Sora bristles. It's not like I don't pay people back. Why do you always have to say things like that? Jiangmin, caught right in the middle, doesn't quite know what to do with herself. So she does the sweet thing instead. Sora, it's all right, you can pay me back slowly, and just offers to treat her outright. You too, Yoonju, she adds, and Yoonju just huffs, clearly a little touched despite herself. Sora immediately lights up. Wow, really? I want chocolate bread and coffee-flavored milk. Crisis averted. Jiangmin quietly thinks to herself that was way too close to an actual argument. If she keeps playing mediator like this, she figures, the three of them might just stay friends for a long time. Later, Sora packs up her bag, ready to head out. A small, quiet moment, just three friends getting ready to leave school together. Are you going home now? Yoonju asks Jiangmin. They all head out of school together. Sora explains her usual walking buddy has other plans today, so if they're headed the same way, they may as well all walk home together. Then, a few days later, the tone shifts. So we're going to go look at makeup and clothes, Sora mentions, and Jiangmin can't hide her surprise. You're hanging out together? Yeah, there's a new amusement park opening up, so we're going together, Sora adds, casual as anything. Oh, I see, Jiangmin manages while quietly wondering, wasn't Sora just broke a week ago? Her jaw tightens, even if she doesn't say a word. She works up the nerve to ask anyway, then, can I go makeup shopping with you? The silence that follows isn't exactly reassuring. What is it? Jiangmin asks, bracing herself. Ahoha, sorry, Sora says, not sounding sorry at all, it's just you won't know what's going on, you won't even have fun if you come. We'll see each other next week anyway. Go home first, Yoonju adds, and just like that, the door quietly shuts on her. Jiangmin just stands there and watches the two of them walk off without her. Oh okay, bye, she manages, forcing a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. That smile fades the second they're out of sight. She tries to rationalize it, they haven't even been friends that long. Sora and Yoonju have known each other since grade school. Of course they're closer to each other than they are to her, that's just how it is. She walks the rest of the way alone, past the same fence she's walked by 100 times before. It's all right, she tells herself, turning the words over like they'll eventually feel true. I'm just being sensitive, she decides. She heads home alone under the fading light, telling herself that's all it is, even if some small part of her isn't so sure. They just laugh her off, telling her she wouldn't have any fun since she wouldn't even know what's going on. Just like that, they head off without her, waving a cheerful goodbye and leaving her standing there alone. She manages a small okay bye, but her eyes are already welling up as the sun sets on her walk home. She talks herself down, they just haven't been friends that long, and those two have known each other since grade school. Of course, they're closer. Still, the thought nags at her, they're closer to each other than they'll ever be with me, as that mocking laugh replays in her head. I'm just being sensitive, she tells herself, walking home alone under the darkening sky. I'm sure that's all it is. Exhausted, Jiangmin yawns and drifts off to sleep, and somewhere else entirely, a white-haired stranger stirs awake. He's just lounging there, waiting, like he's got nowhere else in the world to be. I wonder when she'll come back, he murmurs to himself, all alone in that empty dream space. Monday again, Jiangmin heads into school, footsteps heavy, the sky outside looking a lot brighter than she feels. She pauses by the window for a second, just watching the clouds drift by before facing the day. A sigh escapes her as she walks the hallway, old habits and old worries still clinging to her. She passes through a crowd of classmates, the memory of last week's cold shoulder still fresh in her mind. I told myself I wouldn't worry about this anymore, she thinks. I'm sure they didn't mean anything by what they said. My head's been pounding all weekend from overthinking it, she admits right as she steps into the classroom, and someone spots her instantly. Come here, I've got something to show you, her friend Yoonju calls out, waving her phone. Curious, Jiangmin wanders over. Come on, Yoonju grins, practically dragging her in for a look. Look at her face, Sora cackles, pointing at a photo. Turns out Miss Cool and Collected is a total wreck on roller coasters. The two of them dissolve into giggles over the photo, Jeongmin caught right in the middle of the joke. Later, alone at her desk, Jeongmin texts about the trip. So, was the amusement park fun? Yeah, brand new rides, it was awesome, comes the reply. Then the gut punch, come with us next time, Jeongmin, we only had 2 tickets before you joined the group, sorry we went without you. Oh, I see, that's okay, she forces out. What was I even thinking, she seethes internally. Oh sure, she thinks about me so much. Jeongmin, you're here, what were you two talking about, someone asks. I was just showing her our amusement park pictures, Yoonju answers and Sora's face instantly drops. Did you show her that picture? Sora demands. Of course I did, hahaha, Yoonju chirps back, way too pleased with herself. Did I give you permission to show her that? Sora snaps. Huh, no, not exactly. Then, Sora presses. You're always so rude, you know that. Sora fumes twice over just to make sure it lands. As if taking pictures of me without asking wasn't bad enough, now you're showing them around too. Yoonju fires back. That's basically a crime, Sora insists. You're calling this a crime? Yoonju laughs in disbelief. Yeah, Sora deadpans. Don't make me laugh, what about you? Yoonju snaps back, tearing up. You always find a way to make it impossible for me to be nice. Am I wrong? What did you just say? Sora's temper flares and Jeongmin scrambles to step between them. Hey, come on, don't fight. Whatever, arguing with you is like talking to a wall, Sora mutters, storming off. So Sora, Jeongmin calls after her. Fine, I'll delete the pictures, happy. Yoonju sighs, then mutters under her breath about Sora's temper. Sora turns on her heel and walks off. Jeongmin can't help but wonder who's really the stubborn one here. Alone, Sora curses under her breath, she just had to show her of all people, then quickly covers when Jeongmin catches her muttering. It's nothing, Yoonju says coolly. Just don't end up like Sora and watch yourself from now on. Then Jeongmin's phone buzzes. What did I even do wrong? Jeongmin wonders, staring at a text that just came in from Sora Choi. The message asks her to meet at the first floor faculty restroom. Sora, you in here? Jeongmin calls out, pushing the door open. Are you okay? She asks gently. Sora, back turned, says calmly that she's already apologized to Yoonju, then explodes the second she thinks no one can hear. Yoonju, that witch. Enough with the cool girl act already, Sora snarls. How many more years am I supposed to put up with this? Cool girl act, Jeongmin blinks, completely lost. Doesn't it drive you crazy how she acts all composed and only ever says what she wants? Sora rants. We've been friends since grade school and she still thinks she can lecture me. And she said something to you too, didn't she? I can tell. Be careful around her, Sora warns. She's one of Jaehyun Ha's worshippers, don't trust her too much. What? Jeongmin stunned, you didn't know? Sora says, she loves Jaehyun, I bet she'd ditch me for Jaehyun's crew in a heartbeat if she got the chance. Catching wind of the accusation, Yoonju looks uneasy, clearly this isn't the first time she's heard it. She's not into typical bullies, Sora explains, thinks they're pathetic, gave up on life. So she can't stand Chatterbox and her crew, but she's completely obsessed with Jaehyun. Everyone in class knows you two don't get along. If I actually liked Jaehyun, Yoonju cuts in, I wouldn't have kept being your friend after we got close. Then, you, Jeongmin starts, caught off guard. I'm on your side, of course, Yoonju says with a small smile. I'm telling you this because you're the only one I trust, Yoonju adds, you have to keep it between us. Jeongmin can't shake the feeling that whatever's going on between those two runs a lot deeper than she thought. And yet there they are, walking together again like the fight never happened at all. At least I'm not the one getting kicked out of the group, Yoonju thinks to herself, oddly satisfied. That thought alone is enough to reassure her. Jeongmin, let's go inside, she calls out cheerfully. Okay, Jeongmin answers. Sora told me she's on my side, Jeongmin recalls, so did Yoonju. Funny how both of them keep saying that. Night falls over Jeongmin's neighborhood as another confusing day comes to a close. Another day spent trying to figure those two out, she thinks, sprawled out in bed, completely drained. Still, I'm way happier than I was back when I was being bullied, she reminds herself. I don't want to just fall asleep tonight. It's been a while, she wonders, should I try lucid dreaming again? But what if that weird guy shows up again? She hesitates, picturing the strange white-haired figure from before. No, meeting him could have just been a coincidence or a hallucination. Maybe she'd summoned him herself without realizing it, even though he swears she didn't. She drifts off and the dream pulls her right back in. You're finally back? A voice says out of the darkness, and Jiangmin jolts in surprise. A familiar figure steps into view, tousled white hair, that same easy smirk. He lounges there like he owns the place, completely unbothered, dressed in the same odd patterned pajamas as before. The two of them end up sitting side by side, and for a second neither one says a word. Jiangmin shrieks, scrambling back, "Ho, how are you even real?" He's definitely not a hallucination, she realizes. I've been waiting for you for days, he says smoothly. I was about to die of boredom. Yo, you were, she stammers, thrown completely off guard. Waiting for me, he repeats, amused, flashing her a teasing grin. I want to help you, he says, catching her completely off guard. Why would you want to help me? She asks, her guard immediately going up. School is basically a kid's whole world, he says. I felt bad seeing you stuck in a situation like that. Stuck in a situation, she shoots back. Who says I'm stuck in anything? He just watches her, quiet, unreadable. Don't you dare pity me based on the little you've seen here, she snaps. Why would I even need your help? She pushes back, arms crossed. Don't you dare try to feel sorry for me, she warns him. She starts, the memory of Sora and Yoonju's fight flickering behind her eyes. I'm not an outcast, she finally shouts, tears welling up, fists clenched. He stays quiet for a beat. You're what? Why'd you stop? He starts to ask. Talking, he finishes with a smirk. Honestly, I figured something was up when you stopped coming around to blow off steam. She flinches. Life's worth living these days, isn't it? He asks, watching her closely. But can you really be sure it'll last? He presses. And those girls you resent, they still haven't faced any consequences, have they? Doesn't that bother you? He asks, and something in her chest tightens. Wouldn't everything just be perfect if they weren't in the picture at all? He says, as an old, familiar memory of her tormentors flickers by. Jiangmin's face goes unreadable. I'll help you, he offers again, softer this time. So that you can finally, truly be free, he finishes, and the offer hangs there, dark and tempting as the chapter cuts to black. A stranger with messy white hair fills her vision, and all she can think is, who is this guy? He's dressed like he stepped out of some ritual, and she can't figure out why he's suddenly offering to help her. He says it so casually that he noticed she stopped coming around to blow off steam. Her face just crumples. All she manages back is a hollow little deflection. Life's worth living these days, isn't it? He doesn't let it go, but he says, can you really be sure that feeling's going to last? She can't explain it, but she can't argue with him either, like somehow he understands exactly how she feels. And underneath it all, one thought she can't shake: the girls she resents still haven't paid for anything. Doesn't that bother you? He asks, and her heart starts slamming in her chest. Rewind a bit. She used to tell herself she was grateful, relieved those girls were finally out of her life for good. She really believed they had nothing to do with her anymore. Turns out that was wishful thinking. And that's exactly when he steps back in. I'll help you, he says. Her face goes somewhere between shock and tears at the offer. I'll help you, he repeats, like it's the easiest promise in the world. So that you can actually be free, he finishes. It's unsettling, she thinks. It's like he can see exactly how she really feels around everyone, even around herself. Then he lays it out plainly. Do you want to serve justice with me? He holds something out to her. Here, he says. A pause, a chill runs straight through her. Her eyes well up, the chills refusing to let go. She's frozen, caught somewhere between fear and something like temptation. He reaches a hand toward her, patient, waiting. No, she stammers, no thanks. She turns away. She doesn't want to go that far, whatever that far even means. He lets out a soft, disappointed ah. Really, she deadpans, what a shame. That's no fun, he says, smirking like he already knows she'll change her mind eventually. He warns her, almost offhand, that new people are probably about to make her life difficult. Like who, she asks, thrown off. I don't know, she admits, and he just keeps pushing. Oh, he says, do you even have friends right now? I do, she snaps back, clearly rattled. Really? Then it could be them, he says, planting the seed. It's not them, she shouts louder than she means to. Okay, geez, he says, you didn't have to yell like that, while her heart hammers away. It's not them, she mutters again to herself, except now she's not so sure. It's not, she mutters, trailing off mid-sentence. He just smirks like he's already won the argument. All right if you say so, he says, letting it drop for now. Cut to a group chat because of course the real story's happening on someone's phone. One friend asks if Yoonju blew up on her again and another just says to ditch her and hang with the real crew. Someone brags that this so-called Yoonju is easy to play, comforting her now that the old groups drifted apart and they're already plotting to butter her up for some juicy gossip. Meanwhile, the group chats are lighting up non-stop with fresh drama to trade. One chat's already buzzing. Did Yoo Jeong really break up with her boyfriend? Oh, that's big news, Sora says to herself, phone glued to her face. She wastes no time typing away, fishing for the real story. She slides straight into Dasum's messages. She plays it cool, asking Dasum directly, careful to frame it as innocent concern. Dasum plays along, none the wiser, and Sora thanks her sweetly. Bored now, Sora figures Dasum will spill the real details eventually anyway. Someone calls her name, Sora him. In her head she's already annoyed. Why is this girl even calling for her? A classmate asks where Yoonju is. Apparently she's in the bathroom, and the group's already debating whether it's even worth waiting for her. Cut to Yoonju herself, all smiles, completely unaware she's the topic of conversation. Someone asks Sora point blank why she even bothers hanging around someone she's so clearly uncomfortable with. They offer her an out, skip the snack shop with Yoonju entirely or just go without her. Sora just stares her down, look at her, she thinks bitterly. Does she really think she's somebody just because I said a couple nice things to her? Sora sneers to herself. It bugs her that Yoonju keeps trying to get her alone these days, but hey, it's convenient for bad-mouthing her when she's not around. After all, the rest of the chat can't really relate. They don't actually spend time with her the way Sora does. Okay, let's go, she says brightly, snapping right back into best friend mode. Arm in arm, off they go, the picture of closeness. There's still stuff she wants to dig out of her, Sora thinks. She'll just keep playing along until she gets it. Down the hall comes another familiar face, a girl in a red cardigan. Oh, Yoonju coming back from the bathroom. Yeah, hey, she groans, just started her period of all timing. The cardigan girl asks where they're all headed. To the snack shop apparently, because Yoonju wanted to go. Sora offers to grab a pad first and catch up once she's done. And the cardigan girl turns to Yoonju, you want to come too? Somehow the story gets twisted along the way. Yoonju hears she supposedly said she couldn't wait around, didn't even eat breakfast. She's stunned, I never said that. Is Sora only saying this because she wants Yoonju all to herself? She wonders, still not seeing the manipulation for what it is. Out in the hallway, the cardigan girl's fuming over the second-hand insult. It's one bathroom trip, why can't you wait for me? Whatever, she huffs, I'll be right back, I want snacks too. Sora insists she's totally fine waiting and asks Yoonju what she wants, catching her completely off guard. Somewhere down the hall, a hand suddenly grabs another's wrist. Yoonju flinches, caught off guard. I don't know if I can, she says hesitantly, clearly torn. Really? Well, if you say so, the cardigan girl says, backing off, then softens. Sorry, Yoonju, chocolate milk, right? We'll be right back, wait at your desk, they tell her, and off they go without her. In the hallway, a voice calls out flatly, Jeongmin Choi. Is something wrong with you? Can you not even talk without Sora around? Choi, she startles, what? You can't even talk to me directly, this classmate presses. Hearing Sora speak for you is honestly kind of pathetic. How exactly are you going to function in society? She sneers. The jab lands hard and her eyes well up. She's visibly shaken, barely holding it together. Hey Jeongmin, someone says gently, trying to pull her back. The classmate just smirks, already predicting Jeongmin will act normal with them again like nothing happened. She keeps trying to talk down to us, the thought goes bitter and unforgiving. The hallway feels heavier now, the tension still hanging in the air as they walk off. Jeongmin holds onto a small hope, the more effort she puts in, the closer they'll all get. Or so she thought. Cut to a warmer memory, her and the cardigan girl outside school cracking up together. walking home side by side, still laughing about something dumb. It really did look like real friendship in the moment. But her face in close-up says otherwise, one tear slipping down. By Jiangmin, see you at school, comes a perfectly friendly send-off. Sora, she murmurs to herself as she watches her go. The second she's out of earshot, the real conversation starts. Doesn't like Yoonju Seo, that's just a fact. Did you see her explode just now? The two of them stroll off together, still laughing about the meltdown they caused. And that red cardigan looks terrible on her, one adds, probably trying to copy Jaehyun's whole look. Right, everything she does is basically a Jaehyun impression at this point. Even the arms crossed staring thing, haven't you noticed? It's so cringy, honestly. Honestly, the cardigan girl starts, her own thoughts turning darker. I noticed it the second I saw her, she admits to herself, and I didn't feel even a flicker of guilt. New topic, you know Seungha from our class? Oh yeah, comes the reply. She's pretty close with Yeonji Jo, but apparently Seungha is kind of. What? I probably shouldn't even be saying this. It's fine, I'll keep it a secret, Sora promises. Really? Then I'll only tell you. She just gives off bad vibes, honestly, kind of like Yoonju. I did hang out with her and Yeonji once after school. We went to a cafe and talked. Did you know she's actually into art? But she acts like that makes her better than the rest of us. And get this, her family is. It never occurred to Jiangmin to question how Sora knew everyone's business. She just thought it was impressive. Her boyfriend is. She figured she only got to hear all this juicy stuff because she was Sora's closest friend. So it's just you and your parents? Sora asks, lucky being an only child, all that love to yourself. Not exactly, Jiangmin says quietly. Isn't that better than growing up with siblings? Sora presses. It's not, Jiangmin insists, I really never felt loved, she finally admits. Why not? Sora presses gently, because Jiangmin starts then stalls. Her face says she's weighing exactly how much to let this girl in. Well, Sora waits patient as ever. What should I do? Jiangmin wonders. Can I actually tell her this? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, Sora says, and Jiangmin's caught completely off guard. Huh. Forget it, let's head back, Sora says easily. Someone reminds them Yoonju's waiting. The second Jiangmin's out of sight, Sora's mask drops. How annoying, she mutters. A tear catches in Jiangmin's eye, some part of her sensing something's wrong. Did I mess something up? She worries. What do I do? She frets. Sora seems really mad at me. And yet the goodbye is as sunny as ever. Bye Jiangmin, see you at school. She walks home alone as the sky goes dark, completely unaware of the act she just watched. I'm nervous, she admits, walking beside the cardigan girl on another day. Hey, are you two headed straight home? Someone asks. Huh, of course we are. Why? Comes the teary-eyed reply. This time though, Jiangmin's watching from a distance, keeping tabs on the two of them. She follows quietly, step by careful step. And then it hits her, why didn't I think of this before? There was never any actual proof she was the only one Sora talked about like this. The real friendship here, she realizes, tearing up, might not include her at all. Up ahead, the other two are actually arguing with each other. That was really creepy just now, you know that, right? What exactly are you gonna do if we just go somewhere else without you? No, nothing, I was just curious. Why are you even curious about that? Are we your girlfriends or something? Why can't I just be curious? We're friends, aren't we? One of them insists, followed by a heavy sigh. This is exactly why nobody likes you, comes the reply, aimed straight at Jiangmin. The words land like a slap and it shows on her face. Hey Yoonju, let's just go, someone mutters, before adding under her breath that this girl is pissing her off. For a student, school is basically your entire world, comes a line that doesn't quite belong to this scene anymore. And just like that, we're back with him. I felt bad, honestly, that you were stuck in a situation like that, the stranger says. This is the same warning from before, replaying now that we finally know exactly what it means. Who knows, maybe some new people are about to make your life difficult. Like who? She asks again. I don't know, she admits. Oh, he says, do you even have friends right now? Really? Then it could be them, he says, and this time she doesn't have an easy answer. Her face says it all, everything from that flashback finally catching up to her. Night falls over the city as she makes her way home, alone with her thoughts. Someone's footsteps fall in behind her on the walk home. She doesn't turn around, but she can feel it. She's not walking alone tonight. Something clicks in her head. This dream, she realizes, might be the key to everything. Her mind drifts back to that day outside school. There was never actually any proof she was the only one their so-called friend Sora talked trash to. It hits her, tears and all. The real friendship in that group was never with her. It was between those other two. Her voice cracks as she says it out loud. It was always those two, never her. Someone gets right in her face. That was really creepy just now, you know, so what are you gonna do about it? What, gonna do something if we go somewhere else? She stammers back, no, nothing, I was just curious. Curious about what exactly? We your girlfriends or something? They sneer, mocking her for even caring. She finally snaps, why can't I be curious? Then catches herself and mutters, we're friends. This is why no one likes you, someone spits as she walks home alone under the streetlights. She just stares ahead, hollowed out, the insults still ringing in her ears. Who knows, a voice says, maybe some new people will make your life difficult. And there he is again, the strange, white-haired boy who only seems to exist here, in her dream. What, like who? She asks him, half curious, half dreading the answer. He tilts his head, oh, do you have friends right now? I don't know, she admits quietly. I do, she finally says, though she doesn't sound too sure of it. Really? Then it could be them, he says simply, and the thought lands like a gut punch. The city skyline stretches out below, quiet and indifferent, as her mind drifts back to how this whole mess started. Back in the real world, she trudges home from school, her uniform blazer rumpled from the day. She keeps walking, saying nothing, lost in her own head. Her apartment building glows pink under the evening sky. Home, finally. The gate clunks shut behind her as she steps inside, exhausted. She drags herself down the dim hallway toward her room. Her door creaks open. She just stands there a moment, like she doesn't have the energy to go in. Inside, the room is dark and empty, exactly how she left it. Her bag slips off her shoulder and hits the floor. She shuffles further in, each step heavier than the last. And then she just drops, collapsing onto the floor right where she stands. Knees pulled to her chest, she buries her face and finally lets herself cry. Rewind to an ordinary afternoon at school, sun still up, everything looking deceptively normal. In the classroom, her two closest friends, sharp-tongued Sora and bespectacled Yoonju, slump over their desks, wiped out for the day. Sora smirks, Yoonju, she starts, already scheming something. Yoonju leans over nervously. Do you want to go to the snack shop? She asks Jeongmin. A boy chimes in, grinning. I got my allowance yesterday so I can buy you chocolate milk. Jeongmin panics, no, I really didn't mean to do that, she blurts, mortified over some mistake. I'm sorry, she says again, smaller this time. Sora just shrugs it off, cold as ever, fine then. She smirks and calls to the others, let's go, Sora, like the whole thing never happened. As the group heads out, one of them realizes, oh right, I left my phone. Damn it, I don't feel like walking all the way back, Jeongmin sighs, then offers, I'll get it. I left something in the classroom too, so look under my desk, she adds. The other two just shrug, okay, you two go without me. So she heads back alone toward the school, while the other two walk off together. The second she's out of earshot, they trade a look and giggle, things are getting interesting. I thought I'd finally escaped those awful people, she thinks, slipping back inside for a moment's peace. But standing there, she realizes she'd badly misjudged where she actually stood with them. She walks the empty hallway back toward her homeroom. She pushes the classroom door open. The door clacks shut behind her as she steps inside. The whole room goes dead silent the moment she walks in. Every eye flicks toward her, then quickly away, that awful, telling silence. Her eyes well up as the chatter picks right back up, like she was never even there. That one beat of silence, those brief cold glances, somehow they said everything. Honestly, I think I already knew that, she admits to herself, looking at the two of them. But I chose to ignore all the signs, she thinks, standing right beside Yoonju. Something on the classroom floor catches her eye. She bends down and picks up a phone left under a desk. She freezes, staring at the screen in dead silence. I thought of you two as real friends, she thinks, her heart sinking as she reads what's on it. In her memory, the two of them turn back to her and the question rips out of her, how could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? The words just keep echoing. How, she whispers, the memory replaying itself in stark black and white. The memory won't let go her own shocked face over and over. She's frozen in that instant, unable to look away from what she found. The disbelief just sits there on her face. Every detail of that moment stays burned in, sharp as ever. She can't stop replaying it, can't stop feeling it. And there they are in her memory, laughing about it together. Still laughing like betraying her was nothing at all. Back in the present, she just stands alone in the classroom aisle, gutted. How could you? She thinks the question that won't leave her alone. Later, in class, it's just another ordinary roll call yes, sir, like her whole world didn't just crack open. At her locker, her phone keeps lighting up. I don't want to hear her voice, she thinks, ignoring it. It buzzes again, she flinches, startled, unable to just let it go. In class, everyone snaps to attention to salute the teacher, business as usual, at least on the surface. Her friends chat nearby like nothing happened. Are you going out for dinner today? Hee, jealous. Hey, Jiyomin starts, then just trails off, the words not coming. Never mind, she tells herself. It's not like they promised they'd always walk home with me. I'm the one who's been forcing myself into this the whole time, she realizes, and it stings. The sky turns a soft pink overhead, and then a familiar voice cuts through her spiraling thoughts. Jiyomin. Come on, Yi-hyuk grins, waving her over like nothing's wrong. He falls into step right beside her. She can't help the small, surprised smile that creeps onto her face. They walk on together as the evening settles in. It must have surprised you when I texted after saying I had plans, he admits. No, it's all right, she says. I did have plans, he clarifies, a little sheepish. Were you busy? She asks. Yeah, remember the guy I couldn't game with because I was too busy texting you. He basically held me hostage in the PC room so I wouldn't bail again. I barely escaped today, Yi-hyuk laughs. Yi-hyuk, she starts nervously, are you actually okay hanging out with me? Why, he asks, confused. You're out of my league, he tells her, only half joking. The two of them stand close, and for a beat, everything else goes quiet. He doesn't pull away. I bet I look like such a loser right now, she thinks bitterly to herself. He goes quiet for a second, just looking at her. To him, this probably just sounds like I'm fishing for pity, she worries. This has to be so awkward for him, she thinks, eyes glassy. I'd get sick of someone like me too, she says aloud. Why would you say that? There's nothing wrong with you, he shoots back instantly. He says it again, firm and certain, there's nothing wrong with you. I don't get what you mean by out of your league, she says. What leagues are there between friends? He shrugs. Is all she can manage, quietly touched. That's right, I used to believe that too, she thinks, watching their shadows walk side by side. They keep walking together as the light fades. Thanks for thinking so highly of me, she tells him. Her eyes go glassy as she says it, more grateful than she lets on. I've never thought of anyone as beneath me, he says plainly. I'm not as cool as you think I am, he adds, a little bashful. And it's not like looks really matter anyway, right? She nods, agreeing. Tell me if this makes you uncomfortable, but, Yi-hyuk says, reaching out carefully. You're pretty, he tells her, plain and simple. If you think I'm a good person, I don't want you feeling down on yourself for no reason, he says gently. You're one of the people around me, so that makes you a good person too, he reasons. That wasn't uncomfortable, was it? He checks, she just nods. Her eyes well up, moved more than she expected to be. But inside, a colder voice cuts in. Yi-hyuk, everything you just said is wrong. You say you're not all that, but you're the best person I've ever met, she thinks. And I'm not nice enough to deserve hearing any of this from you, she thinks, darker than she'd ever say out loud. And there's no limit to how arrogant I can get, she admits to herself, the memory of Sora and Yoonju flashing back in. The thought just sits there in the dark. I even enjoy hurting people in my dreams, she confesses to herself, an image of scissors flashing through her mind. The dark thought coils tighter, refusing to let go. It swirls through her mind, impossible to shake. You're only saying this because you don't know what I'm really like, she thinks, then catches herself. I must have zoned out for a second. I must have zoned out for a second, she says aloud, covering. Thanks for saying that, she adds to Yi-hyuk. That's all right, everyone has those days, he says warmly, none the wiser. If you knew what I actually imagine when I look at you, she thinks, and the thought is genuinely unsettling. I get like that sometimes too, Yi-hyuk says kindly, completely missing what she really meant. Would you think I was a creep, she wonders silently. No one's on my side, not my family, not my friends, she thinks, the loneliness closing back in. I don't need anyone else, she tells herself. And in her mind she pulls a fantasy version of Yi-hyuk close. All I need is you, Yi-hyuk. The imagined embrace feels almost real. For a moment, everything else just goes dark and quiet. I know there's no way you'd actually comfort me like this in real life, she admits to herself. This is the only choice I've got, the best one available to me, she thinks, holding onto the fantasy a little longer. A tiny, sarcastic voice pipes up out of nowhere. What happened to you these last few days? Where's this romance coming from? You didn't even notice I was here. The little voice keeps needling her, unimpressed. And there he is, the white-haired boy who lives in her dreams, watching her with a bored, knowing look. She's no different from normal people now, he mutters. He just keeps watching, unreadable. How boring, the tiny version of him grumbles. Her memories of Sora and Yoonju blur together with the dream, hair and shadow tangling into one. Somewhere in this strange red-tinted space, she keeps walking forward. A small trembling figure flinches, wordless. Red letters flash across the dark, you should have been nicer to me. He lets out a long, exaggerated sigh, hand pressed to his face against the blood-red backdrop. That's what drew me to you in the first place, he admits, almost offhand. There've been a lot of hard times up until now, she says quietly, letting him rest a hand on her hair. Really, she asks, needing to hear it again. You'll be by my side whenever something bad happens to me, right? She asks him directly. Of course, he answers, surprisingly gentle for once. Thank you, she says, and actually means it. She smiles softly to herself, then a flicker of doubt crosses her face. Did I just tell him to say all that? She wonders, unsettled by how much control she might have over him. Hey, Jeongmin, he calls out suddenly, flashing a cheeky peace sign, snapping the mood right back to playful. He keeps calling her name, grinning like nothing heavy just happened. She just stares at him, still stuck on her own unsettling thought. Geez, that look on your face is hurting my feelings, he teases. Stop messing around in my dreams whenever you feel like it, he says, shoving her hand away. How about you start noticing I'm actually here? You two were kissing and everything, he grumbles, more than a little jealous. You used to stab your classmates with scissors till they bled, and now you're in love, he needles her. His name's Yi-hyuk. What school does he go to? What grade? He fires off, nosy as ever. None of your business. I'm leaving now, so don't follow me, she tells him flatly, turning to go. Why not? Tell me a story before you go, he pleads, suddenly a lot less smug. I'm not saying I'll help you since you clearly hate it so much, she mutters, softening anyway. I basically live here, he admits, so I always want to hear stories from the outside world, even the boring ones. Just pretend you're humoring some sad kid and stick around a little longer, he asks, half joking, half not. You don't get to talk like this in front of anyone else, do you? She says, almost fond despite herself. Honestly, this guy has zero connection to reality, she admits, which makes him the only one I can talk to without faking anything. Back in the dream world, the pale, white-haired stranger who lives here full-time asks Jeongmin for one more story about the outside world before she wakes up. He won't force her, he says, since she clearly hates coming here. But this place is basically all he's got, so he'll always want to hear about the world outside, boring or not. He flashes a small, pleading smile, telling her to just pretend she's humoring some sad kid and stick around a little longer. She points out, a little pointedly, that he never gets to talk this freely with anyone else but her. She studies him for a long moment, caught somewhere between annoyed and sorry for him. Honestly, she admits to herself, this guy has zero connection to reality. And that's exactly why he's the one person she can talk to without putting on a fake, polite face. Fine then, she finally gives in, settling back into the dream a little longer. He props his chin on his hand, turning her tangled friendship drama over in his mind. So he sums up, she's stuck between two friends pulling away from her. They were never being genuine with her anyway, she snaps back. Honestly, he doesn't even see the point of her venting to him about people he can't do a thing about. When he goes quiet, she demands to know why. What? He blinks, genuinely confused. It's because she begged him to stay, she snaps, so the least he could do is have an opinion. He shrugs, he only ever promised to listen, not to hand out advice. Besides, he adds, she never likes it when he tells her what to do anyway. She grumbles under her breath. She wasn't asking for advice, she just wanted someone to complain to. Back in the waking world, he asks if she's really leaving already. I have to go to school, she says. Even from the dream, he can't stop thinking about the two girls she'd been complaining about. Based on their personalities, he doesn't think they took her in just to use her, though he points out one of them clearly idolizes her old rival, Jaehyun. The other one, he says, spends her time digging up dirt on people, and in his experience, people like that are usually the most insecure about their own reputation. So why, he presses, would two popular girls choose to befriend someone with a reputation as bad as hers? Okay, and, she says, waiting for the rest. There might be something else they want from her, he warns. The warning lands hard, worry flickering across her face. Something they want from her, the thought won't leave her alone. What could she possibly have that they'd want, she wonders, still turning it over as she heads off to school. After that day, Jeongmin can't shake the feeling that her two new friends have started acting different. They've been subtly leaving her out of plans more and more often. She tells herself she should just sleep instead of watching them, maybe she'll forget about it once she wakes up. All these lucid dreams are exhausting anyway. Someone calls her name, snapping her out of her own head. A classmate asks what she's doing after school. It's Yoonju and Sora, all smiles, inviting her to check out a new cafe with them. All of a sudden, Jeongmin blinks, caught totally off guard. Come with us, Yoonju chirps again, and Jeongmin hesitates, not sure what to say. She mumbles something about being tired today, though it's pretty clear she doesn't actually want to turn them down. Someone waits on her answer, watching her closely. Really, comes the surprised reply. I'll just stay for a second then, Jeongmin gives in. Okay, promise, Sora presses, arms crossed. Inwardly, Jeongmin tells herself she's only pretending, she can't help but tag along. At the cafe, Sora practically drags her over to check out some new drink on the menu. Resting her cheek on her hand, Jeongmin can't help wondering why Sora's being so sweet again, just like she was back at the start. The dream stranger's warning echoes back in her head that there might be something else they want from her. What could that possibly be, she wonders, unable to shake the unease. Cut to the cheerful storefront of the new cafe. At least they got dismissed 5 minutes early today, she thinks. The three of them squeeze into a booth together. The girls ask what she's going to order. I'll just have an Americano, Jeongmin says, keeping it simple. Sora practically scoffs, why come all this way for a plain Americano, order something fancier. Jeongmin insists she genuinely likes Americanos, it's fine. Sora won't let it go, insisting Jeongmin has to try the drink she picked out, she'll be begging to come back for it. Jeongmin just goes quiet. Sheepishly, Jeongmin admits she doesn't actually have much money on her right now. What, that's why? Sora asks. I'll treat you today, Sora offers easily, I still owe you money anyway. Anyway, Sora goes on, and Jeongmin, caught off guard, asks if that's really okay. Of course, haha, Sora reassures her, you're just getting your own money back, why wouldn't that be okay? Still, something feels off. The atmosphere changed so fast and it's putting Jeongmin on edge. Jeongmin, Sora starts, we actually brought you here because we needed to talk to you about something. They wanted to talk to her specifically. Yeah, Sora confirms, leaning in. Sora admits they figured Jeongmin might have a lot of pent-up feelings about them lately. They weren't hanging out without her to make her feel left out, Sora explains, it's honestly a long story. Yoonju cuts to the real reveal. Jaehyun has actually been telling them not to hang out with Jeongmin lately. What? Jeongmin can't hide her shock. Isn't that unbelievable, Yoonju says. Apparently Jaehyun and her friends don't like Jeongmin, so they didn't love seeing Yoonju and Sora getting close to her either. They admit they've been quietly hashing it out together after school every single day. Yoonju adds that Jaehyun's put Jeongmin through so much already, they didn't want to reopen old wounds by bringing any of it up. Sora explains Yoonju wasn't trying to be rude, she was just genuinely blindsided, and Jeongmin has no idea how awful Yoonju felt afterward. Off to the side, someone listens in quietly, expression unreadable. Then, Jeongmin starts, and the girls admit they've been talking it over between just the two of them. They could tell she was getting more and more anxious about what they thought of her. It didn't sit right, so they brought her here to finally come clean. Is this actually the truth? Jiangmin wonders, still not fully convinced. Even if it is, she thinks, trailing off. An old memory surfaces, someone coldly needling her in a hallway. Is something wrong with you? Can you not talk without Sora Choi? Another voice presses in the memory, insisting that excuse doesn't explain anything. A softer memory follows, happier times, laughing alongside an old friend before everything fell apart. All the distance she's felt ever since traces right back to this. But what if she doesn't believe them this time, she wonders. What if she argues back? Does she even have that option anymore? She stares out at the sky, lost in thought. If she doesn't have Yoonju and Sora, she thinks, things go right back to how they were at the start of the school year. This might be her chance. To make them like her again. She thinks. She doesn't know what they actually want from her, she admits, looking back at Sora and Yoonju. Fidgeting with her hands, she decides she had the wrong idea about them. I'm fine, you two, she says. She thanks them for finally telling her the truth. That's a relief, Yoonju says. I was worried you wouldn't understand. Sora pipes up that Jaehyun is honestly so annoying. Jiangmin didn't do anything to deserve this. Oh, Jiangmin reacts quietly, taking it in. Is this okay? Sora checks in gently. Then Yoonju drops something new. She'd heard rumors that Jiangmin actually hit and bullied Jaehyun back in grade school. Is that true? Sora asks. Flustered, Jiangmin insists it's not like that at all. That's a total lie, Sora cuts in. What she'd heard was that Jiangmin just made Jaehyun an outcast, nothing more than that. We just weren't right for each other, so we grew apart, Jiangmin says carefully. There was a good reason for it. Everyone keeps spreading rumors without knowing the real story, she thinks, and it's really unfair. It's really unfair, she says out loud. Really? Sora asks, leaning in. Tell us the truth, Jiangmin urges. We need to know the truth, right? Sora admits they've believed those rumors a few times before, but they never want to make that mistake again. Jiangmin blinks, caught off guard by how sincere they sound. Part of her is itching to finally tell them everything, but another part still doesn't fully trust them. But if she stops talking now? The dream stranger's voice echoes back to her. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. She'd brushed him off as annoying at the time. She lingers on the memory, torn over what to do. She got hurt because Jaehyun twisted the story in her own favor before. Why can't she do the same thing now? It's going to be okay, she tells herself, steeling her nerve. She's not exaggerating anything, she insists, just telling the plain truth, and she starts from the beginning when I was younger. The scene drifts into a quiet, sunlit room as her story begins to unfold. The memory fades to black as time slips forward. The darkness lingers a moment longer before the scene shifts entirely. An alarm blares, jolting everything into a brand new morning. Her phone buzzes and beeps away on the nightstand, 7:41 in the morning. Jiangmin stirs awake in bed, still hazy from the night before. She pushes herself upright, slow to wake up. Sigh, what time did I even fall asleep last night? She mutters, scratching her head. She'd stayed up late after finally telling Sora everything she'd never had time to say before. Getting dressed, she wonders whoever said opening up to people is supposed to make you feel lighter, because right now she just feels worse. Her chest feels heavier, not lighter. Why did she even bring it up? Maybe they just thought her sob story was entertaining. At school, Yoonju greets her warmly, asking if she wants to hang out again after class. You too, Yoonju? Jiangmin asks. Sora nearby chimes in, yup. She can tell they're making more of an effort to include her than they had before, and it actually lifts her spirits a little. As her memory of that old grade school incident starts to fade, the three of them fall into an easy rhythm together. She digs up every juicy piece of gossip she has on Jaehyun to share with them. They settle in at the cafe again, conversation flowing easily. They seem to genuinely enjoy it, laughing right along with her. What's good is good, Sora says between sips, the mood light and easy. But even the juiciest gossip runs dry eventually. A quiet lull settles over the table. Once she runs out of material to bash Jaehyun with, Jiangmin tries steering things elsewhere. Sora, did you see this online? It's so funny, Yoonju says. What is it? Jiangmin leans in. Oh, I saw that, she adds quickly, trying to keep up with a joke she clearly missed. Later, she heads toward the school bathroom. She freezes right at the door, catching sight of someone already inside. It's Jaehyun at the sink muttering under her breath, damn it, her of all people. Jeongmin panics internally. If she turns around and leaves now, it'll be obvious she's scared of her. Still, she really doesn't want to deal with this. Jaehyun spots her lingering. What are you doing at the bathroom door? Jeongmin, you might not know this. Jaehyun starts stepping closer. But it's really obvious when you're scheming something, Jaehyun says coolly. You seem happy these days, she goads. Are you having fun now that you've finally got friends again? The words hit like a wave of dizziness. What? Jeongmin manages, thrown off balance, but you know, Jaehyun continues, voice dropping. Poor Jeongmin, Jaehyun sneers with a little smirk. Enjoy it while it lasts. Jeongmin walks off without a word. Her whole body is trembling, anger and dread tangled together. She clenches her jaw, trying to hold herself together. Over the intercom, an announcement plays. A faculty meeting means no afternoon announcements today, life carrying on around her, completely oblivious. She knocks and steps into the classroom. She starts, nervous. Sora, Yoonju, are we hanging out today? I've got time, she asks, hopeful. No, we've been playing around too much lately, Sora says. We're going to study at home instead. Really, I could tell you about you-know-what again, Jeongmin offers, dangling more gossip. Oh, really, comes the reply. Something in their tone catches her off guard. What? She asks, stunned. Bye, one of them calls out. Okay, bye, Jeongmin replies weakly, watching them go. She walks the empty hallway alone. Worry creeps across her face as she goes. She keeps replaying it over and over in her head. Her jaw clenches, holding back something she can't quite name yet. From somewhere nearby, she overhears voices talking about her. Did you hear her just now? Yay, hahaha, what a weirdo, one of them laughs. Jaehyun, the other starts. He is such a saint, seriously. I can't believe she actually asked us to hang out with someone like that. Jaehyun even said she regrets being so harsh on her at first. If I'd been bullied by someone like Jeongmin, I wouldn't have stopped where Jaehyun did, the voice continues. Losers like that think they're actually somebody the second you talk to them. We were just testing whether she was actually a bad enough person to trash talk the girl she used to bully. And she fell for it right away. Ha. They walk off without a second thought. Jeongmin overhears every single word, something inside her quietly breaking as the laughter fades down the hall. She stays frozen at the corner, hidden, unable to move. Her expression hardens, betrayal curdling into something colder. She stands there a long moment, gripping her own collar. The world around her goes dark, jagged red lines cutting through her thoughts. Everything fades to black as the storm she's been holding back finally breaks. Golden hour over the city, and somewhere out there one of her new friends is already laughing about how weird she is. Turns out Sora and Yoonju think Jaehyun's basically a saint for asking them to hang out with someone like Jeongmin, since she supposedly regrets being so hard on her. If it were them, they say, they wouldn't have stopped where Jaehyun did. Losers like Jeongmin just think they're somebody once you talk to them enough. Because it was never real kindness. They were only testing whether Jeongmin was a bad enough person to justify all the trash talk. And Jeongmin hears every word of it, her face going still as the punchline lands. She fell for the act right away. She presses herself against the brick wall, listening in silence, the hurt written all over her face. Night falls and she's still standing there with it, alone, the windows going dark behind her. Walking home, something in her finally snaps. I don't care who or what you are anymore, she tells herself. I'm tired of playing the fool while I already know the truth. That night, in a dream, something honest slips out of her. She wants revenge on the people who did this to her. A pale, silver-haired stranger appears before her, calm as anything. Do it for me, he says. Serve justice, he tells her, and the dream folds into darkness around them. Back in the real world, it's just another school day. Someone's asking if she's tried the new pizza bread from the snack shop. It's supposed to be really good, comes the reply. Jeongmin, are you coming? Get up already if you're coming, someone in class tells her. Two of her new friends huddle by the door, trading a look that lingers a beat too long. One of them brushes her hair back with a satisfied little smirk, like she's got a secret worth keeping. For now, Jeongmin just plays along. Okay, let's go, she says, falling in step with the group. Nearby, a boy from her class gets cut off mid-sentence, teased by the girls before he can even finish. Really, one of them needles him, clearly enjoying getting a rise out of him. Jiangmin reminds herself, she swore she wouldn't let herself be walked over again, but this isn't the moment for that, not yet. That night the stranger is waiting for her again. All right, he says, if that's what you want. Before you explain how you're going to help me, Jiangmin tells him, there's something I need to ask you first. She brings up the time Jaehyun turned up mysteriously hurt after a bad night's sleep. Did you do that? She asks him flat out, arms crossed, daring him to lie. What, you knew, he says, almost delighted. It was kind of a surprise. He lays it all out. Lucid dreaming is just the basics, that's where he started too, same as her. From there, he learned to slip into other people's dreams entirely and to astral project, drifting through the world like a ghost with no body at all. He used to think that was the ceiling on what a person could do. Then he found out it wasn't. This world, the one I control, he tells her, can reach right into the real one. It's not much, he admits, but he can do things like what happened to her friend, and he means it literally, even if it costs him committing the act himself, dream or not. Jiangmin pushes back. Didn't he once tell her that if she wanted someone dead, he'd actually think about it? That, she mutters, seems like a pretty huge deal. A little bit of physical pain, she thinks, picturing the girls who wronged her. Is that really all this is? Still, she reasons, as long as she has him on her side, those girls won't dare show their faces at school again. Will they even understand why, she wonders half to herself. Is this really just punishment for everything they put her through? Somewhere in her mind, a blade carves out one word, die. Meanwhile, the girls who wronged her go on with their day like nothing's coming for them at all. Back in the dark of the dream, Jiangmin looks away, unreadable. Is all she manages at first, then, well, I'll come back once things are done. I won't be around for a while, the stranger tells her, so do all the weird stuff you want. Wait, she stops him. I can't let you be the only one who gets to see the looks on their faces, she says. He just grins. I have a more exciting idea. Just be my backup, she decides. She allows herself a small, satisfied smile this time. She's the one calling the shots. Class wraps up for the day. Your next class is gym, so get changed, class president, the teacher says. Yes, Jiangmin answers, and the whole room stands to attention. Alone with her thoughts, Jiangmin realizes, now's her chance. Their gym uniforms don't have pockets, so everyone just leaves their phones and bags behind in the classroom. She lingers behind, eyeing the empty room. They do that as well, she notes to herself. We said last class we'd play volleyball today, split into pairs and practice your serve, the gym teacher announces. Yet another class built around pairing up. Any other day, that pairing up would have been pure dread for her. But today, for once, she actually welcomes it. That's a good idea, the dream stranger says. Sounds fun. Alone in the hallway, Jiangmin lays out the plan. All right, so what do you want to do? I want to get Sora Choi first, comes the answer. She's the easiest, Jiangmin decides. You said you can astral project, right? So you can go anywhere without an actual body? Yeah, I can do that. Then can you get me some information on Sora Choi? I need her phone passcode and her messaging app password. Is that even possible? The Sora Choi she's seen so far loves nitpicking everyone else's business and talking about them behind their backs. Suddenly, it all makes sense. Honestly, none of this astral projection stuff makes any sense to her. But she can find out right now whether any of it is even real. She taps in the code he gave her. The screen lights up. It worked. It's unlocked. Her jaw drops. She genuinely didn't expect it to actually work. Then the shock curdles into a slow, satisfied grin. Everything he said was true. This is amazing. Then, catching herself, oh right, I don't have time for this right now. I'm really doing this, she thinks, and keeps digging anyway. She opens up Sora's messaging app to see exactly what she's been saying about people. Chat after chat, Sora's ripping into some guy behind his back with her friends, laughing about how dense and slow he is. Then it gets personal. He's like Jiangmin Choi, lol, you can see what they're getting up to, one message reads. Talk to him more and you'll see what a total loser he is. So Sora's been talking all kinds of trash about her too, huh? More messages roll in gossip about boyfriends, snide little theories about who's starved for affection. This chat room, she notices, looks like it was only just created. There's nothing else worth seeing here, she figures. What about the other chat rooms though? In another room, Sora's own friends are trashing her right back, too obsessed with boys, no social skills, birds of a feather. I knew it, Jiangmin grins. By her count, at least 10 different people have been chewed up and spat out by Sora Choi in these chats. If the class ever found out, Sora would end up more of an outcast than Jiangmin ever was. She screenshots everything and backs it up twice just in case. No matter how hard they try to outsmart her, they're all just high schoolers. They're all cut from the same cloth, she realizes, and as long as her dream allies on her side, she's got nothing left to fear. Somewhere between dream and reality, he watches her plan take shape. Back in the classroom, Jiangmin walks right up to her target, Sora. I need to talk to you, she says. Can we go somewhere? Sora blinks, confused but game. What's this all of a sudden? Is something fun about to happen? Okay, sure. Come with me, I know a place with no people around, Jiangmin says. I'm sure you'll prefer it that way. Sora hesitates. What? As they walk, Sora quietly texts her friends. She's scared, Jiangmin's taking her somewhere with no one around. Now that Jiangmin knows everything, it's almost funny how obvious she is. Are her friends really that dense not to notice? So, what did you want to say? Sora asks. The bell's about to ring, make it quick, Jiangmin replies. Sora, just tell me the truth. You're working with Jahyun and you only came near me to embarrass me, didn't you? Where is this even coming from? You must be misunderstanding something, Sora stammers. A little late to act this surprised, Jiangmin cuts in. I followed you and Yoonju yesterday. I heard everything, Jiangmin says. You were only ever hanging out with me because Jahyun told you to. Why would someone like you even listen to Jahyun? Jiangmin presses. You just wanted to get something from me, Jiangmin finishes. Sora's face goes pale. Jiangmin, you followed us, that's so creepy. Are you? Should we see who's the bigger piece of work here? Jiangmin asks flatly. Wah, what? Doesn't this screen look familiar even from a distance? She asks, holding up her phone. She turns the screen around. It's a photo of Sora's own messages, the ones trashing everyone she knows. Sora's heart drops. Wah, what? Why is that on your phone? Sora chokes out, tears welling up. You don't need to know why, Jiangmin tells her, but I have every one of your conversations on record. And it's probably best you don't try to take my phone by force. I already backed it all up somewhere else. Try anything and the whole class sees this. I have nothing left to lose, Jiangmin says, and Sora can only gape at her. I was so excited to finally have a friend, Sora admits, voice breaking. I bent over backwards trying to look good for you both. But I don't need any of that anymore, Jiangmin says and walks away. Caught trailing her so-called friends, Jiangmin gets ambushed on the spot, with Yoonju sneering that stalking people is basically a crime. Jiangmin does not even blink. She pulls out her phone and coolly asks if they would like to find out who is really the bigger piece of trash here, and Yoonju's smirk instantly vanishes. She turns the screen around, screenshot after screenshot of messages Yoonju never meant for her to see. Yoonju's legs actually give out. She thuds to the ground stammering, demanding to know why any of that is on Jiangmin's phone. Jiangmin does not owe her an explanation. She simply says she has records of every conversation and it is probably best Yoonju does not try anything stupid. Everything is already backed up somewhere else too, she adds with a smile. One wrong move and the whole class gets to read it. Jiangmin's voice goes flat. She has nothing left to lose anyway, so good luck scaring her with consequences. Walking off, she admits she used to bend over backwards trying to look good for these two. Not anymore, she is done. On her knees, Yoonju begs, swearing she will do anything Jiangmin says as long as those screenshots stay buried. Jiangmin just looks down at her with open contempt. Pathetic, she mutters. Walking away, Jiangmin can only think how pitiful it is that she used to lose sleep over someone like this. This, she realizes, is all Yoonju ever amounted to, so she gets straight to business, tell her exactly what Jahyun is scheming. Yoonju stammers that she is not sure. Jiangmin lays it out herself. Jahyun called them both over one day, claiming she felt bad about how she had treated Jiangmin and wanted them to make up. The real reason, Jiangmin spits, is obvious. Jahyun figured she was an easy target and just wanted an excuse to keep laughing at her with her friends. Yoonju grovels all over again, promising it will never happen again. Jeongmin cuts her off cold, even her apologies make Jeongmin sick now. For a second, something almost like emotion flickers across Jeongmin's face before she buries it again. Then, unexpectedly, she offers Yoonju one thing, a single chance to redeem herself. Yoonju looks up, startled. Jeongmin's terms are simple: no matter what happens, stay on her side. For now, that is all. The rest of the deal: defend Jeongmin whenever it counts, stop testing her patience, and otherwise just keep quiet and grovel. When Yoonju hesitates, Jeongmin does not let it slide, asking flatly if she suddenly does not want to cooperate. She just keeps scrolling through the phone that started all this, letting the threat sit there in the silence. Yoonju folds fast, insisting no, of course she will do it. Out loud, in front of everyone, Yoonju agrees to play along. Watching her scramble to comply, Jeongmin privately thinks she really is this simple. She is not fooled for a second either. Yoonju is only being nice out of guilt, not because she actually wishes Jeongmin well. And there is no way, she thinks, that this was ever really Jaehyun's idea of an apology. Sure enough, Jaehyun corners Jeongmin directly, demanding to know if she pulled Sora aside just to shut her out again. Jeongmin plays it cool, insisting it is nothing like that, she just had something to talk to Sora about. Then she twists the knife, smiling that it would be a real problem if Jaehyun had overheard, sending Sora into a full panic. Sora yelps and swats her off while Jeongmin ruffles her hair, insisting there is nothing wrong with friends stepping out. Yoonju jumps in too, snapping at Jaehyun to back off. Sora doubles down, telling Jaehyun flat out to stop picking fights with Jeongmin, while a suddenly very motivated Yoonju announces she has to go pee and bolts. Someone drags Jeongmin off to the bathroom to keep the scene from escalating further, and she lets herself be led away, silent and unreadable. Alone with her thoughts for a moment, all she can manage is a quiet, satisfied ah. Honestly, she thinks this whole thing is hilarious. In the bathroom, she tells Yoonju to keep up the performance, needling her about whether playing bodyguard was really so hard. In her head, she is really talking to Jaehyun. How does it feel sucking up to someone who is just a student like her? Time to feel exactly what Jeongmin felt. She figures she will sit with the Jaehyun problem a little longer. Watching these two claw at each other in the meantime is just too entertaining to interrupt. Down the hall, Yoonju falls back in step with Jaehyun while Jeongmin watches them go, clearly enjoying every second of the tension she planted. Days drift by under an empty sky while the new dynamic quietly settles in. Back in the classroom, Jeongmin notices Yoonju sitting there alone, earlier than usual, without Sora glued to her side for once. She mentions she only came in to get away from home for a bit, then gives Yoonju a casual little hi. Jaehyun storms up instead, demanding to know exactly what Jeongmin said to Sora to make her suddenly so friendly. Jeongmin plays dumb, asking what on earth Jaehyun is talking about. Jaehyun is not buying it for a second. All Jaehyun can manage is a shaken, disbelieving someone like you, the words trailing off as her composure starts to crack. Jeongmin twists the knife again. Now that Sora has turned her back on her, does Jaehyun even know what to do with herself? Jaehyun just stands there, rattled and silent, and Jeongmin needles her further, asking if she is scared of ending up alone. When Jaehyun still will not answer, Jeongmin mockingly asks if she has suddenly gone mute. Can she not even talk without Sora backing her up? Jeongmin presses, warning that living like this will make her a social outcast as an adult. Jaehyun's eyes well up, trembling. Meanwhile, Sora walks the halls alone, and Yoonju trails after her with a heavy sigh. Yoonju grabs her arm, startling her, and says flatly that they need to talk. Confused, Sora just blinks as Yoonju leans in close with whatever she has to say. Elsewhere, Jeongmin smirks to herself, telling Yoonju to go on ahead, she will be waiting for the report. Yoonju and Jaehyun share a nervous, gulping silence, and somewhere else someone finally asks Jaehyun outright what happened to her. Yoonju insists this is all about Jeongmin Choi, who is nothing, but Sora is not so sure anymore and asks what her actual problem is. Sora repeats exactly what Jeongmin said to her that morning, that she could not talk without Yoonju, that she was basically mute, that she would end up a social outcast. Jaehyun is outraged that Jeongmin would attack someone like that, until Sora quietly points out that Jaehyun said those exact same things to Jeongmin once. Yoonju claims she does not remember that happening. Sora shuts it down, she was standing right there. Call it reaping what you sow, Sora says, since it is hardly the first time Jaehyun has talked to people that way. Yoonju mutters that Jeongmin was probably sick of it. Jaehyun rounds on Sora, demanding to know why she is suddenly taking Jeongmin's side. Sora fires back, asking if Yoonju has always flip-flopped on people this fast, calling her wishy-washy and asking if she even feels bad for Jaehyun anymore. Yoonju snaps back that she never wanted to be friends with Jeongmin, Jaehyun asked her to, and that she genuinely thinks Jeongmin is a bully, telling Sora to think rationally instead of falling for whatever happened at the cafe. In a tense, half-remembered exchange, Jaehyun coldly asks Yoonju when she will grow up, and what her plan even is for after she drops Jaehyun for Jeongmin, since she clearly never thinks anything through. Cool, composed, and done playing nice, Jeongmin closes it out with one simple question. Does she really look like an easy target to anyone now? Sora rounds on Yoonju out of nowhere, accusing her of suddenly switching sides and asking since when she's ever been this quick to flip on people. Yoonju swears she'd never actually want to be friends with Jeongmin even if Jaehyun asked her to. I fucking hate Jeongmin Choi, she says flatly, she's a bully. Sora's not done, she accuses Yoonju of buying whatever Jeongmin said at the cafe, tells her to think rationally, and asks if she's already planning what to do once she's traded Sora in for Jeongmin. Of course you don't, you never think, Yoonju mutters, storming off down the hallway and swearing under her breath. Her face says it all, she can't take this anymore. She squares her shoulders, asking herself one thing, does she really look like an easy target? Whatever's coming next catches Sora completely off guard. I can't deal with you anymore, Yoonju snaps. Since they are apparently breaking things off anyway, she's going to give Sora a piece of her mind. And she unloads claims every single person she's ever introduced to Sora has ended up hating her, and Sora would never have figured that out in 1,000 years. Your personality is crap, Yoonju sneers, think about what you did last year. Every time the group was having fun, she says, Sora would get upset and start lecturing everyone. She claims she's the only reason Sora wasn't made an outcast years ago. She calls Sora ungrateful and pathetic, then says there's something she's always wanted to ask her. Sora just stands there and takes it, the hurt written all over her face. Have you ever thought about why people avoid you? Yoonju presses, you don't even have friends other than me. All Sora knows how to do, Yoonju says, is teach other people lessons without ever noticing her own flaws. When Yoonju accuses her of gossiping about other people's misfortunes, Sora flinches. When did I ever? You did, Yoonju snaps back. That's when Sora finally explodes. Yoonju told the entire class her parents were getting divorced, and Sora had only ever confided that secret in her, back in grade school. The memory flashes back a young Sora, watching classmates whisper and stare, the secret already out. Ever since that day, Sora says, she's despised anyone who runs their mouth about other people's family business, and every selfish little thing Yoonju's ever done has just kept grinding on her. Fighting back tears, Sora admits that betrayal is exactly what made her this harsh in the first place. Yoonju flinches, then tries to flip it around, claims it's partly Sora's own fault she turned out this way too. Sora can't believe it. Yoonju's still crying over something that happened back in grade school. Yoonju just waves it off, yeah, just something. Then she mocks Sora for playing it cool, like she's above holding grudges. PFFT. You're such a loser, Sora fires back, I always knew that though. I see what you're really like, Sora says quietly, then wonders out loud how this entire meltdown even started over Jeongmin in the first place. Yoonju delivers the final blow, cold as ice, let's pretend we don't know each other from now on. Just like that, Sora's walking away alone. Once she's alone, Sora finally breaks down completely. Through the tears, one thought keeps circling. Yoonju was the one person she could never actually get through to. Cut to Hyejin bouncing over to Jaehyun with an invite to the snack shop, blissfully unaware of the disaster that just went down across campus. She's practically vibrating with plans, the usual chatterbox energy in full force. Jaehyun just listens, distant and unreadable as ever. Jaehyun drifts off mid-thought until someone calls her back. Meanwhile Hyejin's looking around, wondering where their other friends gotten to. Elsewhere in the classroom, a quiet exchange between two students trails off into an awkward silence. A small crowd has gathered around Jeongmin, and from across the yard, a still-shaken Sora stares, stunned. Why does Jeongmin suddenly have people around her? Hyejin can't stop turning it over in her head. Jeongmin is one thing, but she honestly can't tell what Jaehyun's really thinking either. Hyejin, when are you coming? Jaehyun calls. I'm going, Hyejin shouts back. The school day rolls on. Back in the classroom, Sora's sitting completely alone at her desk, turned away from everyone else. Jaehyun walks over to her, clearly with something on her mind. The tension between them is obvious before either of them says a word. Sora just murmurs Yoonju's name, then admits she was only hanging out with Jeongmin because Jaehyun told her to, so why has it left her more alone than ever? Can we talk? Jaehyun asks. Sora doesn't hold back. Jeongmin is really evil, she says, and Jaehyun claims she gets it completely since something almost identical happened to her once, betrayed by someone she thought was a friend. Sora keeps going. People like Jeongmin will never understand people like them, while Jaehyun, playing the sympathetic ear, gently presses for more. I asked what happened between you and Jeongmin, Jaehyun presses. Sora flinches, clearly wasn't expecting the direct question. Sorry, I said too much, Sora backpedals while Jaehyun quietly puts the pieces together. Jeongmin is the one who drove a wedge between her and Yoonju. Sitting side by side, Jaehyun complains that Yoonju's suddenly been sucking up to Jeongmin and dropped her cold. Sora looks stunned. Sucking up to her? Why? Sora explains she and Yoonju used to talk about Jeongmin behind her back, and she thinks Jeongmin caught them at it. Jaehyun hesitates. She doesn't actually want to go that far, she says, since Yoonju was the one bullying Sora in the first place. Sora just spits that Yoonju cares more about her own reputation than any of them. So, in the end you've become alone? Jaehyun asks. Yeah, Sora admits, deflated. Inside, Sora's clinging to a small hope. She stood by Jaehyun until the bitter end, and Jaehyun was kind enough to show mercy even to someone like Jeongmin. Surely she won't abandon her too. Instead, Jaehyun just says thanks for telling me and heads back to class, leaving Sora standing there blindsided. Do you need something? Sora asks flatly when a warm, tousled-haired boy lingers nearby. He just blinks. What do you mean? I'm all alone now, she admits, standing apart from everyone else in the yard. When he presses further, Sora just deflects. What about it? He stammers that he knows the kind of situation she's in. Is it his fault she ended up alone? No, but Sora starts. An awkward silence stretches out between them. Can't you eat lunch with me later or something? He asks timidly. Sora just gives him a long, unreadable glance. She just sighs, thoroughly unimpressed. She's already furious, and now this random guy is only adding to it. She thinks out loud. She just brushes him off. I don't think so, my friends are shy. Boo, but can't you explain that to them? He tries, reaching out, clearly not taking the hint. Jaehyun turns cold. She doesn't want to associate with someone like her. Learn how to read the room, Sora snaps back. It's none of my business whether you have friends or not, Jaehyun says, walking off, so don't get any weird expectations. Then, just to twist the knife on her way out, she adds that Sora's color looks really bad on her. Alone, Jaehyun's mask finally slips. She admits to herself she engineered this, deliberately put Jeongmin with people who hated her, expecting it to isolate her. She just never expected Jeongmin to be the one left standing. Jeongmin, she realizes, wasn't the one who got betrayed. If anything, it looks like Jeongmin's the one calling the shots with those girls now. How? The Jeongmin she remembers could never pull that off, she thinks, or is she just judging her by who she used to be? How annoying. Before she can finish that thought, someone shouts her name and yanks her back to reality. It's Hyejin, checking on her things and asking point blank what's got her so distracted. Hyejin reminds her they're supposed to go sing karaoke with some guys from another school tonight. Pack up. Jaehyun just says flatly, I'm not going. She repeats it. She'd rather rest at home today, and Hyejin panics. What's she supposed to do if Jaehyun bails now? Turns out those guys only agreed to come because Hyejin promised Jaehyun would be there. Hey Jaehyun, damn it. Jaehyun calls her your little sidekick with a sneer. Hyejin fires back, does she have to come running every single time? Jaehyun snaps her fingers. Go with Yuju, Jaehyun says dismissively. What, you think I can't make friends without you around? Hyejin shoots back, stung. Left alone, Hyejin just mutters one word under her breath, pathetic. Jaehyun just walks off with her bag slung over her shoulder, completely unbothered. Everyone's waiting at the front gate. Hyejin calls after her to no response. By the time she looks up again, Jaehyun's already vanished and Hyejin's left wondering where on earth she went. Some hallway drama kicks off before we even get a good look at anyone. Someone talked a whole group into showing up somewhere and Jaehyun is not happy about being volunteered. Jaehyun snaps back, tired of being ordered around like a pet, and gets brushed off with a curt go with Yuju instead. Jaehyun turns it into an insult, needling whoever's listening for not being able to make friends without her, and somebody's narrowed eyes say the jab landed. Cut to a classroom where someone's calling out for Hyejin. The gossip mill is clearly still spinning. Everyone's already waiting at the front gate and the first question out of someone's mouth is, where the heck is Jaehyun? Somebody's patience is officially gone. That glare could cut glass. A phone call to someone named Yuju gets cut short, hung up on mid-conversation, cold. As the sun goes down, a quick bye in the school corridor closes out the opening spat for now. Somewhere else in the city, a familiar face heads home alone, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a couple walks close together down the street and somebody's clearly clocked it. That boy, the thought trails off, half-formed like whoever's narrating isn't ready to finish it. A hazy, washed-out memory surfaces, the kind that only comes back when something similar happens again. She goes quiet, just staring off, caught somewhere between the memory and the moment. Sora's friend Yeonji Jo puts her on the spot under a wide open sky. Did she really mean it yesterday, and does she actually want the group hanging out with Jeongmin? Her friend Seungha-gwon pokes harder, saying they're happy to hang with her, sure, but why Jeongmin instead of Yuju? Is this a can't say it on the group chat kind of secret? They point out Sora's gone quiet in the group chat lately too, and she just chews her lip, not ready to answer. Sora buries her face in her hands as the teasing piles on. Did Jeongmin threaten to kill her or something? Is she secretly a robot now? Underneath the jokes though, she admits this new normal beats the awkward alternative. Odd number, she thinks to herself, staring up at the sky. The math of her friend group just doesn't quite add up anymore. If they're all going to hang out together, she figures, everyone will feel more at ease around Jeongmin than around Yoonju. And honestly, her school life has never felt this stable. Ever since she landed a real friend group, Sora says, everything changed. The kids in her class finally backed off. No more picking on her, not as much anyway. Across the room, Jeongmin watches it all with a wary, sideways glance, while Jaehyun looks on from the window with a face carved out of stone. Now no one can treat me poorly, Sora tells herself, the quiet mantra of a girl who clawed her way out of the bottom of the social ladder. Jeongmin just smirks, watching from a distance. What a look on her face, she thinks. Honestly, she's enjoying every second of the power she's got now. Elsewhere on the rooftop, a boy stares out at the skyline, clearly turning something over in his head. Turns out he's got a lot on his mind. He corners a girl against a brick wall, pointing out just how tense things have gotten between her and someone else lately. He grabs her attention outright. She's gone quiet too, and he wants to know straight up, did the two of them have a fight? It's nothing like that, she insists, but he's not buying it. They were supposed to hang out with Jaehyun and she never even knew about it. Oh, you two definitely fought, he says. He pushes for what she actually said to Jaehyun and she just walks off mid-sentence, headed back to class, ignoring him completely. He chases after her, huffing and puffing, groaning that it's exhausting being stuck in the middle of whatever's going on between the two of them. Alone with her thoughts, she curses under her breath. She genuinely has no idea what to do about Jaehyun suddenly acting like this. His question keeps echoing in her head. What did you say for Jaehyun too? And she still doesn't have an answer. Her jaw clenches. What could she even say, she thinks, when she already knows the whole group is going to take Jahyun's side anyway. She swallows it down and forces a smile at lunch. Wow, today's cafeteria food really sucked, she says out loud. What a waste, and not just of the meal. Back with her own friends, Jeongmin gets accused flat out of bragging about having a secret boyfriend. Yeonji drops the bomb. She saw Jeongmin leaving school with a boy from another school yesterday. The whole group gasps in unison. Is he your boyfriend? Someone demands. Jeongmin panics, sweat beading, stammering that he's just a. Come on, there's no way that's true, the group teases, closing in for the kill. Jeongmin goes dead silent for a beat too long, then snaps. You can't just say something like that. Her friends backpedal, admitting okay, maybe he's not her boyfriend. Jeongmin just smirks and lets a single word hang in the air, yet. The group erupts in shock while Jeongmin presses a hand to her mouth, mortified she let that slip. Someone admits they blurted it out before even thinking, and the friend group pivots straight to demanding proof. He looked handsome, apparently, so where are the pictures? There aren't any. Underneath all the giggling, a quiet apology slips out. Sorry, Yihyuk. Whatever game Jeongmin's playing, it's got a real person's feelings caught in the middle of it. Somewhere, Yihyuk gets asked point blank if the rumor's true. You never know, he answers, playing it coy. The chances aren't exactly zero, comes the reply, and just like that we slide into the dark. Jeongmin's back in the dream world. She doesn't waste time getting to the point, so, can you get Yihyuk to date me? The dream stranger just stares at her in disbelief. You're unbelievable, he mutters. I've told you before, I'm just a human who's slightly special, he reminds her flatly. Get real. She backpedals a bit, admitting maybe that request was too much, and he changes the subject with a smirk, noting her school life has gotten a lot better ever since she threatened Sora. She's got a lot of friends now for some pretty unsavory reasons, he adds. Then he asks about her old friend. You mean Yoonju? Jeongmin says. Is Yoonju all on her own now? He asks. Jeongmin goes quiet for a second. I guess so, she admits, the collateral damage of her revenge laid bare. He watches her reaction closely, and something about the moment leaves her cheeks a little flushed. It's fun hearing about how your life's changing, he says warmly, then Jeongmin catches herself and turns the tables. Wait, you did say you're just a human like me, right? What do you even do when you wake up, she presses. And why are you always wearing a hospital gown in here? What's really going on with you? You don't need to worry about that, he deflects again. Jeongmin scowls. Here we go again, every single time she tries to ask about him. He either ignores the question outright or smoothly steers the conversation somewhere else. Every time. It's not fair, she thinks. She's the only one in this dream who doesn't have a clue who she's actually dealing with. If nothing else, she figures, it's payback for him snooping through her private life, so she goes straight for it. How did you even start lucid dreaming in the first place? She's told him almost everything about herself by now, so this time she's determined to find out the truth about him, no matter what it costs. We're going to be seeing a lot of each other for a while, she reasons, so it'd be nice to actually know more about each other, right? He just tilts his head. Do we have to? You're being oddly persistent, he says, narrowing his eyes. Are you asking because you already know the answer? Obviously I'm asking because I don't know, she fires back, and he steps in closer. There's. He leans in, voice dropping low, finally about to actually answer her. Jeongmin freezes, piecing together what he's about to say before he even finishes saying it. That murdering someone would be a piece of cake for me. The words land like ice water, and Jeongmin gets actual chills. You understand now, right? He says quietly, leaning in, whether she was asking because she already suspected it or not. It doesn't matter, just don't get curious about him at all. It's not a request, it's a warning. Keep that in mind, he says, tone softening just slightly, and I'll keep helping you get the revenge you're after. Jeongmin swallows hard. Then, almost gently, he adds something she wasn't expecting. I want to keep seeing you for a long time too, you know. The dream goes quiet for a moment, the weight of everything he just said settling between them. With a smirk, he tells her it's time to go, time for school, Jeongmin. And just like that, she's alone again, breathing out a shaky laugh as the dream lets her go. Cool as ice, he casually announces he could kill someone and nobody would ever know. No footprints in a dream, he says, no evidence ever. Jiangmin's stomach drops. Chills crawl up her spine. To this guy, murder is basically a party trick. He leans in close, smug as ever. You understand now, right? Jiangmin holds her ground. Ask all you want, she warns him, but don't get curious about who she really is. He purrs that he'll help her get revenge, and she can't help herself, admitting she wants to keep seeing him too. One last smirk, it's time, he tells her, go back now. And just like that, she's awake, blinking at her own ceiling, heart still racing from a dream that felt way too real. Her verdict on the guy who just bragged about untraceable murder, what a weird guy, understatement of the year. Walking to school, she can't shake it. Unbelievable, she mutters, seriously. So what if he can kill people, she tells herself, trying to sound tougher than she feels. But her brain won't drop it. Was that something to brag about? Why show off like that? The guy's a walking question mark. A plan starts forming. What if she asks him what he was doing before he ever learned to lucid dream? Push that button and his reaction is bound to get interesting, especially with that outfit of his. Something about those clothes feels like a clue. But she trails off, not sure she's ready for whatever answer she'd get. Cut to a hospital room. Quiet, sterile, and Roman IV standing watch over an empty feeling space. A curtain, a bed, someone lying still beneath the sheets. Does that mean? The patient's face comes into view, pale skin, tousled white hair, one eye bandaged. It's him. The dream stranger has a real body and it's lying in a hospital bed. A hand curls weakly around the blanket, same patterned pajamas he wears in every dream. Somewhere, someone studies that face and wonders quietly, is this someone I actually know? Elsewhere, a different headache is brewing. One classmate groans that it's so awkward now she can barely talk around her. Someone checks in on a guy named Seungha. Honestly, no, he admits. Weren't you getting along with her yesterday? A friend presses. Only because you two were right there propping the act up, he shoots back. Maybe it'd be easier if she was actually trying to get close to them, one girl sighs, but she's not. Honestly though, do they really think that guy? He seemed handsome, popular, the whole package, which made the story feel off from the start. Has to be a lie then, someone scoffs. All eyes swing to Sora. What do you think? Sora freezes. I don't read into it. Sora tries to deflect. Nobody's letting her off that easy. You've been acting so weird lately, someone snaps. Why are you even hanging out with someone like Jiangmin? They demand. Sora just hums, stalling. Fine, she finally caves. I don't have a choice, but this stays a secret. What is it? They lean in. Jiangmin, she admits, has the entire group chat, every message they ever wrote trashing other girls. What? Complete evidence, all of it. But how? Someone stammers. They were the only ones in that chat unless one of them leaked it themselves. That means. Lightning practically crackles behind Sora as she panics. It's not me. Why would I hand her proof of my own weakness? None of this makes any sense. Then how did she find out? Someone mutters. Jiangmin's worse than we thought. Another spits. How dare she blackmail you with that? Back with the reluctant recruits. It's not like she's asking much, one girl reasons, just showing up and playing nice with Jiangmin at school. Under a wide open sky, the plan gets restated. Just keep playing along until they figure out her secret. It's not that hard. Nearby, Hyejin sits hunched over her phone, lost in her own head. A nudge snaps her out of it. How do you not even notice me walk in? A friend teases. When did you even get here? Hyejin asks. Just now, comes the reply. Where's Jaehyun? Why ask me? Hyejin deflects before getting pushed to just fix things and approach Jaehyun first. Why is it always me who has to go to her? She grumbles. Steeling herself, she plasters on a smile and spins around. Hi. Oh hey Jaehyun, she chirps. You're actually on time today. What's the occasion? Gotta be on time eventually. Hyejin laughs it off, sweating despite herself. You're early too, someone notes. Yeah, she manages. What are you up to after school? Jaehyun asks casually. No plans here, comes the answer. Want to hang out today? Jaehyun offers. Might not have the time for much longer, comes the reply. Why not? Turns out she's scouting academies. Once she starts hanging out, this much won't be an option anymore. Okay, Jaehyun says, a little deflated. You too, Hyejin, Jaehyun adds, and Hyejin's whole posture stiffens. You're coming too, right? Jaehyun presses. Yeah, she answers slowly, I will. Elsewhere, pettier crimes are afoot. Did she bring mascara? Stop stealing mine all the time, someone gripes, but I like yours better, comes the shameless reply. Then pay up, Jaehyun says dryly, already heading off. I'm just going to the bathroom. Wait, we'll come too. Nah, Jaehyun waves them off, I'm good. Later, Hyejin pulls a friend aside. Come outside with me a sec right now. Yeah, Hyejin confirms, I feel like absolute garbage. The sky, of course, picks that exact moment to be gorgeous. Wow, the weather's really nice, someone deadpans, cosmic timing at its finest. I just want to go out after school already, Hyejin groans. What's gotten into you, her friend asks. Are you kidding? You know I got into it with Jaehyun. But Jaehyun still asked her to hang out later, the friend points out. Doesn't that mean she wants to patch things up? I genuinely can't tell if this girl thinks about anything, Hyejin mutters, exasperated. Just take the good with the good, her friend urges, hang out with her and let the rest go. Hyejin's jaw tightens, maybe you could do that, she thinks, she's not so sure she can. The story dips into memory. I always had my role, Hyejin recalls. She was the one sent to the front lines to crush whoever Jaehyun pointed at. In the flashback, Jaehyun grabs her by the collar. Hyejin. Stop bullying Jeongmin. Now, Hyejin blinks, thrown. Wait, since when? Didn't you say you wanted revenge on her? Hyejin fires back. I was her well-trained dog, Hyejin admits to herself, and there's no bitterness left to hide it with. Her eyes go glassy remembering it, that old obedience still sitting heavy in her chest. When she said wait, I waited, patiently. Then, further back still, everyone take your seats. This is Hyejin Kim, your new classmate, the teacher announces. She's come a long way, so everyone look out for her. Go grab a desk with Hyejin, the teacher adds. Damn it, Hyejin thinks, it's not even the start of term, how is she supposed to make any friends now? A voice cuts through her spiral, Hyejin Kim. It's Jaehyun already stepping in. Come with me, she says warmly, let's go get your desk sorted. I'm the class president, Jaehyun adds simply, leading the way down the hall. If you ever need anything, just let me know, Jaehyun offers. Hyejin's inner monologue is far less gracious. She's pretty and class president, life really isn't fair. My first impression of Jaehyun, Hyejin recalls, was that she was basically flawless. Pretty, easy to talk to, always smiling, the kind of girl who made everyone else look average by comparison. She was popular with the whole class, practically without trying. It wasn't unusual for boys from other classes to show up and ask her out, one after another. Watching from the sidelines, Hyejin can't help thinking, she's from a completely different world than me. Worse, word of why Hyejin had transferred schools had already made its way around the whole class. Heard she got expelled, one voice whispers. Overheard the teachers talking about it, so why'd she actually get kicked out? The rumor goes that she beat a classmate's face in so badly the girl's stuck in the hospital for life. Wow, someone shudders, chills, actual chills. The truth, Hyejin reflects, was half right and half wrong. It's not like I did it alone, she adds bitterly. Her face didn't cave in, Hyejin insists, curled into herself. Her nose was just a little broken, you people don't know anything. Everything got pinned on her the second she wasn't around to defend herself. In the end, I took the fall for all of it. My whole school life is wrecked now. Barely in her second year of middle school, and this rumor's going to follow her straight into high school, she despairs. Footsteps approach from behind. Hyejin, Jaehyun calls out. Hyejin turns wary. I'm heading to the bathroom with my friends, Jaehyun says, easy as anything. Want to come with? Jaehyun offers, and just like that, the girl everyone whispers about gets pulled into the group anyway. Picking up right where we left off, her school life is officially wrecked, and this rumor is going to follow her straight to high school. Flash forward to the present. Hyejin comes up empty in an empty classroom, then finds Jaehyun on the phone instead. Jaehyun says she stepped outside for a second and invites her along. Hyejin doesn't hesitate. She climbs up to the rooftop Jaehyun described, wondering if this is really the place from the old stories. Before she can even call out, she's met with mocking laughter waiting on the other side of the wall. Her whole body locks up. Jaehyun strolls onto the rooftop like she owns it, all smiles, while someone else is already bowing on their knees. Hyejin doesn't blink. Turns out this girl's been running her mouth about her and she's here to settle the score. She backs the girl into a corner and spits out the exact rumor: attempted murder. All the girl can do is shake and sob. Her verdict lands ice cold: crush people like this so they never talk behind your back again. Message delivered. Jaehyun just strolls off and leaves Hyejin to handle the rest. The two classmates who tagged along lose interest fast too. This is boring, one shrugs and they peel off. Then, a beat later, they double back: how could we just leave you alone? And Hyejin just blinks, thrown. Present day again, something about Jaehyun's mood lately just feels off to her and she can't shake the thought. Her mind loops right back to that phone call, replaying it, hunting for the exact moment things went sideways. In the hallway, someone tries small talk about lunch. Jaehyun barely registers it. Bit by bit, Jaehyun starts avoiding her outright, turning her back along with the rest of the group. The cold shoulder stings more than Hyejin wants to admit. And then, completely out of nowhere, everything shifts. A stranger in glasses snaps at her over a hallway collision, throwing in a dig about her height for good measure. A stray memory bubbles up too: some guy, a classroom favor, and a flat, disappointed "I was mistaken." Hyejin's inner voice cuts back in. She always knew deep down that Jaehyun was built completely different from her. The only reason Jaehyun ever came near her in the first place, she thinks. It was pity, plain and simple. Jaehyun just felt sorry for the girl with nobody else. I'm not the same as I used to be, she tells herself while Jaehyun just smirks like she doesn't buy it for a second. She fixes her hair and steadies herself, trying hard to look like she's fine. Alone at the lockers, notices plastered around her like walls closing in. A different memory surfaces: someone else groveling in front of Jaehyun, swearing they'll never do it again. Jaehyun just watches, completely unmoved, like she's heard this exact speech before. Snap back to the present. Hyejin lands a direct hit: everyone blocked your number, didn't they? And Jaehyun actually flinches. Jaehyun deflects fast, spinning her own sob story about being burned by rumors back in grade school. She casts herself as the hero of the story, the one who shut down Hyejin's rumors and defended her. Then comes the guilt trip, right on schedule: act up in front of everyone else, and who does that? Embarrass her, apparently. Another memory bleeds in on top of it: someone else begging for one more chance, in almost the exact same words. Same script, different face. This is starting to look like a pattern. I won't embarrass you anymore, the promise goes. Really? Jaehyun asks, testing it. Jaehyun finally softens, just like that, forgiven. The second word got around that she was back in Jaehyun's good graces. The whole class did a complete 180 on her. This classroom used to feel like a cage. Now it barely fits the fear she used to carry in it. Another flash of old panic crosses her face, one she still hasn't fully shaken. And there it is, the thought she can't outrun: without Jaehyun she's nothing. She survived junior high by playing the part perfectly for Jaehyun and made it to high school in one piece. So then, she trails off, present day again, watching Jaehyun's attention drift somewhere else entirely. Wait, is Jaehyun even listening to her right now? Her eyes are locked on something completely different. Where is she even looking? Deeper into the past, Jaehyun asks her to be partners and young Hyejin practically lights up. Okay. Hyejin, look at her, Jaehyun says, nodding towards someone across the yard. Who? Off in the distance, a lone figure stands on the field, and something about them clicks into place. Look at her, all alone, Jaehyun coos in mock sympathy, then can't hold back a laugh. Hyejin does a double take. Did she really just hear that right? Come here a second, she calls out. A voice nearby drops a bomb. That girl right there bullied me back in grade school. Hyejin's stunned and Jaehyun actually admits it, saying their old falling out reminded her of those days, which is why she'd gotten harsher on Hyejin without even realizing it. Jaehyun lingers by the lockers, looking almost sorry for once. Are you serious? No way, comes the flat, disbelieving laugh. The girl isn't buying the excuse. That girl's smile drops instantly. All she's ever wanted is for her old bully to suffer exactly the way she did. Jaehyun never said it outright, but somehow the message came through loud and clear. I can't do it myself, Jaehyun reportedly said, you do it for me. And so exactly as requested, she became the one bullying Jeongmin, standing in for Jaehyun herself. Since Jaehyun never once objected, she figured she'd read the signals right. But someone watching from the sidelines isn't so sure did Jaehyun actually hate this or just hate this specific girl. But out of nowhere, Jaehyun flips the entire script. Stop bullying Jeongmin right now. What all of a sudden, didn't you say you wanted revenge? She's left standing there completely blindsided. Something inside her finally starts to crack. All the feelings she's buried for years are getting hard to keep down. Jaehyun's just ordering her around again, like always. She became the villain because Jaehyun wanted her to, so what's Jaehyun even upset about this time? Why does she have to keep doing exactly what Jaehyun wants anyway? Jaehyun, for her part, just looks bored by the whole thing. Am I your little sidekick? Do I have to come and go whenever you snap your fingers? Why, comes the meek reply, what, you can't make friends without me? Jaehyun fires back, twisting the knife. The words land like a slap, and it's not even the first time. Pathetic, Jaehyun spits, grabbing her by the wrist. Why, comes the desperate cry back. Just go talk to her first, Jaehyun orders, already 3 steps ahead with her next move. All she can think over and over is, what did I even do that was so wrong? Back in the present, a friend snaps her out of it. Why are you spacing out? I've called your name a million times. Just thinking about the past, she admits. Her friend leans in, curious. Whatever, you wouldn't get it even if I explained. She deflects and gets called out for it instantly. Tell me, I can't stand not knowing, her friend pushes back. Inside, she's suffocating, like she's the only one Jaehyun has ever really had her claws into. Her friend clocks it right away. Yuju's clearly not listening to a single word anyone says anymore. So does she hate her just a little? Her head is screaming no. But her mouth has other plans. Yuju, what do you actually think of Jaehyun? Jaehyun, what about her? It feels like she's been lashing out at me a lot lately, so I PFFT. Jaehyun, upset. When has she ever gotten angry at anyone? And just like that, Yuju's shut down before she can even finish. Something in Yuju finally snaps. Why do you all like Jaehyun so much? Am I not your friend? Just stop it. A voice cuts in, needling the group. What are you, her handmaiden? Have you even seen her true colors? Of course you haven't, comes the smug answer. She only shows them to me. Everyone around Jaehyun, he claims, is being lied to. I bought the act too at first, he admits. It was all a lie. She goes around claiming Jeongmin bullied her. Yuju cuts back in, exhausted. Do they get how awkward it is, stuck in the middle of this, and that victim act never did add up? Her friend piles on. Jaehyun's been acting bizarre ever since she first laid eyes on Jeongmin, furious 1 minute and weirdly friendly the next. Wake up, Yuju, someone deadpans right in her face, and she nearly jumps out of her skin. Elsewhere, Hyejin gets the exact same treatment. You airhead, look behind you. Something crashes, and Hyejin freezes mid-turn as someone gasps out her name. And there she is, Jaehyun, arms crossed, watching them with a look that could freeze the whole rooftop over. Looks like you two were having a pretty interesting conversation, she says, and the episode cuts out right there, leaving everyone to sweat it out. Right off the bat, somebody's got a bone to pick. He tells us straight up, everyone around her is being lied to. He fell for the act too at first. Turns out the whole thing was a lie. Enter Hyejin mid-rant. Some girl's playing victim, apparently claiming she got bullied, and Hyejin is not buying it. Being stuck in the middle of this drama is exhausting, thank you very much. Word around school is Jaehyun's been acting strange ever since she laid eyes on Jeongmin, furious 1 minute, weirdly friendly again the next. Something is definitely brewing. Meanwhile, Yuju's dozed off mid-gossip, and her friend just about screams her back to consciousness. Out in the yard, someone yells at Hyejin to turn around, and airhead that she is, she has zero clue what just walked up behind her. There it is, the moment her stomach drops. Something crashes, someone gasps her name, and Hyejin realizes she is not getting out of this one quietly. And there she is, Jaehyun, arms crossed, cool as ever, clearly the reason for all that panic. Hyejin's inner monologue is blunt. She has been dumped. Jaehyun has moved on, and Hyejin cannot stop staring at her across the classroom. She just sits with it a second, that hollow kind of quiet before a storm. Jaehyun catches her gossiping red-handed. Looks like you were having an interesting conversation, she says, ice cold. Hyejin panics instantly. This is a misunderstanding, sure it is. Hyejin stammers, backpedaling hard, and inwardly admits it. Yeah, she is screwed. Jaehyun does not even let her finish. Don't touch me, she snaps, and the slap that follows draws actual blood. Then, just for good measure, a disgusted gross under her breath. Someone finally steps in, asking Jaehyun if she thinks she is crossing a line here. Spoiler, she does not care. Hyejin finally lets it rip. She knew Jaehyun was using her to mess with Jeongmin, all to protect that precious reputation, and she let it slide. Until Jaehyun flipped the script and made her the villain. Hyejin twists the knife. Was that whole saving the day online moment even real, or just Jaehyun stage managing her own hero image? Hyejin thinks she is more than capable of that. Jaehyun fires right back. 2 years ago, when they were the ones tormenting that other girl, Hyejin never seemed to care one bit. What are you talking about? I made you play the villain. Jaehyun scoffs, playing dumb, or maybe she genuinely believes her own innocence. You're free to think whatever you want, but this is too much, Jaehyun says, then throws in a backhanded one for good measure. Someone might actually mistake you for nice. Hyejin is not laughing. You've always been this kind of person, she says, and the look on her face says she means every word. Jaehyun shuts the topic down cold. That old incident is settled. Hyejin was clearly in the wrong, and she never once told her to bully Jeongmin. Hyejin admits it almost too honestly. She did not stop it, and watching Jeongmin suffer felt a little satisfying. Not her proudest moment. Rewind 2 years. Jaehyun admits she got swayed for 1 weak moment and said some ugly stuff about revenge herself. But watching Hyejin take it too far, she says she ended up more worried about Hyejin than the girl actually getting hurt. Hyejin is not having it. She points out she is the one who stopped things before they went too far, being a good friend, and now she is the one getting called the traitor. Jaehyun insists flatly that she tried to stop the both of them from the very start. Jaehyun keeps building her case as they walk. If her reputation really mattered that much to her, why would she even bother befriending someone who got expelled from their last school? She is the one who took the risk and trusted Hyejin. And that is when it clicks for Hyejin. Hearing all this today, she finally gets it. Jaehyun has never once regretted any of it. The realization lands like a gut punch. Something about this whole thing still is not adding up for her, and she cannot shake the feeling. Elsewhere, Jeongmin lets out a long sigh of her own. She has got her own tangled thoughts to deal with. The scene shifts to a quiet street after school. And who does she spot up ahead? Yehyuk, of course. We've been running into each other a lot, she says, playing it casual. It's interesting. Translation, she has absolutely engineered this. Truth is, she has been circling this exact spot since early morning just to run into him. A secret she is taking to the grave. They walk off together, easy and playful, right before they crash straight into someone. Turns out that someone is Hyejin. Awkward does not begin to cover it. Jeongmin does a double take, the Hyejin Kim in the flesh. Yehyuk, meanwhile, is quietly panicking, bracing for Hyejin to start something with him again. Hyejin has got her own nightmare scenario running, getting humiliated right in front of Yehyuk of all people. Yehyuk, oblivious as ever, just asks if she is okay. Jeongmin, equally oblivious, wonders what is even wrong with her. That little run-in gets Jeongmin thinking back to how this whole mess with Hyejin and Jaehyun actually started. Back in class, Sora relays an invite to the snack shop. Jeongmin is not thinking about snacks, though. She is dying of curiosity about the gossip. She turns down the snack run flat and instead corners Sora for a private word. Sora is instantly suspicious. Don't talk back, just follow me, Jeongmin orders, hauling her off while the rest of the class wonders what on earth is going on. Turns out Jeongmin wants the tea on one thing specifically, Hyejin and Jaehyun. Sora fills her in. Apparently they had a falling out and Yuju has been venting about it to anyone who will listen. Word is those two have not been on great terms for a while now. Must be nice having friends with that much social pull, huh? As for the actual cause of the fight, no one really knows. Word on the street is Hyejin is just making a big deal out of nothing. Secondhand gossip only gets Jiangmin so far and she knows it. She needs better intel. The curiosity is basically itching under her skin at this point, and she knows exactly who to ask for the real story. That night in her dream, her mysterious dream stranger gets sentimental. "I want to see you for a long time too, you know." Jiangmin's answer is an instant, flat no. She still does not trust him, not fully. If she wants real answers, she is going to have to dig them up herself. So she plays a little power game, tell him to wait there forever and see if she even bothers showing up. Naturally, she shows up anyway, and immediately acts like he kept her waiting. The two of them face off in the dark of the dream world once again. "Tell me a story," he prods. "Got anything interesting?" She shuts him down instantly. "Whatever, I'm not talking to you." Peak petty energy. "You're still upset? I already apologized." "I'm not upset," she insists. "This isn't about my emotions." "Sure, Jiangmin." He tries a different angle. He is entitled to his own privacy too, and there is plenty he does not want anyone finding out. She fires back with an ultimatum of her own. She does not need his help anymore. That lands harder than she probably expected. He looks at her like she just crossed a line. "Must really be upset," she needles, twisting the knife a little further. That is when he snaps for real, grabbing her, shouting that she never listens to a word he says, that she is just plain annoying. Then he catches himself, genuinely thrown by his own outburst. Jiangmin panics too. She swears she did not even try to lucid dream this time, so why is she here? He just shrugs it off. Happens sometimes once you get too used to it. Nothing to be done. She rounds on him with the real question. Is he actually trapped in here permanently? And why is he so obsessed with her life anyway? Maybe he should get one of his own. Finally, he gets it, she thinks, right before he turns it around. "Okay, focus on your own life from now on." "Yeah." "No," she says instantly. "Make up your mind, girl." She freezes, caught completely off guard. He softens, admitting he never felt good about sending her away last time. He got where she was coming from, even if he did not say so. Then he drops something bigger. He had assumed she already knew who he really was. Turns out she genuinely has no idea. "What did you mean by that? Is it possible I know who you are?" Not exactly," he teases. He cannot resist the flex. "I'm pretty famous, actually." Even if he never tells her outright, he says, she could find out easily enough elsewhere. Plenty of people already know who he is. There is a catch, of course, no weird follow-up questions allowed. She nods along a little too eagerly. Satisfied she has got plenty of hints to work with, he changes the subject. Tell him about her life instead. And here is where she pivots to what she actually wants. Help with someone she considers refreshingly simple to read. He is curious now too. She lays out the whole Hyejin situation for him, weighing her next move. There is clearly a plan forming behind those eyes. Back in the real world, Hyejin is glued to her phone, waiting on something or someone that is not coming. Jiangmin's read on it. Whatever happened between them, it is done for good. No coming back from this one. He asks how she is actually doing, genuinely curious now himself. He takes a peek for himself, checking her out through the dream connection. What he finds is Hyejin, hunched over her phone, trembling, muttering to herself in a way that is honestly a little unsettling. Her hands are shaking on the screen, whatever she is looking at clearly eating her alive. Even he takes a step back. "Geez, she's scary," he admits. And then without warning, Hyejin just smashes the thing outright. Somehow the shockwave reaches him too, right down to the cracked phone landing near his feet. The wreckage says it all. Hyejin, breathing hard, admits she genuinely thought she was about to lose control of her bladder over that. Jiangmin taps the desk, putting the pieces together. Hyejin has got nobody left. She is completely alone now. "You should use this," the dream stranger suggests. "Bring her onto your side." Jiangmin recoils. Deal with Hyejin of all people. "I'm just saying, use her," he presses. "It's fine for you to do that, right?" Bold coming from him. Cut to the next day, Jiangmin walks right up to Hyejin's desk and says her name. One last push from the dream stranger echoes in her head. If she really wants payback on Jaehyun, she has to try everything, and it looks like Jiangmin is about to. If there's ever a moment to flip a mean girl into an asset, Jiangmin figures, this is it. even if the idea of teaming up with Hyojin makes her skin crawl a little. She walks right up and says the name out loud. Hyojin practically jumps out of her chair. If she's serious about payback on Jaehyun, Jeongmin figures she has to try everything, so she keeps it simple. Can we talk? No hesitation, no flinching. Whatever's about to happen, she's walking into it head-on. Hyojin folds her arms, wary. What do you want? Coast clear, no audience. Jeongmin figures this is as good a spot as any to lay her cards on the table. Do you want to hang out with me? The offer lands like a brick. Hyojin just blinks. What? Jeongmin doesn't blink either. Didn't Jaehyun cut you off? Direct hit, and Hyojin's face says she knows it's true. Hyojin's answer is brutal. Whether Jaehyun dumped her or not, hanging out with a loser like Jeongmin would just be humiliating. She keeps twisting the knife, accusing Jeongmin of getting a big head just because she's finally got a couple of people in her corner now. I'll let it slide this time, Hyojin snaps, but don't you dare talk to me again. Cold, final, and very on-brand for one of Jaehyun's old crew. Alone again, Hyojin mutters to herself, almost like she expected exactly this outcome all along. Rejection stings, but Jeongmin's mind is already racing past it. What else can she throw at Jaehyun? But underneath all the plotting, something heavier creeps back in. Does she really have to live like this forever, she wonders. What makes Jaehyun so much more powerful than her anyway? Why is she already scared of her? How much longer, she asks herself, does she have to keep tiptoeing around Jaehyun like this? Her eyes narrow, something in her is done waiting around. Back with Hyojin, turns out she knows Jaehyun's real face too, and it shows, one tear at a time. Anyone who's seen Jaehyun's true colors, Jeongmin says, can't just let her get away with this. Hyojin finally cracks open a little. Jaehyun looks down on everyone like she's untouchable, and dropping people is way too easy for her. I'm a victim of hers too, Jeongmin adds. Thanks to her, I got wrongfully bullied at the start of the year. Hyojin softens. Jeongmin got played by Jaehyun just like everyone else, so she won't hold that against her. And then the pitch flips entirely. Let's get revenge on her together, Hyojin says. Jeongmin ups the ante. Revenge, mess with her, whatever they want to call it, once is all it takes. You want that too, deep down, she presses. Wouldn't it be unfair to keep her mouth shut and just graduate like nothing happened? Hyojin's eyes well up, sharp and deciding. What do you think? She asks back. Jeongmin figures now isn't exactly the time to be picky about her allies. She holds out her hand. Come on. Hyojin stares at the offered hand and gulps hard. She hesitates, torn eyes glistening. Her hand actually starts to move toward Jeongmin's and then freezes. Whatever, Hyojin blurts, yanking her hand back and bolting, pride winning out over the deal. Jeongmin watches her go. Guess that really wasn't going to work after all, and for a second there she actually thought she had a shot. Meanwhile, alone in her room, Hyojin is second-guessing herself hard. What was she even thinking? No matter how much she hates Jaehyun, she tells herself siding with Jeongmin is a bridge too far. She's still got her pride. Except pride doesn't keep you warm. Hyojin starts running through everyone she knows as one of Jaehyun's friends, and there are a lot of them. She just needs one person willing to actually hear her out. Instead, she watches her group chat empty out in real time. One by one, everyone just leaves. Every call goes straight to voicemail. Over and over and over again. She's practically begging into the phone at this point. Just one person, please. And if nobody picks up, she doesn't even let herself finish that thought. Then finally a voice on the other end. Hello. Hyojin nearly drops the phone in relief. Hello. It's Hyun, one of the few still willing to pick up. Are you free for a minute? Yeah, what's up? Hyojin lays it out. She thinks Jaehyun is deliberately turning her into an outcast and coaching everyone else to do the same. Everyone blocked me, Hyojin adds. Hyun sounds skeptical, really. Word travels fast. Jaehyun's already hearing about it secondhand, all faux innocent curiosity. How'd that happen? You should be careful too, Hyojin warns. Jaehyun used one of her weaknesses to control her, then dropped her the second it got inconvenient. Jaehyun isn't sitting still either. She corners one of her circle, gripping her arm. You're all being lied to, don't believe a word of it. Then she goes straight to the source, calling Hyun herself. Let's talk in person. You free after school tomorrow? Hyun hedges, I don't know. The second she hangs up, Jaehyun's laughing it off with a friend, faking a stomachache excuse to dodge the whole mess. Hyejin, oblivious to any of that, keeps pushing Hyun for an actual time to meet. Hyun's answer lands cold, probably never, and honestly you're the one who needs to be careful right now. Jaehyun got there first. Jaehyun spins the story her way, telling a friend Hyejin's secretly evil, reminding everyone she's the one who took Hyejin in after whatever happened back in middle school. And this is how you repay her, the friend gasps. Hyejin, cornered on the phone, can barely stammer out a defense. Jaehyun just smiles, satisfied. It's no use, the story's already set. Straight to Hyejin now, stop bothering her friends with false hope, Jaehyun says, there's no one left on her side. She was even willing to give Hyejin another shot if she'd reflected on herself. Instead, just disappointment. The kicker, if literally everyone turned their back on her, Jaehyun says, that's on Hyejin. She never gave any of them a reason to believe in her. You should have been nicer to me, Jaehyun adds, twisting it like she's the wronged party here. The phone slips right out of Hyejin's hand. Something in her hardens, she can't forgive this. And suddenly Jeongmin's words are ringing in her head all over again, about Jaehyun looking down on everyone, about how easily she abandons people. Wouldn't it be unfair to stay silent and just graduate like nothing happened? Let's get revenge together. This time Hyejin means it, let's mess with her at least once. Cut to some time later, and it looks like a deal's been struck. Whatever they just pulled off together, it has both of them cracking up. That was so satisfying, one of them laughs. New scene, Jaehyun strolling at night with a guy who clearly can't stop staring. You're like the main character of a webtoon, he says. She waves it off. Haha, no way. A voice cuts in from behind. What are you two laughing about? Both of them jump like they got caught red-handed. It's Yihyuk, grinning like he already knows exactly what he interrupted. Didn't see you in the classroom, haha, he needles. What's going on here? You've been tailing Jaehyun around ever since she started coming to our cram school. Busted, the guy can only glance away, caught red-handed. Her school's right next to mine and, all that, he mumbles, which is not exactly a denial. Jaehyun just tucks her hair back, clearly loving every second of the attention. That voice belongs to Yihyuk, strolling up with his usual easy grin, clearly enjoying that he just caught them red-handed. Somebody yelps his name in surprise. Yihyuk has a real talent for showing up at exactly the wrong moment. Turns out this guy has been trailing Jaehyun ever since she started showing up at their cram school, and Yihyuk's not about to let that slide quietly. He needles the guy outright, got a crush on her. The admirer flusters hard, insisting he just wants to be friends since she's new. His darting, guilty glance says otherwise. He mumbles some excuse about their schools being next door to each other, like that explains everything. Jaehyun just brushes her hair back and says nothing, though she doesn't look exactly unhappy about the attention. Later that night, Jeongmin lets herself into her apartment with her usual quiet "I'm home," not expecting anyone to actually be there. The place feels different somehow, dim and still, like something shifted since she left this morning. Then a voice she wasn't expecting stops her cold, her mom asking if she's home. All Jeongmin can manage is a stammered mom. This clearly isn't a normal night. Her mom brushes right past the awkwardness, already heading for the kitchen to make the kimchi stew Jeongmin used to love as a kid. Jeongmin admits, a little unsettled, that she'd honestly forgotten she ever liked that stew. Dinner gets set down on the table, without much more said. They eat in a silence that's anything but comfortable, trading uneasy glances across the table. Jeongmin can't shake the feeling that something's off about this sudden burst of mother-daughter bonding. She says out loud that it's delicious, if only to fill the quiet. Her mom keeps fussing over her, refilling her bowl like old times. But Jeongmin's eyes stay guarded, watching her mother a little too closely. Somewhere in the apartment a door clicks shut and something clatters. They're not alone. Her mom mentions almost too casually that dad's away on a business trip and won't be back for a long while. Jeongmin freezes. That's when a man Jeongmin's never seen before steps into the kitchen like he owns the place, telling her she can relax now. Jeongmin doesn't say much, she just drinks in silence, sizing him up. Her mood brightens a little despite herself, and she manages an okay with something close to a real smile. The man laughs, teasing her for looking so pleased about something so small, and Jeongmin just lets it go. Watching the two of them so at ease together, Jeongmin can't get over how much the whole feel of her house has changed just because her dad's gone. The next morning she heads out for school like nothing happened, calling out a quick goodbye. The man tells her to have a nice day, arms crossed, looking completely at home in her kitchen. For a second, walking off in the morning light, Jeongmin almost looks at peace. Part of her wishes every day could feel this easy. At school she's back to her usual routine, phone in hand between classes. Yi-hyuk texts to complain the cafeteria food was garbage and that he's grabbing lunch with friends later. Jeongmin jokes hers wasn't much better and she might just hit the snack shop instead. She keeps tapping away at her phone, a small smile creeping in. Someone calls her name from behind, and Jeongmin turns. It's Hyejin telling her flatly to come outside, there's something she needs to say. Jeongmin's expression tightens as she follows, bracing for whatever this is. Up on the rooftop, all she can get out is a wary what. Down the hall, meanwhile, Jaehyun strolls along completely unaware of what's brewing. Someone yanks her aside before she even knows what's happening. Elsewhere, a classmate breezes past and greets a boy at his desk like it's any other day. Then she turns to Jaehyun and asks if she's heard about the commotion out in the hallway. Jaehyun has no idea what she's talking about. Because Hyejin and Jeongmin are closing in on her together, footsteps echoing down the hall. Jaehyun startles hard at the sight of the two of them standing side by side. Jeongmin, Hyejin and Yoonju crowd around her, all smiles, asking if they should all hang out sometime to celebrate becoming such good friends. Hyejin twists the knife with a smile, saying unlike a certain someone, nobody here uses her and makes her look like the bad guy. Watching it land, Jeongmin can barely hide how much she's enjoying this. These two get along scarily well. Still, some quiet part of Jaehyun isn't ready to let this go without a fight. For now, all she can get out is a stunned wow. Hyejin grins, calling it the best reaction she's gotten out of anyone yet, and Jeongmin agrees right on cue. The bell saves Jaehyun for now, and a classmate tells Hyejin to head to her seat, promising to call her back over later. Jaehyun sits with it afterward, quiet and clearly rattled. In her head she's spiraling. There's no way Hyejin would just decide to cozy up to Jeongmin on her own. Across the school, Jeongmin tucks her hair back, deep in thought about how the day's gone. But still, Jaehyun can't quite let the thought go. Could Jeongmin actually be the one who brought Hyejin over to her side? Jeongmin, for her part, is realizing messing with people is a lot easier than she expected. Still, some small part of her feels uneasy about how well everything's been going lately. The sky burns orange as the day winds down. The school empties out into another quiet evening. That evening, Yi-hyuk's out and about, tie-loosened, killing time. He walks the sunset streets alone, looking a little lost in thought. Then he spots her and brightens instantly, calling out Jaehyun's name with a big grin. She asks if he's been waiting long, playing it cool. He insists he just got there too, admitting he was surprised she even wanted to see him today, then worries out loud that maybe she hated the idea. No way, he blurts, he actually liked it a lot. Flustered, he backpedals that he didn't mean anything weird by it, while Jaehyun just smiles at how easy he is to fluster. She suggests grabbing food before cram school, and he agrees without a second's hesitation. They end up walking into a little restaurant together, greeted with a table for two. Yi-hyuk thanks her for coming, stumbling a little as he admits he really wanted to get closer to her. Jaehyun says the same softly. Then she smirks, telling him she's got something to say too. He leans in immediately, promising he'll listen to absolutely anything she has to say. She checks will he really listen to whatever she says. He swears he will, no hesitation. She warns him this might come out of nowhere. He reminds her gently that they are still getting to know each other, that it hasn't even been that long. It might surprise him to hear this, she admits, but she just wanted him to know, she says quietly as they head back out. Over lunch, Jaehyun tells Yi-hyuk that even though they only just met, the two of them have clearly been getting closer. She takes a breath and admits this might catch him off guard, but she just needed him to know how she feels. Her nerve wavers for a second, She calls his name, gathering the courage to finally say it out loud. "I think I like you," she finally says. Yi-hyuk freezes, completely blindsided, his hand hovering near his mouth in shock. She goes all in and asks him straight up, does he want to go out with her? Cut to Yi-hyuk wandering home in a total daze, Jaehyun trailing a step behind with a satisfied little smile. Yeah, that confession landed. A little later, walking together, Yi-hyuk tells Jaehyun there's something he needs to ask her. Why, he wonders, do they have to keep this a secret from Jeongmin? Isn't he allowed to just tell her they're dating now? Jaehyun just hums, non-committal. The two walk on together, the moment rendered in a cold, washed-out gray, like even the art knows something's off. Jaehyun isn't budging. She wants to surprise Jeongmin with the news herself later on her own terms. Meanwhile, Jeongmin walks home alone, her expression unreadable, lost somewhere in her own head. Nearby, Yi-hyuk can't stop checking his phone, thumbs flying over the keyboard. Jeongmin catches him at it and a nagging thought creeps in. Something's weird here and she can't quite shake it. We flash to Yi-hyuk wearing an odd, almost too satisfied little smile, the kind that makes you want to ask what exactly he's been up to. Jeongmin stands outside, staring straight ahead, clearly turning something over in her mind. Could it be, she wonders before finally cornering him, Yi-hyuk, who are you talking to? He snaps out of it fast. Oh, sorry, it's nothing, he says, playing it off, and just like that changes the subject entirely. Jeongmin can't let it go. Does he have someone he likes now? The thought sits heavy in her chest. She mutters to herself, trying to talk herself out of the idea. That can't be possible, right? Her mind spirals back to something from before, the same old ache resurfacing. Then why has he been treating her like this all along? So she goes to the one being who might actually help her get answers, her dream guide who drops a bombshell of his own. She can astral project. He leans in with that trademark smirk and gives her the assignment, find out exactly who Yi-hyuk's been talking to. At first he balks. He's not here to do volunteer work, thank you very much, and boring errands like this don't interest him. Jeongmin isn't letting him off that easy. He promised to help her with anything, she reminds him, as long as she never asked about his past. Please, she begs, just this once. She admits she's genuinely fine living without friends or family at this point. But if I don't have Yi-hyuk too? Her voice trails off, the fear underneath finally showing. I might die, she admits, and it doesn't feel like she's exaggerating for effect. That lands harder than she probably meant it to. Her dream guide visibly flinches. He sighs, defeated. Fine, stop crying, he mutters, and just like that he's in. Using the route Jeongmin described, his astral form slips out into the world, tailing Yi-hyuk on his walk home from school. Yi-hyuk whips around like he felt something. The ghost nearly gets caught, yelping that he wasn't ready for that. Not that it was hard, he found the guy in about 2 seconds flat. He tags along, muttering to himself about what exactly Jeongmin sees in this guy. He's clearly the more handsome one here, obviously. Yi-hyuk's glued to his phone the whole walk, and the ghost has a pretty good guess why that's been driving Jeongmin up the wall. Then up ahead, he spots exactly who Yi-hyuk's been rushing to see. Yi-hyuk calls out her name and there she is, Jaehyun, waiting for him in the golden evening light. The ghost's smug grin drops instantly. He recognizes her and it clearly is not a good surprise. Of all people, it's the one girl Jeongmin hates more than anyone else on the planet. He wonders if Jeongmin ever mentioned knowing her. Jaehyun, for her part, just shrugs it off, she doesn't recall. Oh is about the size of it. Now he actually has to go back and tell Jeongmin what he saw. He returns to where her body's been waiting the whole time, gently calling her name to wake her up. Her eyes are already glassy with worry before he even says a word. How did it go? She asks, bracing herself. He stalls, teasing out the question instead. He's not dating someone, is he? His mouth goes dry. He clearly has no idea how to say what he actually saw. Jeongmin just waits, swallowing hard, dreading whatever's coming next. Then he pivots hard. You made a big deal out of nothing, he blurts, and Jeongmin's jaw drops. It was just one of his guy friends from school, he insists. Really? She asks. Really, he swears, doubling down on the lie. Grasping at straws, Jeongmin wonders out loud if maybe Yi-hyuk just likes boys instead of girls. Her dream guide shuts that down fast. He tells her it's probably just a new friend, someone he'll get bored of talking to soon enough. She isn't fully convinced, but she wants to believe it. Alone, he lets out a breath. That's a relief, he says, though the guilty sweat on his brow says otherwise. He told her Yi-hyuk would come back around soon enough, but her phone, sitting untouched on the desk, isn't cooperating. Her messages just sit there. Did you get to school? Do you want to walk home together today? No reply. He used to read her texts the second she sent them, she thinks, watching the sunset through the window. Not anymore. Across town, Jaehyun's friends catch her glued to her own phone all day and start needling her. Does she have a boyfriend or something? Well, I think so, she admits. Her friends light up instantly, firing off questions all at once. How long? What school? Who confessed first? One at a time, Jaehyun laughs. She spins it a little for the crowd, claiming he's the one who's really into her. Careful, her friend teases, you're going to hurt his feelings. Back in Jeongmin's classroom, the gossip cuts the other way. Do you even have pictures of him? Someone asks, loud enough for her to hear. How annoying, right? Jeongmin turns to Hyejin, frustrated that she's just sitting there. Why drag her into this plan and then do nothing when it counts? I'm not, Jeongmin says flatly, only for the girls to pile on harder, needling her about whether she's even really friends with anyone. Hyejin just shrugs it off. Well, I thought as much, she says unhelpfully. Someone leans in close and whispers not to let the teasing get under her skin. Hyejin, meanwhile, is cackling about something else entirely, gloating that watching certain people squirm is the only thing making her life worth living these days. Jeongmin hesitates, unsure if she's even allowed to say what's on her mind, then decides it doesn't matter anymore anyway. Turns out the whispers were about her the whole time, claiming she made up some story about a boy just to seem cool. They said you were probably just imagining things. The words land like a slap and Jeongmin can't hide the hurt on her face. That night, Jeongmin sits with her phone, the sunset bleeding orange across the window behind her. Her old messages are still just sitting there, unread and unanswered. Her phone suddenly rings, loud in the quiet room, and her whole body goes tense. She's never actually called him before, she never expected it would come to this. She takes a breath and presses call anyway. He picks up sounding completely normal. Hi Jeongmin, what's up? Just like nothing's changed at all. Do you want to walk home together? She asks, then quickly adds that her friends will be there too, just in case it sounds like too much. In her head, the cruel rumor keeps replaying, the claim that she made the whole thing up about talking to some boy. Please, she thinks, just give me some reassurance, Yi-hyuk, and then simply he says, sure, okay. At the end of the day, a classmate calls out for everyone to head to the front gate together. Jeongmin tells Hyejin there's someone she wants her to meet, while Hyejin just stretches through a bored yawn. There's no way Yi-hyuk would have changed, Jeongmin tells herself, trying to talk herself into believing it. And yet, in the same breath, she braces herself not to expect much from him anymore either. She remembers a promise he once made to just stay by her side like he always had. All he had to do was keep it. Her jaw sets, bracing for whatever's about to happen at that gate. Her eyes well up before she can stop them, the doubt finally breaking through. And then, right on cue, Yi-hyuk comes strolling up through the golden evening light, grinning like always. Except he's not alone. Jaehyun's right there beside him, and from the way he's touching her face, this is not the innocent walk home Jeongmin was hoping for. Jeongmin's on the phone, practically begging to be allowed out with her friends just this once. Word around school is that everyone's already decided she made the whole thing up, just imagining some boy who was never really talking about her. All she wants is a little reassurance from Yi-hyuk, and for once he gives it to her without hesitation. There's someone Jeongmin's dying to introduce to her friend, who can barely stifle a yawn about it. Because lately, for once, every single day has been bringing her good news. Someone offers to wait for her right at the front gate, and the surprise on her face says it all. Just like that, walking to the gate together becomes the new normal. But underneath all that good news, something darker is still curling at the edges of it. In her head, the bullying's finally over, and she's paid her tormentor Jaehyun back in full. It's less a memory than a daydream, hazy and soft around the edges. Even her father is conveniently out of the picture, off on a business trip. And her mom goes back to being the warm woman she was before things turned violent at home. The two of them share a quiet, easy dinner together, just like the old days. And then there's Yi-hyuk, folded right into the fantasy with her. Every little detail of him gets the soft focus, sparkly treatment in her mind. For a moment, she just lets herself sit inside that feeling. In this version of her life, he's right there next to her, exactly where she wants him. The one thing she holds onto in this daydream is the promise that he'd always be by her side. Then reality snaps back in and Yi-hyuk's waving her over, standing right next to Jaehyun. Her classmates clock it immediately, whispering about why the boy she's been talking about is suddenly standing with Jaehyun of all people. Jeongmin freezes mid-step, that one name landing like a gut punch. Yi-hyuk apologizes for the surprise, saying Jaehyun finally gave him the go-ahead to explain. Why is the only word she can get out. Turns out he met Jaehyun at cram school and she told him the two of them go way back, best friends since childhood. The whole hallway is buzzing about it, while Jeongmin just mutters under her breath that they are absolutely not friends. The group falls into an awkward silence, nobody quite sure what to say next. Someone flat out asks Yi-hyuk what happened to him and Jeongmin. Weren't they practically a thing? He looks completely blindsided. Jeongmin's heart is pounding so loud she can barely think, stuck on who's even been spreading that. Yi-hyuk quietly asks if she's the one who told people that, and all she can offer back is silence. Then he says it outright, he's dating Jaehyun. No cushioning, no warning, just the words that break everything. Jeongmin goes completely still, watching the two of them together like she's watching it happen from somewhere far away. She turns her back on the two of them and behind her, Jaehyun can't quite hide how pleased she looks. You is all Jeongmin manages, and there's real venom starting to creep into it. Because Jaehyun's already been busy, telling people Jeongmin's been chasing Yi-hyuk around like some kind of stalker. According to Jaehyun's version of events, Yi-hyuk is the one who's actually into her, not the other way around. Somewhere inside her, Jeongmin is screaming, does anyone actually know what kind of person Jaehyun really is? The rage finally cracks through, raw and unfiltered. Why does it have to be Jaehyun of all people? That question just keeps looping. Why just why? She pictures him smiling like that, so easy and warm, and can't stop asking why it had to be her. Yi-hyuk just tells her she's acting weird today, completely missing what's actually going on. Jaehyun steps in smoothly, insisting Jeongmin's just misunderstanding the whole situation. Yi-hyuk even apologizes, wondering out loud if he ever gave her the wrong idea about the two of them. Left standing alone, Jeongmin's whole world has gone dark red at the edges. She's never felt pain quite like this before, and his name is the only word that fits. It's bad enough she wants to disappear on the spot, and Yi-hyuk just tells her they'll talk later before walking off with Jaehyun. Of course, the rumor mill spins it as Jeongmin getting rejected after making a move on Jaehyun's boyfriend, exactly the story Jaehyun wanted out there. Someone tells the gossiping crowd to quiet down, right before Jeongmin just bolts. She sprints past all of them, hair flying, not looking back once. Why her and not me, she keeps asking herself over and over. She liked him more, she's sure of it, so why did it still end up this way? The tears finally win, and all that's left is one more why. Somewhere else entirely, a familiar smirking dream boy mocks how easily people talk themselves into denial, like insisting it was just some guy friend from school. Back in the real world, Jeongmin finally stops running. She looks back the way she came, eyes still glassy in the evening light. Somebody tries to spin it as harmless, just a new friend Yi-hyuk's made, insisting he'll come back around eventually. The city glows soft and gold around her, completely indifferent to how she's falling apart. Her face says everything her words can't right now. Meanwhile, at the coffee shop, under a knockoff Starbucks sign doing its best Starbucks impression, Jaehyun's already apologizing to Yi-hyuk for the shock. Yi-hyuk offers to smooth things over with Jeongmin, but Jaehyun smoothly waves him off, and he never even thinks to ask why. Jaehyun spins her own version of history, claiming she cared about Jeongmin once and it was Jeongmin who pulled away. She lets it slip almost by accident that Jeongmin supposedly bullied her and watches Yi-hyuk's face fall. She backpedals just enough to look reluctant, and Yi-hyuk rushes to comfort her instead of questioning the story. It's a cruel contrast to a memory of him once grabbing her hand and promising she was his one and only. In another memory, someone once told her to let it all out, promising to always be on her side. Back in the present, Jaehyun lets herself smirk, savoring exactly how well her story landed. Somewhere, someone's turning the whole mess over in their head. Guess she's not here yet, comes the murmur, waiting on someone who isn't coming. Back in that strange white dream space, the silver-haired dream guy admits being stuck here this long is starting to wear on him. He hasn't properly woken up in months and jokes darkly that it wouldn't be strange if he were actually dead. I hate this, he admits quietly, the mask slipping for just a second. He wonders what's even happening to his real body out there, tired of this empty space in a way he can't quite shake. Although, he admits, it's a lot more bearable whenever Jeongmin shows up. He watches over her with that same knowing, faintly smug look. Truth is, when he really thinks about it, she's the only person he has left at all. Right on cue, she comes crashing into the dream space. He greets her warmly, asking how her day went, completely unprepared for the answer. She just stares back at him, hollowed out. Something in her expression has gone somewhere far away. He notices immediately that something's off about her, and nervously asks what's wrong. She just laughs bitterly at the question. Oh, something happened all right. She's got a question of her own for him first. Are you actually on my side, she asks, and the air goes cold. Before he can even finish defending himself, she cuts him off. She's done coming here. If she ever ends up in this dream again, she says, she'll force herself awake immediately. Until you disappear, she adds, and it lands like a slap. Why did you lie to me, she demands, and now we get to the real reason. He flinches, insisting she already knew the truth. So she was right after all. Yi-hyuk and Jaehyun are dating, she says flatly, laying it all out. He really did know, and the realization guts her all over again. He swears he wasn't hiding it on purpose, that he was only trying to protect her, but she's already cutting through the excuse. If he'd actually been worried about her, she says, he would have just told her. Because of his silence, she says, she got humiliated in front of everyone today and he has nothing left to say to that. She never should have met him in the first place, she says, and tells him he's useless now to just stay out of her sight. Something in him goes cold, right there on the spot. She turns to leave, and for a second even she looks startled by what just came out of her own mouth. Is that so, he says, voice gone flat, claiming he was getting tired of her anyway. That lands harder than she expects, and she starts shaking. Her eyes go wide, like she wasn't ready for him to actually hit back. She starts, but the tears cut the rest of the sentence off. I never, he starts, struggling to finish it. We open mid-blow-up. Jeongmin stares her dream boy dead in the eye and cuts him loose. You're useless now, she snaps, don't even think about showing your face around me again. I never should have met you in the first place. He barely flinches, is that so? The calm is somehow worse than if he'd yelled. Then the mask cracks. I should never have met you either, he fires back, hurt bleeding through the bravado. For one long beat he just stands there, jaw tight, doing his best impression of a guy who isn't falling apart. Jeongmin doesn't back down an inch. Fine then. I was getting tired of you anyways, she says, twisting the knife. That one lands, his whole face goes slack with shock, like he genuinely didn't see it coming. She catches herself staring a second too long, like some part of her already regrets saying it. Have a nice life, he says, cold and final, turning his back on her before she can take any of it back. And just like that, she's alone in an empty white nowhere, the world shrinking down to one very small, very lonely figure. Time skips forward with a blunt little caption, after that day. The boy never showed up in her dreams again, simple as that, and somehow so much heavier than it sounds. Back in the real world, it's just another school morning. Jeongmin drags her chair out and settles in like nothing's wrong. A small, distracted noise slips out of her. Whatever's on her mind, it's clearly not the lesson plan. Jaehyun breezes over, all smiles. You're here early today, because nothing says totally normal friendship like a queen bee showing up unprompted. Off to the side, she's glued to her phone, that friendly smile flickering into something a lot flatter the second she thinks no one's watching. Then the mask drops entirely. How did it feel? Jaehyun asks, and it is not a friendly question. The other day, she clarifies, closing in on Jeongmin with all the warmth of a lone shark collecting a debt. When the only person in the world you thought was on your side turned their back on you, Jaehyun needles and Jeongmin's eyes go sharp enough to cut glass. Shut your mouth, Jeongmin fires back, refusing to give her the satisfaction of a flinch. Jaehyun just brushes past her toward the lockers, unbothered, like she's already won this round. Jeongmin's glare could melt steel at this point, jaw set, done playing nice. Before I rip it apart, Jaehyun warns, voice low, threatening to tear down whatever's left standing between them. 2 seconds later, she's giggling with a friend like nothing happened, while a couple of passing classmates just gawk. What's with the vibes in here? Jaehyun smirks to herself by the lockers, clearly pleased with the damage she just did. She sweeps off down the hall trailing whispers, the picture of popularity with a mean streak underneath. 2 classmates huddle up nearby, replaying the whole scene. Hey, just now, one starts and neither of them finishes the thought out loud. Jaehyun strolls the hallway looking every bit as composed and untouchable as always, at least on the surface. The whole school's buzzing about it by lunch. That was the first time anyone's ever seen Jaehyun look like that, right? Meanwhile, Jeongmin's phone lights up with a text from Yihyuk. Jeongmin, can we talk? She just stares at it, thumb hovering, not quite ready for whatever that conversation is going to be. I can't bring myself to read it, she admits to herself, letting the message sit there unopened. Her mind drifts right back to him anyway, that faded white-haired face surfacing whether she wants it to or not. I never should have met someone like you, her own words, replaying on a loop she can't seem to shut off. She scowls at nothing in particular. Why do I keep randomly thinking of that guy? Nearby, Sora flicks her hair with a dramatic so annoying while Jeongmin just slumps at her desk, steam practically coming off her head. Jeongmin. It's lunchtime, aren't you going to eat? Sora asks, sitting up straighter. Jeongmin just shakes her head. I'm not going to eat. And also, Jeongmin adds, glancing off to the side, clearly still chewing on something bigger than lunch. Life goes on around her regardless, classmates drifting past, oblivious to the storm in her head. Elsewhere, Jaehyun leans in close to warn someone off. Keep your friends' mouths shut, she hisses. Jeongmin doesn't blink. If you get on my nerves anymore, I might just spread those screenshots, she fires back, and Jaehyun's stunned reaction says it all. Turns out Jeongmin's got some leverage of her own now. Later, worn out from the whole day, Jeongmin heads off somewhere with a lot on her mind. She walks the quiet path outside, footsteps the only sound around her. Maybe I made the wrong choice coming, she thinks with a sigh, spotting a familiar face waiting nearby, watching her a little too closely. It's Hyejin, arms crossed, smug little grin in place. It's embarrassing for me to watch this, she needles, clearly enjoying Jeongmin's mess just a little too much. The sky burns orange over the rooftops as evening settles in, the whole city slowing down for the night. The path along the school fence sits empty and quiet, the calm before whatever's coming next. Jeongmin's phone still has that unread "Can we talk?" text glowing on the screen as she walks. Jeongmin, is that you? Someone calls out through the dusk and she looks up startled. Jeongmin, Yihyuk jogs over, waving like it's the easiest thing in the world to just show up. Cut to later, someone digs a hand into a jacket pocket, rustling around for something. Jeongmin walks the evening streets alongside her, groceries in hand, the quiet stretching between them. Jeongmin, how is school these days? The woman asks, casual on the surface but clearly fishing for something real. Is there anything you're struggling with? She presses. Jeongmin blinks, caught off guard. What? No, Jeongmin answers, a beat too quick to be entirely convincing. There's nothing like that, she insists, plastering on her most reassuring face. They keep walking in silence, neither one quite buying the other's act. Give me the bags, Jeongmin offers. It's all right, I'll hold them, they're not that heavy, the woman says. No, Jeongmin insists right back. Truth is, she thinks to herself, grabbing the bags is just a convenient way to dodge the question entirely. The woman smiles, drifting into an old memory. When you were little, you insisted on helping me carry the groceries. You tripped and broke all the eggs though. Do you remember? She asks warmly. Ah, sorry, Jiangmin mutters, a little embarrassed. I've always felt sorry for you, the woman admits, and Jiangmin's expression shifts, caught off guard by the sudden weight of it. After things at home started getting worse, I couldn't pay attention to you anymore, she confesses. I'm just glad that you grew up to be such a good girl, regardless. Jiangmin's mind quietly protests, I'm good, but out loud she just offers, I'm a little more emotionally available now. If there's anything you want to get off your chest, just tell me like you did in the old days, the woman offers, gentle and sincere. But Jiangmin's already made up her mind, I can't tell her about this. Whatever's going on with the boy from her dreams, that secret's staying locked down. That faded, familiar face crosses her mind again anyway, but maybe something else she considers. I said something harsh to a friend, she finally admits, choosing the safer confession over the truth. Her own cruel line keeps echoing back at her, you're useless now, so don't show your face around me. Before she even knew it, that's what came out. I wasn't actually that resentful of them, she realizes, staring blankly out at the sky. She sits with that thought a while, watching the clouds drift past the classroom window. I was overwhelmed because of the Yihyuk situation, so I couldn't control my emotions, she reasons. But did I have to say it like that? Now that I don't see him, it's making me worry, she admits, picturing the two of them distant and separate. Even if we go our separate ways, I feel like I should at least apologize, she thinks. But how could he not show up just because I told him to get lost? He never listened to me before, she grumbles. He's a little suspicious and strange. But it's true that he's been helping me all this time, she admits, picturing that stubborn, familiar face one more time. Back in class, Yihyuk's chatting about some idol group's new single while Jiangmin's guilt just keeps grinding away in the background. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. What am I going to do with this guilt? Nearby, classmates are deep in idol gossip. Seonbeek, don't even bring him up, I'll start crying, one groans. He was my bias, but who knew he'd end up being so selfish. I did think he'd be the most popular after the group debuted, though, another adds, scrolling through photos. I've never seen this guy before. He's cute though. Jiangmin bristles as the group crowds around her desk to gawk at their phones. Why are they doing this by my desk? Then someone points. Who is this guy? You don't know DZX? A classmate gasps, appalled. Jiangmin just blinks. These idols, you really don't know them. They're super hot, aren't they? I'm part of their first-generation fan club, the girl gushes, shoving the phone practically into Jiangmin's face. Jiangmin's whole body goes rigid. Wait, show me that picture, she blurts, snatching the phone clean out of the girl's hands. Her face drains of color as she stares at the screen. No way. There, in a lineup of grinning idols, is a face she'd know anywhere, even faded and half-forgotten in a dream. It's him, the exact same guy she banished from her dreams is standing right there in a real photo, smirking like he already knows the trouble he's about to cause her. Class is buzzing around Jiangmin's desk today, and she has no idea why until someone shoves a phone in her face. You really don't know them? A classmate gasps, snatching her phone to show off some idol group like it's common knowledge. Turns out she's talking to a founding member of some boy group's fan club, and she is not calming down about it. Another girl swipes in and grabs the phone before Jiangmin can even process the first photo. Then Jiangmin gets an actual look at the picture, and the color drains right out of her face. One face in that group photo is way too familiar for comfort. This guy, she mutters, staring at a white-haired member she's positive she's seen somewhere before. Someone notices her staring and asks the question that kicks this whole mess off. Does she know what actually happened to him? The group is called DZX, and this particular member never even made the official lineup. Turns out there's a lot more to unpack here than just another pretty idol face. He got cut before debut, eliminated on the trainee documentary that made the whole group famous. One classmate happens to know the whole saga inside and out, idol fan style. This guy, Seonbeek, had over 50,000 followers before he basically vanished from the internet. During the documentary's run, he was the most popular trainee in the whole competition. Everyone just assumed he was a lock for the final debut lineup. He was that good, the kind of trainee cameras loved and fans couldn't stop talking about. He was famous for actually talking to his fans, right up until the day he got cut and disappeared completely. Online rumors say he even dropped out of school after that and stopped posting entirely, which only makes Jeongmin more desperate to know why he got eliminated in the first place. She is not letting this go. Turns out it wasn't just the car accident during filming, his popularity had already started slipping after a rivalry with a member named Nahyok Gang. Weirdly enough, people online kept saying the two of them looked almost identical. If she wants the full story, she's told, the documentary itself lays it all out. It wasn't that long ago, so the footage should still be out there somewhere to find. She stares down at that old group photo, and something about it just will not let her go. The second she hears the news, something in her clicks into place. She goes straight home and binges every single video she can find of this guy. Watching clip after clip, she notices something. Everyone else in that trainee house looks exhausted, but he's the only one still smiling. It clicks with something he told her once himself, "I'm pretty famous." Suddenly it feels like she's snapping puzzle pieces together in real time. Is this why he never wanted her to know who he really was, embarrassed of his own past? She keeps watching all the way to the last episode, the final goodbye, the one confirming the debut lineup. And there he is on screen, bandages and all, saying, "Hello, this is Seon-beek. I'm sorry to have to greet you like this." He tells the camera the accident wasn't as bad as everyone thinks, and asks his fans not to worry too much. He didn't make the final lineup, he admits, but his story, he promises, does not end there. Watching that clip, Jeongmin can't hold back the tears. She barely knows this guy, but her gut is telling her something is very, very wrong. There's one more detail sticking with her. Everyone says he absolutely hates anyone digging into his past. But that face on her screen, she just cannot shake it. On the video, he gestures to his bandaged cheek, still smiling for the camera like nothing's wrong. Something about that forced smile does not sit right with her at all. She remembers one more clue he dropped, that his agency was somewhere nearby. If she checks the hospitals in that area, she thinks she might actually be able to find him. She honestly hadn't thought this far ahead, what she'd even do if she actually found him. But she can't just sit around doing nothing, not anymore. At the front desk, she asks point blank, "Is Seon-beek a patient here?" The answer comes back a very casual yes. Is this really the place? The receptionist immediately wants to know why exactly she's here to see Mr. Beek. She freezes, completely unprepared for the question. Good question, honestly. Why did she come all this way to see him? The staff presses harder. What exactly is her relationship to the patient? Relationship, she stammers, sweat breaking out. We're. Two ghostly little silhouettes flicker through her mind as she fumbles for an answer. Word travels fast at the nurse's station. Some girl showed up out of nowhere asking for Seon-beek by name. The staff huddle up, whispering among themselves about what to do with her. After a quick once-over, they decide she's not lying. Jeongmin can only stand there, nerves completely shot, waiting on their verdict. Finally, they wave her through. "Follow me," they say, "I'll take you to his room." She mutters a small "I'm sorry" as they head down the hall toward his ward. Apparently, a lot of strange people show up asking after Mr. Beek, and he's notoriously hard to actually get in to see. She figures it's probably fans who tracked down a hospital that was never supposed to be public, since, well, she managed it too. "Right this way," the staffer says before her tone shifts, but Mr. Beek, is he even still asleep? The word finally drops, vegetative state. He's been essentially trapped this entire time, and somehow Jeongmin already knew. She's warned to keep it quiet in there, and to hit the call button if anything happens. Someone steps up behind her in the hallway and she spins around, heart pounding. Her hand tightens on the door. She never actually thought she'd see him in person. She hesitates in front of the curtain, bracing herself for whatever's on the other side. The curtain hangs there, drawn shut, giving nothing away. Step by step she moves closer. "So this," she starts to say. "Is Seon-beek," she finishes, barely above a whisper. And there he lies, pale and still, that same white hair and that same face from her dreams, hooked up in a hospital bed. Turns out she'd already half heard the rumor from a friend named Yeonji Jo, which makes her whole detective phase feel a little pointless in hindsight. She lets out a long yawn, exhausted from the emotional whiplash of the whole day. I'm tired," she admits to no one in particular. Now that she's actually looking at him, weirdly she feels calmer. Is this it, she wonders. She leans in close. Hey, open your eyes, are you really trapped inside of dreams? She starts to wonder if the hospital staff and she might be the only people who even know the state he's in. Online, everyone's convinced he just quietly disappeared. Nobody said a word about him being vegetative. Another huge yawn escapes her. She really is running on fumes at this point. Her eyes finally start to drift shut. She did, after all, stay up the entire previous night researching him. The room goes quiet except for a ticking clock, minutes sliding by unnoticed. Jeongmin's fallen fast asleep, slumped right against the rail of his hospital bed. She shifts in her sleep, completely out cold now. A soft snore slips out. Wherever her mind's drifting off to, it's already starting. Everything around her fades straight to black. Something feels off immediately. This isn't like my usual dreams, she realizes, looking around at a strange, blood-red haze. Where even is this place? What kind of dream is this? Nothing around her is responding the way it should, nothing moves the way she wants it to. She's genuinely lost, no idea where she's landed this time. Her own footsteps echo strangely against ground that doesn't feel solid at all. Ugh, I feel gross, she mutters, arms wrapped around herself. It's cold in here too. Part of her just wants to force herself awake and bail on this whole nightmare. But something keeps her rooted in place, scanning the dark for answers. Something shifts in the shadows ahead of her. Is that? A shape starts to take form out of the red haze. A familiar silhouette flickers into view, half swallowed by the dark. He's just standing there, silent, back turned to her. Hey, she shouts, desperate to get his attention. Hey, she screams even louder, refusing to be ignored this time. Can't you hear me? He murmurs, not even turning around. Fed up, she plants her feet and shouts the one name sure to land, Seonbeek. The name actually lands. He flinches hard. A shiver of sparks and static ripples through the dark around him. He finally turns to face her, eyes wide with disbelief. You. Somewhere pitch dark and soaked in red, a pair of boots settle onto broken ground. This place doesn't officially exist anywhere. It's Jeongmin, shivering in a tunnel of shadow. Ugh, I feel gross, she mutters, it's cold in here too. Half lost in the dark, she wonders out loud if she should just wake herself up right now. But something keeps her rooted in place, staring straight ahead like she already knows what's coming. A shape shifts in the black. She breathes, going still. Is that? Her eyes narrow, trying to make out the figure hiding in the dark. She locks onto him, silent, right before her patience finally snaps. Hey, she screams into the void, chasing him down with her voice alone. Can't you hear me? Still nothing. He just keeps walking like she doesn't exist. She scoffs, done being ignored, and screams the one name that always gets to him. Seonbeek. That name lands like a slap. His whole body flinches, caught red-handed. He turns, stunned. You, is all he can get out. And there he is, in full, the silver-haired boy from every one of her dreams, finally looking right at her. He squares up, bracing like whatever's coming next, he doesn't want to hear it. Why are you here? He demands, then he just turns and walks, stomp, stomp, stomp. He storms off into the dark without a backward glance, dragging her and us straight into his own memories. The dream doesn't let go of her. It drops her into someone else's past instead. A boy, alone in his room, staring at a torn note that just reads today. In his hand, a graded test, every mistake circled in red. He wonders quietly if his parents will be late again tonight too. Ever since he could remember, both of them worked. And he was always the only one home. Cut to dinner, sort of. His dad barely looks up from the table. You have the third highest grades in school. Yes, so can we have dinner together? The boy starts, hopeful. His dad cuts him off. You're making a big deal about it when you aren't even in first. His mom barely registers it either. Everyone gets grades like that in middle school. Honey, where's my shirt? Hold on, his dad says, already gone. The boy just goes quiet. He'd only just started middle school when the truth hit him way too early. No matter what grades he brought home, his parents would always treat it like the bare minimum, nothing worth noticing. Outside that house, though, a totally different story. Popular, easy to love, surrounded by friends under the cherry blossoms, all the effort he put into being loved actually paid off. Every friend, every teacher adored him. Everyone did, except the two people whose approval he actually wanted. So he decided to just discard them completely. He told his dad he wanted to be an idol. "You must be kidding me." His dad snaps back and the slap lands before he even finishes the sentence. "Your grades have hit rock bottom too. Have you truly decided to act out?" his dad roars over him. The boy just stands there, cheek burning red, saying nothing. "What did I do wrong?" he finally asks. "All I did was tell you about my dream and ask you to support me." What kind of parents hit their own kid for that? Years later, fully grown, he's back in that same house and his parents are stunned, speechless. "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? How dare you speak to us that way?" his dad snaps. Grown-up Sian just scoffs. "Huh. All of a sudden," he repeats. "Sure, I guess it might seem sudden to the two of you. A close-knit family like the ones my friends have. I never even dreamed of having one. But when we saw each other once or twice a week, if that. Did you ever once ask what I was thinking? Did you ever ask me first? The two of you barely acknowledge me unless I talk to you first." His dad, still stuck on the money angle, jabs a furious finger at him. "To sending you to college. You're too old to be throwing a fit like this. The clothes you wear, the food you eat, your phone bill, where do you think that money comes from? You want to be an idol? Never. If you're a student, you focus on studying. Do you think your mother and I work ourselves to the bone all night just for you to act like this?" "Ah, really?" he says, ice cold. "Then don't be my parents anymore." His dad's jaw drops. The boy doesn't flinch. "Sounds like I'm the one who isn't needed in this household. You two can just go on thinking you don't have a kid and live happily ever after. I'll do the exact same." The day his father slapped him was, of all days, his middle school graduation. That's the day he walked out for good. High school never happened for him after that. The idol agency that scouted him ran a dorm system, at least, so food and shelter stopped being a problem. "I don't care," he tells himself. "It won't matter once I debut. School isn't important anyway." 1 year later, someone calls his name across the practice building. Sian. "Ah, Mr. President, hello. Your latest evaluation was great. You're only getting better." "Ah, that's all thanks to your guidance, Sir Tilda." "Haha, you really are good at buttering people up," the president laughs. "Let's head to the practice room." The door creaks open on something he's definitely not expecting. What surprise! His fellow trainees are standing there with a cake. "What is all of this?" he asks. "It's your birthday today," they shout back. "Great job bringing Sian over, sir," one trainee tells the president. "You knew too?" Sian asks, stunned. "Of course I did. Why ask?" A sniffle slips out of him before he can stop it. "Whoa, are you crying?" Someone laughs, pulling him into a hug. He's such a crybaby. In that moment, he decides these people, not the ones who raised him, are his real family. "Where's Nahyuk?" someone asks. "He went home early, said he wasn't feeling well. This is all we could scrape together. We haven't even debuted yet." "But the president got you something big." "What?" Sian blinks. "Jibbin, bring me the bag I gave you earlier." "Yes, sir." "Sir, this is..." He starts staring into the box. "A school uniform." He puts it on right there, wearing it like armor. For a second he just stands there, quiet, letting it all sink in. "Oh, it looks great on you," someone says. "What's with the uniform? Is this?" Sian starts to ask. The president cuts in. "Filming starts soon. Shouldn't you finish your basic education first so you can stand proudly in front of the public? The agency's got the money and the support, you just have to go to school and graduate." Something breaks loose in him. Thank you," he says, crying for real this time. "This feels like a dream," he thinks. "Oh, Nahyuk, you're here, feeling better now?" someone asks. Nahyuk blinks. "What? It's still not over." Elsewhere, a different trainee watches all this with a very different face. "I'm going to the same school as you," he mutters. "The president said he'd support me too. I had to fight through insane competition to get into that fine art school." His fist clenches, and he just gets handed a spot. "We're the same age. I've been a trainee way longer than him. So why does everyone only ever like him?" Meanwhile, Sian's just thrilled. "Nahyuk, we get to go to school together from now on." "Whoa, that sounds fun. Can't you transfer me too?" Another trainee jokes. "Focus on your own school, kiddo," someone teases back. "No fair." The jealous one just watches from the side, jaw tight, he's so annoying. Life at the agency grinds on down identical hallways, cameras or no cameras. We'll begin styling the members confirmed for the DZX documentary, an assistant announces. Behind closed doors, the president's still deciding who stays. Keep him for now. His voice is decent, but how do I put this? Nahyuk chimes in, blunt as ever, he just doesn't have that it factor, he's too ordinary. Seon's a little less talented than Nahyuk, the president muses, but he's got charm. Put him on variety shows and if that clicks, dramas could follow. The jealous trainee mutters to himself, his one flaw is being a runaway. But doesn't that just earn him sympathy points? He's exactly where the money's at, and he keeps getting better. The president's mind is made up. Let's keep our focus on investing in Seon. Sale, look at this, someone says, nodding toward the dance studio. The Z dance sign glows over the entrance, business as usual. Inside, Seon runs his fingers through freshly bleached hair, smirking at his own reflection, the silver look about to become his whole identity. Nahyuk cracks up at the sight of it. How many times did you bleach that? Filming's not even for a while, why'd they already do your hair? Tomorrow's my first day of school, Seon grins. I wanted to make a good impression, so the agency styled me early. Think my classmates would like chocolate. What are they, grade schoolers? Nahyuk laughs, then turns serious for a second. Hey, what are the kids in your class actually like? Off to the side, the jealous trainee glasses and all just watches in silence. What, so you can steal them away too? He mutters under his breath. What you say? Seon asks, catching a hint of it. It's nothing, the trainee says with a tight smile. Anyone would like it if someone like you talked to them. Nahyuk, meanwhile, is busy hyping himself up. My charm really is a black hole, endless. Don't encourage him, someone groans, he actually believes it. The jealous trainee just stares at the two of them, something complicated behind his eyes. At school, word's already out. I heard he's super handsome, a girl squeals. Nahyuk, what's the new guy like? You're close with him, right? Yeah, I guess, the jealous trainee turned classmate mutters, clearly done already. All right, everyone settle down, the teacher calls. Looks like you already know, but we've got a celebrity transferring into our class, the teacher announces. A girl in the front row can barely breathe. Seon Beek, someone whispers right before he strolls in like he owns the place. Yes, that's me, I'm Seon Beek. Hahaha, what's with the new guy? He's actually really handsome though. Should they even bother asking him to eat lunch with them? Hi, everyone, Seon beams, working the room like it's a stage. My name's Seon Beek. I'm friends with Nahyuk all the way in the back. Oh, and I dyed my hair yesterday if anyone's wondering, he adds, and somewhere a girl swoons right on cue. I'm looking forward to getting to know you all. Applause breaks out like he just won an award. The new guy is amazing, eat lunch with me. The whole class is fighting over him within minutes. Don't think of me as some uncomfortable presence, he tells them smoothly, just treat me normally. He straightens his collar without missing a beat, cool as ever. Somewhere in the crowd, one classmate practically hides behind his own hands, completely overwhelmed by the fuss. Off to the side, Sale just sighs, covering his face. They're so damn loud, he mutters, eyes narrowed behind his glasses. Meanwhile, Nahyuk and Seon sit together, easy as ever, already back to joking around like old times. And Sale just watches them from a few desks away, silent, something unreadable simmering behind his eyes, a small crack that's only going to grow. Meet the new transfer student. One grin, one hi everyone, and he already owns the room. He introduces himself as Seon Beek and name drops a friend in the back named Nahyuk, and just like that, the whole class is hooked. Don't treat me like some awkward stranger, he tells them, just be normal around me. Sure, easy to say when you look like that. He straightens his tie like he already knows exactly what effect he's having. I'm looking forward to getting to know you, he says, and you can practically hear hearts skip across the room. Within days, it's chaos. The new guy is amazing, eat lunch with me, pick me. Seon barely has to try. But not everyone's charmed. One guy in the back just feels his temper spike with every squeal. Sigh, they're so damn loud, he mutters unimpressed, arms crossed, already done with the fan club energy. He keeps his head down, jaw tight, silently over it. Turns out Seon's charm offensive wasn't just a classroom thing, it hit the entire student body. So loud, he thinks, resting his head in his hand, already exhausted by the buzz Seon creates just by existing. Hey, should we talk outside? Seon asks, closing in on the one guy who clearly isn't a fan. I'm in a good mood, I'll treat you guys at the snack shop. Wow, really? Just like that, Seon's buying Goodwill with snacks. It's my CEO's credit card, haha, he jokes. Celebrities really are built different, someone laughs. I'm not a celebrity yet, he shoots back, yet being the key word. Then Seon just leaves. Did he seriously read my mood and bail? Yeah, he did. That's exactly what bugs me about you, Seon Beak, he mutters, because being that perceptive is somehow the most annoying trait of all. Woo, lunchtime? Seon throws an arm around him. Nahyuk, let's go eat. And there it is, we finally get a name for our resident grump, Nahyuk. He's so talkative, it's exhausting, Nahyuk thinks, trudging along not realizing they've picked up a tail. This girl, Nahyuk notices someone trailing them and his stomach drops a little. She's the one who used to shower me in gifts, right? He recalls, already bracing himself. I shut her down before it could get out of hand, he reminds himself. I figured she'd moved on by now, guess not, well. Her timing, he admits, actually isn't half bad. How many times do I have to say I hate this kind of thing, she stammers, shoving a wrapped box forward. Here, Seon, wait, Seon, not Nahyuk, oof. She made it herself, it's chocolate, and yeah, it looks a little rough, but Nahyuk's the one left blindsided by the swap. Will you accept it? Nahyuk tries anyway, sweating bullets, gift box in hand a beat too late. Am I really allowed to? She wonders, reaching out. And then Seon swoops right in. Thank you so much, I'm sure it tastes great, he says, stealing the moment like it's nothing. Surrounded by roses that definitely weren't there a second ago, Seon looks way too pleased with himself. Ah, yeah, she manages, completely swept up and completely not looking at Nahyuk anymore. Somewhere off to the side, that moment lands exactly the way you'd expect it to. Nahyuk's whole body goes rigid, eyes twitching, watching it happen in real time. This son of a bitch, he seethes internally and honestly fair. Seon strolls off with the girl like nothing happened. Hey, wait up, Nahyuk calls after them, chasing his own dignity down the hallway. Word spreads fast, are you not feeling well these days? Someone teases. Serves him right though, another mutters, and Nahyuk's not the one they mean. He's always acted like he's all that, one classmate scoffs. Yeah, he's not even a real celebrity, but he's so full of himself, another adds. Nahyuk catches every word. It's like he thinks he's too good for commoners like us, they say, and something in him quietly hardens. He walks off alone, the hallway around him blurring into something colder. And yet honestly, look at Seon, Nahyuk thinks. He's perfect, but he takes care of everyone and never plays favorites. That's exactly why people gravitate to him. Why, he asks himself and doesn't have an answer. Just why, the question won't leave him alone. Cut to a vocal lesson where a trainer's not holding back. You were picked for your vocal skills, so why are you falling behind lately? Privately, she's got a plan. Comparing him to the other trainees ought to snap him out of it. Oh, and by the way, Seon's already caught up to everything he's trained for. Him again, Nahyuk mutters, back turned, already sick of the conversation. Seon this, Seon that, he's heard the name so many times it's starting to lose meaning. People just have to keep comparing me to him, don't they? He snaps. That's not what I meant, the trainer backpedals. Lesson's over, I'm leaving, he says, already walking out before she can finish. Stomping down the hall, the question keeps circling, what's so much better about him than me anyway? Is it just that he gets along with people a little easier than I do? Nahyuk fumes, and you can feel the resentment curdling. Elsewhere, a whisper starts making the rounds. Did you hear the news? What news? Well, you can't tell anyone, someone hedges, clearly dying to tell everyone. I heard this from someone too, Seon murmurs, catching wind of it himself near a doorway. Nah, Nahyuk, Seon jumps, genuinely startled to run into him. Yo, let's go, Nahyuk says flatly to a friend, brushing right past Seon like he isn't there. Seon catches up anyway. Are you having fun? You really do have a way of pissing people off without even trying, you know. Nahyuk, Seon tries again, searching for something real behind the attitude. I don't know what you think you know, but it's not true, Nahyuk deflects, cold as ever. Then sharper, what's with that look on your face, are you pitying me? Seon actually flinches. What? He starts, caught completely off guard. Nahyuk grabs him by the collar. Don't worry, Seon, he says, and it does not sound reassuring. I will never lose to you, no matter what, he breathes, way too close for comfort. I can prove I'm on a whole different level than you, he adds, voice ice cold. He shoves past and storms off, leaving no room for a response. Everyone nearby just kind of shudders at the fallout. Nahyuk's face gives nothing away, but his mind is racing. His jaw clenches so hard it's a wonder his teeth survive. I've been grinding for years just to debut, he thinks bitterly, watching some smiling favorite chat up the higher-ups, and this guy thinks being friendly is enough to beat me. The resentment just keeps compounding, layer after layer. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, I'll just play the same game, he decides. Whatever it takes, he tells himself, and that line should probably worry us. Filming's about to start and the nerves are setting in fast. I can't believe it's actually happening, someone breathes. I'm nervous, are we seriously going scriptless? One trainee asks. I just hope I don't mess up, another admits. Someone spots something off. Keep practicing, I left something behind, the CEO tells them. Yes, sir, they chorus back. Sir, Nahyuk calls out, catching up to him in the hallway. Oh yes, the CEO realizes, patting his pockets. Are you looking for this? Nahyuk holds it out right on cue. Thanks, Nahyuk, the CEO says, visibly impressed, and Nahyuk's smile says he knew exactly what he was doing. You've gotten really good at reading people lately, the CEO notes. It's all thanks to you, sir, Nahyuk replies smoothly before excusing himself to go practice. Later, the CEO makes a call, put him in the trainee documentary group. Are you sure, sir? The effort he's put into looking better is worth showcasing, he decides. Nahyuk walks the halls with a new kind of confidence now. The CEO just smiles to himself, the quiet, calculating kind. It's the kind of smile that says he's already 3 moves ahead. I think we might get an interesting story out of this one, he decides. A door creaks open on Seon and the pink-haired trainee, caught in a startled, way too close moment. Geez, that scared me, Nahyuk, you're here, Seon blurts. Sorry, were you two taking a break? Nahyuk asks, just a little too casually. The tension in that hallway could cut glass. Later she approaches him alone. Nahyuk, I'm sorry about last time, she says. It's fine, keep resting, he tells her gently, cradling her head. The CEO just left for his office, he won't be back for a while. Oh okay, she manages, clearly not expecting the tenderness. Meanwhile, other trainees start noticing something. Hey, don't you think Nahyuk's changed? Like a lot, one wonders aloud, and Seon's listening closer than he lets on. There's Nahyuk again, playing the gentle, caring one, a role that used to belong to somebody else entirely. It's like he's turned into a certain someone, a trainee mutters, unable to quite place the resemblance. Nahyuk's expression stays perfectly unreadable, which honestly is the unsettling part. Something in Seon's gut twists. No, he thinks, unwilling to finish the thought. I must be imagining things, he tells himself as the trainer wraps the lesson. That's all for today, we're done. Old habits kick back in. Let's go, I'll treat you to something from the snack shop, Seon offers. Really, what's the occasion? Someone asks. Haha, you're making me sound like a monster, people might actually believe I'm not always this nice, Seon laughs it off. Not everyone's laughing along though. Maybe he just wants to get closer to everyone, someone reasons, talking themselves into it. Yeah, hey, that's it. Alone in the locker room, Seon suddenly doesn't feel so good. Ugh, my head, I stood up too fast, he mutters, swaying. He stumbles hard, catching everyone off guard. The impact rattles through him as he nearly goes down. A blonde trainee catches him just in time. Whoa, easy. Low blood pressure, Seon explains. I get dizzy when I stand up too fast. Sorry about that, he adds, still a little shaky on his feet. Seon, you good? The blonde trainee checks. I'm fine, you worry too much. Seon brushes it off with a smile. Hey, a voice cuts in from behind them, Nahyuk. And out of absolutely nowhere, he throws a punch. The blonde trainee goes down hard, crying out in shock and pain. He's slammed against the wall before he can even process what's happening. Seon steps in fast, stunned. If you had a problem with someone, he starts, voice shaking with barely contained anger. The blonde trainee's left dazed on the floor, blindsided by an attack that came out of nowhere. Don't you think you owe him a real apology? Seon finishes, staring Nahyuk down, and this is clearly not the same sweet kid we met at the start of the chapter. Back at his locker, our white-haired lead grips the door, wincing that he stood up too fast and gave himself a brutal head rush. His footing gives out completely, feet skidding as the dizziness takes him all the way down. A hand shoots out of nowhere and grabs him by the shoulder right before he hits the floor. Turns out it's a classmate steadying him, hand firm on his shoulder, while our guy lets out a startled little gasp. He catches his breath and admits it happens a lot. Low blood pressure makes him dizzy every time he stands up too fast. He grins and thanks the classmate for the save, joking he'd have face planted for the whole hallway to see, and yeah, people are already whispering about it. Somebody else strolls up with a much colder hey, and the mood in the hallway shifts instantly. Fist meets stomach with a sickening crack, no warning, no buildup, just a gut punch he never saw coming. He doubles over, crying out in pain, completely blindsided by the sudden attack. He's shoved down hard, slammed straight into the ground. Coughing and curling up defensively, he's met with a low threat. If you offended somebody, well, you know how this goes. Standing over him in the stairwell light, cool and unbothered, is the guy calling the shots. Don't you think you ought to apologize properly? He says, like he's the injured party here. His crew lounges nearby afterward, completely unbothered, like beating up a classmate is just another Tuesday. Meet Seunghyun Yu, campus golden boy, and apparently our hero's brand new personal nightmare. Rewind a bit, some hooded stranger corners Seunghyun with a pitch. I've got a proposition for you. The stranger cuts right to it. You don't like Seon Beek, do you? Before Seunghyun can even answer, his friends step in, demanding the guy show his face. Let's make a deal, the stranger says. The crew isn't having it, yelling at him to quit being shady and just show himself already. Seunghyun, intrigued despite himself, leans in. Tell me, what is it? An envelope of cash gets passed over, quiet and deliberate. The ask is almost insultingly simple. Just keep bullying him however you want, that's it. The stranger watches from the shadows, giving nothing away. A beat of silence hangs there while the offer sinks in. Seunghyun's crew cracks up at the money, mocking the idea that some measly envelope could impress a guy whose dad runs an entire corporation. One of them shrugs it off. Honestly, I've been bored lately anyway, could be fun. Seunghyun's not so easily sold though, smirking that picking on some weakling is frankly beneath him. The stranger sweetens the pitch. This guy's basically a celebrity now, way more entertaining to torment than some nobody, and don't worry about consequences. Even if it somehow got out later, the stranger promises it wouldn't matter. He's just a trainee to his agency, they'll bury the story fast, and worse, he's a runaway with no parents around to fight for him. I'm not even asking for anything huge, the stranger adds, almost reasonable sounding now. An empty stairwell sits in silence, the calm before whatever's coming next. Just a little mental pressure, that's all it takes to seal the deal. Cut to a livelier scene, classmates crowd around teasing him. Check out Mr. Popular, Seon Beek, they laugh. One buddy jokes about wanting an introduction to some girls, but our guy just looks queasy, still rattled underneath the smile. He admits to himself this level of attention is brand new territory. People used to approach him with nothing but good intentions. A quieter moment at the desks, classmates leaning in close, the calm between storms. Inwardly, he's stunned he ever had people hate him this openly, and honestly he has no clue what to do about it, so when a classmate checks in, he barely knows how to answer. You don't look so good, someone says, and he flinches, caught off guard that it's showing on his face. He waves it off with a quick "I'm fine," quietly relieved nobody's brought up that whole incident since it happened. Small mercies, he thinks, right before a familiar voice gets dragged into the room. Hey Nahyuk, what took you so long? Nahyuk claims he was in the bathroom, the group roasts him mercilessly over the 10-minute break, and somebody chimes in that they caught the show he and Seon are both on. Back among friends, everyone's convinced he's a lock for the group's final lineup. Hands down the most popular trainee out there. He lets himself believe it too. Nothing's changed, everyone still likes him just fine. The cameras roll on set, another day of filming for the show that's turning him into a star. A quiet shot from behind as he walks off, something heavier settling over the mood. Be confident, he tells himself, jaw tight, heart clearly pounding under the surface. Something dark churns in the shadows around him, dread building with every heartbeat. A lonely camera and tripod sit in a dim, red-tinted room, the atmosphere gone ice cold. The red haze deepens, that pounding heartbeat refusing to let up. An extreme close-up on his eye, marked and raw, makes it clear something has gone seriously wrong. A fresh scratch, raw and red, tells its own story without a single word. He gasps for air, silhouette lit up in a bloody red wash, clearly shaken to the core. He clutches at his own collar, fighting to hold himself together. The director rushes over, worried, while he's left panting, completely unable to catch his breath. He chokes out an apology, and the crew quietly decides to cut the cameras for a minute. In his head it's spiraling, this can't be happening, I can't keep looking this pathetic in front of everyone. The real fear underneath all of it finally surfaces, he's terrified of being hated. Later, the director notes he doesn't seem nearly as driven as he used to be. Did something happen? The director presses, you've been freezing up on camera lately, and by the way, Nahyuk's been on fire. He flinches hard at the comparison. Meanwhile, Nahyuk sits with his own thoughts. He'd figured this was all just some misunderstanding. But online, a poll splits fans right down the middle, Team Seon versus Team Nahyuk, with people begging for both of them to debut. His eyes narrow, something clearly gnawing at him under that calm expression. He's taking them all away from me, Nahyuk thinks bitterly, even while someone nearby tells Seon not to worry. Lit in an ominous red glow, Nahyuk smiles to himself, I will never lose to you. No matter what it takes, he silently vows. Seon, for his part, feels his own spot in the group quietly slipping away, staring at an old photo of them all together. Bit by bit, it's disappearing, he thinks, right before the mood snaps back to something lighter. Haha, so then A flashback surfaces of happier days, the two of them play biting and joking around like the closest of friends, someone laughing that it's wild. Back in the present, a classmate hands over a spare drink from the vending machine, all smiles, says it was an accident, he grabbed too. Sure comes the simple, easy reply. But Seon's mind snags on it, have those two always talked like that? The other guy just blinks back confused, what? Elsewhere, Seunghyun corners him again, voice low, you better keep your eyes down, Seon. Do you want me to beat you up again like last time, he threatens, casual as anything. No please, Seon begs quietly, not in front of everyone. Back at his locker, he brushes off a classmate's concern with an awkward little cough. Off to the side, Nahyuk mutters that this whole thing is getting annoying. Seunghyun smirks to himself nearby, clearly enjoying his new hobby. Seon can't shake a nagging thought. If that stranger wanted to stay hidden so badly, why bother approaching anyone in the first place? Something's clicking into place, and he decides it's time to ask Nahyuk directly. Are you close with Seunghyun? He asks outright. Nahyuk shrugs it off easy, not really, why? Actually, Seon admits, when you stepped out of class earlier, I ran into him. Ever since then, he's been picking on me a bit, Seon confesses. Oh, I heard Seunghyun's got it out for you, Nahyuk replies, all faux sympathy behind that knowing little smile. Watch yourself around him, Nahyuk warns, no matter how popular we get, that family's still untouchable. I hear they're loaded, he adds, so maybe just lay low and don't poke the bear. The second Seon looks away, that concerned mask slips right into a knowing smirk. Let's go, Nahyuk says breezily, we've got to shoot today. Seon's face gives nothing away, but something in him clearly isn't sitting right. Why do I feel like you know exactly what's happening here, he wonders, and you're actually enjoying it. Cut to a network office, casual greetings exchanged in the hallway. How are this week's ratings, someone asks. The answer isn't pretty, the story's gone flat and viewers are dropping fast. We expected the most out of Seon Beek, one exec mutters, and even he's been a no-show lately. Was I wrong about that kid? An assistant comes sprinting in with bad news and the room instantly tenses up. Right in the middle of filming, it turns out, everything's about to go sideways. Chaos breaks out, someone screams for them to stop, another voice yells for anyone to pull them apart, hey you two. And there's Seon slumped against the wall afterward, bloodied and completely wrecked. A fist closes around a collar, someone pinned to the ground mid-brawl, and a furious voice demands to know just what exactly he thinks he's doing. Some producers pacing the studio floor, chewing over one name, Seon Beek. Lately their star trainee hasn't been pulling his weight and the guy's wondering if he read this kid wrong. A staffer bursts in with bad news, sir, and a dead sprint, and something's already gone sideways before this story even starts. Rewind, we're mid-filming and two crew members are locking eyes over something neither wants to say out loud. Someone's sprinting flat out toward the set, and on a reality show that never means good news. A scuffle breaks out and it's ugly. You guys stop it. Someone stop them as the crew scrambles to pull bodies apart. And there he is, silver-haired Seon, sprawled on the floor mid-brawl, shirt half torn, looking every bit like a kid who just snapped. What do you think you're doing? Someone screams, and just like that the golden trainee's meltdown gets caught on camera for everyone to see. Cut to a stiff interview room. The producer leans in. Seon, you tell me, why did you hit Nahyuk? Seon just stares off, jaw tight. Why his face of all places? He mutters like even he can't fully explain it. Here's the gossip everyone's been repeating. People keep saying Nahyuk and Seon look eerily alike lately. So what does Seon actually think about that? Nahyuk just shrugs it off with a grin. Oh, that, he copied me. Seon's face goes rigid. Why do you look so upset? Nahyuk throws a mock punch, laughing it off. I'm kidding, haha, sure he is. In the break room he gets almost sentimental. They're both 18, been trainees together forever, probably rubbed off on each other more than either wants to admit. Back in the interview chair, Seon's done talking. I see. Next question, he says flatly, shutting the door on it. Off camera though, his patience is gone. How long do I have to keep listening to this bullshit? Then, quieter Nahyuk. Someone asks why he's been like this lately. No real answer. Just next is Yuhan and Jiban, and the machine of filming grinds on. Face to face with Nahyuk again, Seon doesn't bother being nice. Don't make me laugh. Do you think you'll last long trying to take my spot like this? He snaps, not exactly subtle about what's bothering him. Nahyuk just smiles wider. It's just a show. Why are you being so serious? I said I was kidding, didn't I? Seon doesn't let it go. Are you scared because it feels like your spot's being taken? Straight for the jugular. In the interview room he doubles down. Whatever he said, he still thinks he's right. The other trainees chime in. They've ground away 4-5 years for this. Seon's only been here one. That gap stings more than anyone wants to admit. Seon keeps pushing. Are you mad because people stopped paying attention to you for a minute? Because I've been getting more attention than you lately. Nahyuk fires back that before Seon showed up, it was just him and 3 others training together for years, so no, he doesn't think Seon stole anything. Ha. That smirk on his face says otherwise. Weeks later, the production team huddles over the dailies. We should use some of today's footage, someone says, and the room goes quiet. You want to send it out as is. Ratings have been sagging and this footage is a gift. The higher-ups sniff opportunity. This new controversy could juice the numbers. Just spin it as boys being boys and nobody has to feel responsible. Seon sits through all of it in silence. Nobody actually asked what he thought. They aired the footage exactly as it was. No context, no mercy. The ratings chart spikes straight through the roof, and somewhere online a fan channel drops a video titled What Really Happened Between Nahyuk Gang and Seon Beek. 1 million views and climbing. The numbers explode. 1, 5 million, 2 million, 2, 5 million, and headlines start screaming about a trainee assault story that isn't close to the full picture. Clips of Seon get chopped up and blasted across every platform. The network swears it's staying neutral. Sure it is. Somewhere alone, Seon watches his own name get dragged through the mud in real time. The truth of it cuts deep here. The audience wanted a clean fight between good and bad. In other words, they needed a villain to boo. They needed somebody to hate, and hate freely. That was the only way this crowd was ever going to be entertained. And guess who got cast as the bad guy? Him, just him. One dark, symbolic beat here, a hand closing in on his collar, like the whole industry's got its grip on him. Back at the office though, nobody's losing sleep, sir. This week's views for the documentary are way up. Oh, really? Cha-ching. The The boss has another idea. Get Nahyuk in here, there's something to discuss about filming. Turns out Nahyuk was only ever added to the cast to make Seon look better by comparison. Funny how that's not the plan anymore. He's bringing in so much money now, because nothing says premium content like a manufactured feud. Cut to Nahyuk's own solo interview. How long have you and Seon not gotten along? He hesitates. Well. I'm not sure if I can say this, he says, all soft eyes and careful pauses. I think it's partially my fault too. He spins it beautifully. At first he admits he was a little jealous. The others trained for years, Seon barely trained at all and blew right past them. He's talented, Nahyuk allows generously. That's why I was a little spiteful toward him, he confesses, practically glowing with sincerity. I guess Seon noticed. My fault for being so obvious. Convenient how well that plays on camera. That's why after a certain point Nahyuk trails off, snaps a quick selfie and waves it away. Never mind, I don't want to say this. A masterclass in saying everything by saying nothing. Online, the comments eat it up. Isn't it understandable for Nahyuk to be jealous? 1,000 likes and counting, nobody's asking what Seon actually went through. Meanwhile, Seon's just watching all of it happen to him from the outside. Phone in hand, scrolling through strangers, deciding who he is. Was the price for wanting to be loved always this steep? That's the question sitting under everything now. In a school bathroom, he's choking back something that isn't just a cough. Hunched over the sink, gasping, he's barely holding it together. Out in the hallway, whispers follow him everywhere. Hey, isn't that Seon Beek? Where? He walks through it head down, gossip trailing him like smoke. Somebody calls out, mocking, hey, assault idol, because apparently that's his name now. A classmate leans back, smug, I saw you on TV, you're pretty damn scary, Seon. Another mutters they'd better watch it before they end up getting hit too. Word spreading through the halls, and it's making people skittish. The group notices kids straight up avoiding them now. Someone gets invited to hang out at the snack shop, and even that lands with a beat of stunned silence. Sorry, a classmate mumbles, backing off. Nobody wants to be anywhere near this mess anymore. Then it's Seon's turn again. He's marched off toward the bathroom, and you already know this isn't going to be good. The bullies can't stop laughing, mocking him to his face, and something in Seon's eyes finally goes cold. One of them steps in closer, grinning, clearly enjoying every second of it. Seon's fist curls tight. Then it lands hard. Screaming echoes down the hall while the rest of the group panics. What do we do? Can somebody stop them? It's a full-on brawl now. The hell do you think you're doing? How dare you? Years of swallowed anger finally breaking loose. The other kids left coughing on the floor, and this time nobody's laughing. A teacher finally catches the tail end of it. What are you two doing? You're not fighting, are you? One bully plays dumb while whispers ripple through the crowd about what Seon just did. Somebody's still catching their breath, stunned by what they just watched. And Seon's left alone with the question that's been chasing him for weeks. What have I done now? Class carries on like nothing happened. Attention, salute the teacher, school doesn't stop for anyone's breakdown. Later, one of the guys turns to Nahyuk instead. Are you free today? I've got my last day of filming, he says. That's today, we should all hang out after, someone suggests, and off to the side, Seon's face still carries every bruise this whole mess has left behind. Somewhere else in the halls, Nahyuk's got his arms slung around a classmate, playing the untouchable celebrity to the hilt. You don't talk to Seon these days? Someone asks. Honestly, I got scared after your show, the classmate admits. He's been off in class too. Do you mind if we hang out with Seon? Nahyuk asks sweetly. Things are a little awkward between us, but he's all on his own now. Wow, you're really a saint, someone gushes. Funny how fast people forget who actually threw the first punch of this whole story. Then, unexpectedly, a classmate walks right up to Seon's desk. Seon, want to walk home together today? There's somewhere I want to go. Seon blinks like he misheard. What, really? You're really going to go with me? The classmate presses and Seon manages a shaky yeah. If you're busy with filming though, that's okay, who cares if I'm a little late? For once, someone's choosing him over the schedule. Seon actually smiles, let's go, while two other classmates watch them leave with a look that should have been a warning sign. They head out into the evening and Seon asks where they're even going. It's a little dark here, he notices. Is this like your secret hideout or something? Places like this are nice and cozy too, comes the answer with a smile that doesn't quite reach the eyes. Isn't our secret hideout nice and cozy, Seon? Something shifts in Seon's face, he's starting to realize this isn't what he thought it was. He freezes completely. At the bottom of the stairwell, a whole group is already waiting for him. Come on in. Don't you think you should pay for swinging your fists at me earlier, Nahyuk says. Seon tries to shield the two classmates who came with him. I don't need you to, so leave, but it's already too late for that. If you go around telling people about this, I'll kill you too. The threat lands cold. The classmates who set this up can only stammer, we had no choice, we're sorry. Seon's face says it all, betrayed by the one person who finally reached out to him. Later, someone's on the phone, worried. Are you still unable to reach Seon? Yeah, he's not picking up my calls either. Nahyuk, phone in hand, plays innocent for whoever's asking questions now. I said we should leave together, but he was just spacing out. Then quieter, almost daring anyone to blame him. Whose fault do you think it is that this happened to Seon? Back at the office, a staffer bursts in, white-faced. Terrible news, I just got in contact with Seon, but... Silence, then a bloodied face lit by a phone screen, barely able to get the words out, help me. Slumped against a wall, blood streaked across his skin, Seon's whisper is all that's left of him, help me. He's still standing somehow, shirt soaked red, repeating the same two words like a lifeline, help me. The last thing we see is a shoe stepping into pitch darkness and one final, barely audible, please. In the dark, the panic's already setting in. Are you still unable to reach Seon? Yeah, he's not picking up my calls either. They corner Nahyuk, Seon's own classmate, demanding answers. He just shrugs them off. I left school before him. Nahyuk claims he told Seon they should leave together, but Seon was just spacing out. Someone isn't buying the excuse. Whose fault do you think it is that this happened to Seon? Then the terrible news actually breaks. Someone finally gets Seon on the line and instantly regrets it. The call connects to a face covered in blood. Slumped against a wall, barely holding on, all Seon can manage is a whisper, help me. His collar's torn, blood pooling beneath him, and help is nowhere near close enough. Someone's standing over him in the dark, all he can do is beg, please. Time skips forward, Seon's eyes crack open in a hospital bed. He's alive. His eyelid twitches and the whole room erupts. His friends are already crowding the bed, calling his name. Groggy and confused, he sits up wincing, with no memory of how he even got there. His first worry isn't even himself, what happened with the shoot. The answer comes from a tired-looking suit. Filming's been postponed and the agency's already put out a cover story. Then the real blow lands. The doctor says he'll never dance again. He just stares down at his own hands, silent, letting it sink in. Somewhere else, another man goes rigid on the phone at the news, biting back his own reaction. Damn it, Seunghyun, he mutters, how could he do something to this extent? Back at the hospital, Seon's bitterness boils over in front of his visitors. The guy who did this to him is walking around perfectly fine. He finally puts a name to it, Seunghyun Yu, a classmate. That bastard did this to me, he seethes, the bandages across his face saying the rest. He begs someone in a lawyer's office to make sure Seunghyun actually faces the law for it. Bruised and exhausted, he's still dead set on it. Simple as that, he tells himself, bad people should get punished. A few days later though, Seon's own agency CEO shows up looking like he'd rather this whole thing just quietly disappear. He tracks someone down in the hallway and it turns out to be Seunghyun's mother, already primed with an apology. She hands over her business card like it's nothing. Turns out that card belongs to H Corporation, money with a whole lot of weight behind it. The agency CEO practically rolls out the red carpet, ushering her inside for a private word. Her heels click down the hallway, straight towards Seon's room. Are you Seon? I heard my Seunghyun did something bad to you. He cuts her off cold. It wasn't just bad. It was a crime, he snaps. She just laughs it off. He's only 18, boys will be boys. She doubles down, calling her son merely prickly, then gets to the real point. She's not here empty-handed. It's true my son was in the wrong, she concedes, already reaching into her bag. Out comes a number that will take care of any problems, all for the sake of her son's future. Seon can only echo it back in disbelief. His future? Is he the only one who gets to have a future? He's not having any of it, and it shows. He calls it exactly what it is, no matter how much money you throw at me. I'm not settling, know that. She just tilts her head completely unbothered. Ah, is that so? Then do your best, she says sweetly, already walking off. What's one high schooler going to do about it anyway? Elsewhere, that same slick agency exec sits quietly at another bedside entirely, and it isn't Seon's. Back with Seon, the verdict comes down flat: let's just move on. Seon can't believe what he's hearing. Sir, what do you mean? I said I wasn't settling. The exec just cuts him off with a different question entirely. What was his one condition for putting Seon through school? I didn't ask for much, I just told you to graduate quietly. It finally clicks: this was never about justice for anyone, it was about the money. His friends just stand there, nobody quite able to meet his eyes. And then the actual sentence lands: he's cut from the debut lineup, he's out of the agency, period. Sir, what's going to happen to me now? He asks and gets nothing but a suit walking away. You're supposed to be my family. The words just dissolve into nothing. Something inside him breaks with a crash you can practically hear. Whatever pride he has left he swallows, bowing low. I'm sorry, I'll move on from this quietly. I won't sue, I'll keep a low profile. He's bargaining now, and for scraps. I'll bear it all myself, I'll be good. Please, it's less a negotiation now than it is begging. None of it matters. The exec just tears into him instead. What a useless boy, your face is a mess and you can't even dance anymore. What am I supposed to do with you? Look at yourself, he spits. Nahyok's taking your place. And Nahyok himself, the same classmate who claimed he didn't know where Seon was, delivers the final line: we don't need you in the agency. One more manager chimes in, almost pleasant about it. Since he's already done the work, he might as well wrap it up, and reminds him he has nowhere else to go. Don't you need money? The unspoken leash laid out plain. Cut to a public statement from the agency itself, addressing the fans directly. The official story: a car accident. Seon's too injured to film the finale, but he'll get one short goodbye interview. And there it is in black and white. The final lineup of DZX, with Nahyok standing in the spot that used to be Seon's. Someone reassures him his face has nearly healed, just don't get the scars wet. Your cast comes off soon, just hang in there. I will, he says quietly. Listen, Seon, you were in a car accident, and because of the poor timing, you weren't able to debut, and make sure to mention you'll still be doing other broadcasts so people don't start rumors. They're literally scripting his goodbye for him. You can do it, right? Some small, stubborn part of him thinks that if he just gets through this properly, maybe the CEO will need him again after all. He almost lets himself believe it. Looking back, he calls it exactly what it was: pathetic, foolish hope. On screen, a bright TV host chirps on to the next artists. The TV practically gushes over them, the hottest rookies, famous before they even debuted. Please welcome DZX, and Seon watches his own group debut without him, alone in the dark. His old group mates still text him though. It's boring without him, they say, and joke that Nahyok's turned into a camera-ready snob since debuting. You can't just call him an asshole, but he is. Small mercy in all this, he's still got friends who bicker like normal. He taps out a reply, just glad someone's still on the other end. He jokes about mooching off their new paychecks, but under the banter, every day still hurts. Bearable at least because of them. 3 different rooms, 3 phones lit up at once, a thin lifeline stretched across the distance. The fact that there were people on my side, he reflects, was a huge comfort. Then somewhere else, a phone starts ringing. A hand jolts up to silence it before anyone else wakes. Someone's trying to sleep through it, clearly unimpressed. The screen just keeps lighting up the dark, over and over. Who's calling right now? Someone groans from the next room. You should have put your phone on Do Not Disturb, you're waking everyone up. The call log tells its own story, page after page of the same name. Is it him again? Yeah, it's Seon. Don't you think you should pick up? He needs to feel secure for us to be comfortable. You always make me do this. Seon's been saying he can't reach you. You were closest with him, that's why he leans on you. Honestly, I'm kind of scared of him, so you want me to deal with him? All the time, he snaps. He's been acting so weird lately, like he's dying if I don't pick up. He's so obsessive. This is the first time we've slept properly in days. Does Seon think being a celebrity is some kind of joke? He's seriously pissing me off. Meanwhile, Seon just keeps calling and calling and calling. On the other end, someone just lies there in the dark, listening to it ring and doesn't move. Please. Pick up, anyone. The hallway stays empty and silent. Something's cracked loose in him now. You guys aren't going to abandon me. He says it with a smile that doesn't reach anywhere near his eyes. Right, and on that unanswered question, the chapter cuts to black. Somewhere in a dark dorm room, a phone won't stop buzzing, and whoever finally picks it up already sounds done with this night. You were closest with him, that's why he relies on you more, one griper mutters, not hiding how sick he is of babysitting Seon. Another voice shouts that Seon's been weird lately, guilt-tripping anyone who doesn't answer fast enough like it's life or death. Sure enough, the caller ID says it all. Page after page of missed calls from one very persistent Seon Beak. Don't you think you should pick up? He has to feel secure for us to be comfortable, someone reasons, dragging themselves upright and grumbling that Seon says he can't reach them at all. The same argument comes back around, whoever's closest to Seon gets stuck managing him and nobody's thrilled about it. Deja vu, but this drama is very real. And the same complaint follows. He acts like the end of the world if a call goes unanswered. This is the first time we've slept properly in 3 days. One of them groans, wondering if Seon thinks being a celebrity is some kind of joke. Watch your mouth, Yul, someone snaps back, at least trying to keep a little decorum. The phone keeps ringing in the dark, and a bleary hand finally reaches for it. It's Seon himself on the line, phone pressed to his ear, practically begging someone to just pick up. Pick up, anyone, he mutters into the silence and nobody answers. You guys aren't going to abandon me, right? It's less a question than a plea, and it says everything about how deep his fear of being left alone runs. But watch his face for a second. Under the desperate act, there's a smirk creeping in, like some part of him enjoys the power this neediness gives him. He just sits there a beat longer, letting the silence stretch, milking every second of it. Right, he presses again, and this time it lands less like fear and more like a test. Cut to later, same silver hair, but now there's a bandage taped across his cheek and a hospital gown standing in for his old designer streetwear. Whatever happened to him left a real mark, and the fog in this scene makes it clear his head is still catching up. Then his face turns lit up blood red and he laughs. It is not a nice laugh. That laugh just keeps going, echoing somewhere dark and empty. Even the friends I thought of as family abandoned me, he thinks, and for once the bitterness in his voice isn't an act. We're deep in memory now. A figure in hospital pajamas shuffles down a corridor alone. Just messy silver hair, head down, going nowhere in particular. How did I get to this point? That question is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now. He limps forward, hospital ID band catching the light, and the thought that follows is even bleaker. How am I supposed to live now? Then out of nowhere, a hand grabs him and a voice shouts his name. He spins around to find someone in a dark hood clutching his sleeve. You're Seon, right? The grin on her face is way too wide for comfort. Ah, Seon, she breathes like she's just found something precious. His eyes go wide as she blurts out, I love you, and he actually flinches. Not exactly the reunion he was hoping for. Hospital staff come sprinting down the hall, yelling for her to let go while he's dragged out of her grip. Hands finally pry them apart, someone shouting his name like it's an emergency, because at this point it basically is. Are you alright? Someone asks once the chaos settles. All he can think is, I wish that day had been the end. Elsewhere down the hall, a totally different fight breaks out. Someone's screaming at a bully to leave a patient named Nahyok alone. Back with Seon, a hand claps over someone's mouth and a voice hisses that she can't be here. In his head, the truth slips out. I began having this dream because I liked being loved by many people. But was this the result I wanted? Turns out being adored by strangers has a nasty side effect. Staff wrestle the situation back under control, someone gagging as they're hauled off with his name still being shouted. Everything goes blurry, someone asks if he's okay but it barely registers. The scene dissolves into streaks of static, like a signal cutting out. His eyes flutter open. Just a hospital ceiling staring back at him. What happened earlier, he mutters, still shaking off whatever that was. He bolts upright in the dark, badly rattled. Moments later he's sitting up in bed again, dragging a hand through his hair. Not exactly a ringing endorsement of his mental state. What a shit show, he thinks, and honestly, fair. Turns out he'd started suffering from sleep paralysis more and more often. His fingers dig into the sheets as his own body locks up on him again. Sweat-beading eyes shut tight, completely frozen. My mind was awake but my body was paralyzed and couldn't move, he recalls. My ears rang with a horrible, high-pitched noise. Then a gasp and a flash of white light rips through everything. He surfaces from it in tears, completely wrung out. Except this time when he opens his eyes, he's not in the hospital at all. This place is a classroom. School, he hasn't set foot in one of these in a long time, and judging by his face, this isn't a happy reunion either. A blonde classmate rounds on him. Don't you think you ought to apologize properly? Cue the classic villain origin flashback vibes. Everyone around him is whispering, what's with Sion? Never a good sign when the whole room is asking that. The voices pile on inside his own head. Supposedly a total loser for a celebrity, way too embarrassed to even show his face. They snicker that he's scared of some guy named Seunghyun, despite Seunghyun being smaller than him, and wonder out loud why he even talks to them. Sion's face goes rigid with shock, sweat breaking out. This is his own brain doing this to him, and it is not pulling any punches. He keeps acting like nothing happened after getting humiliated in front of everyone. One voice sighs. I feel so sorry for him. Pity cuts just as deep as mockery. Can't he tell everyone's uncomfortable around him? Apparently not, and the dream is more than happy to remind him. It's like he doesn't know how to read the room, someone adds. I thought he'd be different because he's a celebrity, but he's nothing special. Stop it, he begs, but the pylon doesn't quit. A coward, a loser, someone everyone would rather trade in for a guy named Nahyok. His whole body flinches at the thought. 3 fellow idols close in next, cold as ice. We only hung out with you because we felt sorry for you. You seriously don't know where you're not wanted. We're on another level from you now, one sneers. We're celebrities and you're a commoner. Nothing says solidarity like a reminder of the pecking order. You're seriously sick at this point, another adds. You think people like us would hang out with some loser who gets bullied at school? Ouch, and also rude. Please stop it, he finally screams into the dark. He wakes up gasping. Back in his own bed, shaking it off. It was a dream, just a dream, the most repeated lie he tells himself. Except it keeps happening every single night, the same nightmare on a loop, until he clocks the pattern and realizes he's dreaming while it's happening. This dream again, he thinks, unimpressed. He's also figured out something else. This nightmare is basically a mirror of his own insecurities playing on repeat. So he starts rewriting it. In the next version, the same tormentors stand before him. We were wrong, they say. We realized how big your shoes were to fill. Can you forgive us? Turns out lucid dreaming makes for excellent, if hollow, wish fulfillment. They were just dreams, he admits, but they were the only place I could escape to. Next up, sold-out stadiums, screaming fans, pure fantasy. If I didn't imagine such ridiculous things. Thousands of voices chanting his name under a rain of confetti. He soaks it all in on stage, the crowd roaring his name, and admits the quiet part. I couldn't bear living. The fantasy was propping up something much darker. Cut back to reality, an empty room, a blank TV screen, nothing but silence. He's back on his phone in the hospital, scrolling, bored out of his mind. Reality was full of boring things, he grumbles. Then a video catches his eye. A lucid dreaming forum, 100K subscribers deep, arguing whether astral projection is even real. Was there anything else I could do through lucid dreams? Oh buddy, you have no idea. Wait, something's happening. Did I just successfully astral project? Yeah, he did. I had no idea I had a talent like this, he marvels. Neither did we, honestly. Naturally, he starts testing the limits. Then what about this? What about that? Mutual dreaming. Can I do this too? Scientific method, sort of. He sneaks his projected self through the hospital halls. This is a secret. Okay, sure, buddy. At the nurse's station, one of them casually mentions she's been dreaming about Seon Beek non-stop lately. Her co-worker's eyebrows shoot up. Since when? It's been 3 days, she says. He's been in my dreams every day. Her friend, delighted, wants every detail. Have a dirty dream or something? One teases. Hey, it's not like that. The other protests while a third jokes about calling the police. Watching all this unfold, Seon can only think one thing: it worked. And that's when it really hit him. He's sick of being cooped up in that hospital room, tired of the same halls, tired of people staring. I can just astral project and get some fresh air. He grins, tucking himself into bed like he's about to pull off the ultimate life hack. Should I go today? He wonders, and his mind drifts somewhere unexpected, his old school gates. I wonder what school's like after I suddenly left, he thinks. Despite everything that taught him not to trust people, some small part of him still hopes someone's looking for him. I still wanted warmth from others, he admits, like a puppy abandoned on the street. Rough, but at least he's self-aware about it. School still terrifies him even to project into, but there's a silver lining: nobody can actually see him. The halls look exactly the same, nothing's changed. Even though I'm gone, he thinks, watching it all pass by like a ghost at his own life. Then the fantasy creeps back in, a bright, cheerful good morning from an old friend like none of it ever happened. His expression sours fast. I lost everything because of you. Whatever peace that daydream offered just evaporated. Back in the hallway, a classmate comes tearing around the corner with gossip. Hey, big news, do you know Yerin Song in the class next door? Yerin Song, the one with the pink hair? Yeah, hey, I checked it out myself. Something was going on. Apparently she committed suicide. The hallway chatter just took a dark turn. Seon freezes. That name means something to him. A group of students shrug it off nearby. Oh, haha, were we a little too mean? Why would she kill herself over something like that? She should have minded her own business. Charming crowd. Outside classroom 2-2, someone's sobbing her name. Why did she kill herself? Someone asks through tears. The answer lands like a gut punch. You know Seunghyun Yu, right? Yerin started getting bullied by him of all people. Why? Well, she was a fan of Seon Beek. When he was getting hated on, she posted online about what Seunghyun did to him. We all kept our mouths shut, but everyone knew Seunghyun was bullying Seon. She posted proof, got the link, it's been deleted, obviously. You know Seunghyun's family is loaded, right? Someone shrugs, piece of cake for them to make something like that disappear, and just like that the picture snaps into focus. A memory surfaces. Yerin, smiling in the hallway, once part of a group photo with Seon and a blonde boy holding a gift. That blonde boy is Seunghyun, and even in the memory, something about his smile doesn't sit right. Something in Seon snaps. His face twists into something darker, colder, half swallowed by shadow. You took everything from me, he thinks, and it doesn't sound like a metaphor anymore. Down the hall, Seunghyun turns around, completely unaware of what's coming for him. Seon screams, half feral, biting down on his own sleeve. Why are you alive, you piece of shit? Yeah, this de-escalated fast. You did this, he snarls, and then his fist connects. His whole body clenches and trembles, adrenaline and rage taking over completely. Just die, you monster, he screams. It's disgusting to breathe the same air as you. Whatever restraint he had left is gone. His eyes burn with fury as the beating starts for real. The violence blurs into streaks of red, too chaotic to even follow clearly. He's panting hard when it's over, blood smeared across his own face. Seunghyun lies slumped and bloodied on the ground, barely moving. Seon touches his own bloodied lip, almost fascinated by what he just did. I beat Seunghyun's face to tatters with my own hands, he thinks. And despite knowing this was all a dream, I knew that seeing him in pain was a horrific sight. I felt no remorse, he admits, breathing out slow, few indeed. He stands over what's left of Seunghyun, the damage done. But surprisingly, the scene cuts away entirely to somewhere quiet and unfamiliar. A news alert flickers across a screen. Seunghyun Yu, heir to the H Corporation, was rushed to the hospital around 6 a.m. with severe facial injuries. Well, that escalated somewhere real. Seon's whole body jolts. He's out of bed in an instant. He rushes into the hallway stunned. What's going on? Students are already whispering. First Yeren, now Seunghyun, what happened to him? Is he even alive? His parents apparently found him right before he bled out. He barely survived. His injuries are so bad it looks like someone tried to murder him, one adds, but there's no trace of whoever did it, so I doubt they'll ever find out. Seon's mouth curls. Whoa, indeed. Because he knows exactly who did it, him, in a dream that somehow reached all the way into the real world. The smile spreading across his face is not a comforting one. Alone in his hospital gown, Seon catches the breaking news. Seunghyun Yoo, heir to the H Corporation, was rushed in this morning with brutal injuries to his face. His whole body goes rigid, like part of him already knows exactly why. Standing alone in the hospital room, all he can manage is a stunned wah, then a flat what, playing dumb for an audience of nobody. The camera pushes in tight on his face as the news keeps rolling, and that composed expression is doing a very bad job hiding what's underneath. A sharp clunk cuts through the silence, something hitting the floor, and it's not clear if it was an accident. Just one word hangs in the dark. What? Real convincing act, champ. We all know exactly who did this. Down the hall, students are already buzzing. First Yeren, now Seunghyun. What happened to him? Is he even alive? A couple of them practically speed walk away from the whole conversation. The rumor mill fills in the rest fast. His parents found him right before he bled out, injuries bad enough to scream attempted murder, and zero trace of whoever did it. Somewhere close by, a girl with long dark hair goes very, very quiet. And there it is again, that smile. I'm special, Seon thinks, watching it all unfold from the safety of his hospital bed. Very special. Turns out getting away with it feels pretty good. We rewind to where this all started. A doctor's blunt no is all it takes to send Seunghyun's mother spiraling, right as the chapter's own title drops in over the scene. She grabs at the doctor, offering to throw as much money as it takes at her son's ruined face. The doctor won't budge, expect scarring for life, wait until he wakes up and she loses it. Aren't you supposed to be a doctor? Tucked in a nearby bed in that same patterned gown, Seon listens to all of it with total indifference. All he hears is her screeching that her son is the future of our company, like that excuses anything. Someone finally manages a weak honey, calm down, too little and way too late. The room goes quiet and dark for a beat, and something is very clearly still eating at Seon underneath it all. His thought lands cold and clear. No matter how much money they burn trying to fix this, Seunghyun's life is in his hands now. Cut to Seunghyun himself, blonde hair bandaged, gripping his own collar in visible pain. Seon watches him suffer with a flat, silent stare, not a flicker of guilt anywhere on his face. But now he thinks Seunghyun and his family are in the palm of my hand. Turns out revenge tastes pretty sweet. He keeps circling the same thought, thinking about people like that. They're nothing. Their money and their name mean nothing to him anymore. Their existence, he decides, matters about as much as an ant's, right as his hand closes around Seunghyun's collar, muffling a startled MMPH. Seunghyun barely chokes out "Mom," before Seon's grip pauses. For a second, there's something almost like hesitation in his eyes, then he lets go, leaving Seunghyun gasping. Seon's fist clenches at his side. "I won't kill you," he says, that same unsettling smile spreading across his face. "Just live in pain like that, forever," cold, and he means every word of it. Later, he admits the truth to himself. After finding out what he could really do, he started spending more and more time inside his own dreams. Someone keeps calling his name from somewhere far off. There at least he thinks I was special. One more escape from a life that stopped feeling like his own. A voice snaps him out of it. What? And he's back on his feet, barefoot and disoriented in his hospital room. Time skips ahead. A nurse checks in. "Are you not feeling well?" And Seon answers with a flat no. He's up and about now, being fussed over by hospital staff. "I'm happy these days," he says, which is somehow the most unsettling thing he said all chapter. He's not exactly warming up to people, though. "I'd prefer it if you didn't wake me up while I'm sleeping," he tells the nurse, deadpan as ever. Close up on that bandaged cheek and the smug little smirk that's become his default setting these days. The TV in his room flips to a music countdown, and there it is. his old group's name lighting up the screen, DZX still winning without him. The interview rolls on, his former group mates gushing about the love and the fans week after week at number 1, a life that used to be his. There they are in full glow, 4 idols under the spotlight, mics in hand, living the dream he got cut from. A new segment teases today, Yul will before a flash cuts the broadcast off. Back in his room, Seon sits at a table with his phone in hand while a nurse hovers nearby with the Roman 4 drip. Whatever he's thinking, he's keeping it to himself. Nothing good comes from being awake, he decides, reason enough to just stay here a few more days. Turns out what he mostly did with his new powers was slip into other people's dreams and just watch them. It was pretty fun at first, he admits, and that at first is doing some very heavy lifting. Rubbing his face, tired all over again, this kind of dream again, in the end he realizes they were all the same. I got tired of doing that too, he thinks, watching his old group glow on stage one more time, still haunting him even in his dreams. He watches 2 figures walk away down the hall, jaw tight, clearly still stewing on something. A quiet beat, just his hand and a small, before a stray thought creeps in, should I leave now? He stands up, just the sound of it marks the moment he actually decides to move. Then, out of nowhere, a flash and his eye catches an odd reddish streak that definitely wasn't there before. Something in him is changing. Something or someone has just caught his attention. A hand twitches into view, fingers curling, like they're testing whether they still work. A face comes into focus, sweat beading. Why? Someone stammers, clearly not expecting to be here. Why can't I wake up? The panic behind that thought is very, very real. Seon, unbothered, admits he had no idea a side effect like this would follow. Cut to her, dark hair, school uniform, sweating and clearly rattled. This is Jeongmin Choi and she is not thrilled to be stuck here. According to the nurses watching over him in the real world, they think he simply can't wake up from the shock of it all. Really, that's interesting, comes the reply, like this whole situation is more curiosity to him than crisis. Yeah, he says simply when she asks if she ever met him after all of that happened. They must have felt really sorry for me. Ooh, he murmurs, rubbing his cheek, half lost in the memory of it all. Still, I didn't approach anyone, I just watched for a long time. He's flat out done trying to maintain human relationships. I worked too hard to build this place, he thinks, standing alone in a bleeding red void, and I tried so hard to forget. Turns out he got tired of being stuck alone in his own dreams for so long, so he found something else worth watching instead. Watching Jeongmin Choi's dreams became his only source of entertainment. That's why, he starts to explain. You should have been nicer to me, he mutters, staring at some dark, half-remembered scene. Then, quieter, why did I do that all of a sudden? Don't worry, he says, bare feet planted on bloodstained ground. It's just going to be a little scratch, he says, reaching toward his own back like it's nothing at all. It was just sympathy, he insists to himself. Nothing more, nothing less, sure buddy. Face to face with Jeongmin now, he lays out the deal, in exchange for me saving you. You just have to entertain me, that trademark smirk again, except this time it doesn't quite reach his eyes. I won't, he vows quietly, make the same choices again. Whatever he's talking about, it clearly still haunts him. Never, ever, the words dissolve into the dark like he can barely make himself say them out loud. He laughs it off, bowing his head. I know that, but I'm not sure why I'm telling you all of this. I guess I'm still a little bit pathetic, Jeongmin murmurs back. I didn't change at all. That's right, he admits, head in his hands. I didn't help you the first time out of altruism. I just wanted to test myself. I wanted to use someone too. That's why I went to you, someone who didn't know anything, so you should leave while you still can. I'm not as amazing as you think I am, he adds, and for once he actually sounds like he means it. She cuts him off before he can spiral any further. I haven't said anything yet. Stop ending things and getting all self-conscious on your own. Then, quieter, I actually. Jeongmin's face says it all. She's about to admit something she's been holding back for a long time. Felt threatened by you for some reason, she admits. I never knew what you were thinking, so I always relied on you, but I couldn't trust you. And yet, I finally feel like I'm talking to a human being now, she says, All Seon can manage back is a stunned what. Aren't you disappointed in me? He asks. I never expected anything from you in the first place, she shoots back, which, weirdly, actually helps. He freezes up completely, a flicker of shock crossing his face like nobody's ever said that to him before. Boo, but you said I was useless, he stammers, old wounds clearly still raw under the surface. To apologize to you, he admits, sitting close beside her now. You know I'm not good at controlling my emotions. I'm sorry, he says, and for once there's nothing smug about it at all. You have to leave somehow. I'll help you, Jeongmin insists. Are you going to live in a miserable place like this forever? I've tried it constantly, he answers, and anyway. I have nowhere to be anymore, and it's painful to look at the people I don't want to see. If I could leave, I would have left already, he says, resigned to it. What would I even do if I left? The question hangs there, heavier than it sounds. You might think this place is miserable, he tells her, but reality is even worse for me. Stay here, she says anyway, refusing to back down, and when he hesitates she snaps, what am I, chopped liver? So that's why you convinced yourself you're trapped, she presses, cutting right through his excuse, and for a second he genuinely doesn't know what to say. Have you ever genuinely wanted to get out of here, she asks. But even if I wake up, he admits, no one will be happy to see me. I have to get home soon, she snaps back, exasperated. Really? She reaches toward him without quite meaning to. Are you really going to stay by my side? He asks quietly, looking down at her. His hand hovers near her shoulder. I mean, if you don't mind. A rare flash of shyness from him. She grabs his hand before she can think better of it, startled by her own reaction. What was that just now? His whole face lights up, a real, unguarded smile this time. Something sparkles in the air between them, and for once, Seon looks genuinely happy. Thank you, he says softly, right as something jolts and somewhere far away someone gasps awake. Jeongmin's eyes snap open, tears still on her face like she's just been yanked straight back to reality. What time is it now? She wonders, alone in a dark room lit only by a monitor's glow, brushing her hair back like she's still catching her breath. He asks, barely believing it, really, and something in her just reaches for him. He asks her, dead serious for once, if she's really going to stay by his side. The memory lurches, a hand closes around his collar, dragging up the night everything fell apart. I mean, if you don't mind, she offers before catching herself rattled. What was that just now? A hand grips her back tight, like he's not letting this promise slip away. And Seon actually smiles, a real one. Thank you, he says, soft, like he hasn't said it in a long time. Then Jeongmin gasps and jolts, wrenched straight out of the dream. A hand brushes through her hair and she flinches, still half caught between the dream and whatever this is. You said you'd stay by my side, he presses, keep your promise. So there in the hospital hallway she hands over her number. Oh thanks, he says, then just stares at it a beat too long. What? Why are you staring at me like that? He stammers. I'm just fascinated, she says, deadpan. He fumbles for words. Well, me too, smooth Seon, real smooth. Her mom calls, so she heads home, telling him he needs a checkup of his own. He just says her name and she pauses. He apologizes for keeping something from her before, says he didn't want her getting hurt. She wonders if he means Jaehyun and Yihyuk. He tells her flat out, she got humiliated in front of everyone because of him, so he's going to take care of it. How does that sound? She has no idea what he means. Bye Jeongmin, I'll text you, he grins, bandaged cheek and all, waving like nothing bad ever happened to him. She lingers outside, speechless. Something about him has shifted. He's treating me so differently all of a sudden, she thinks. Maybe what she said actually helped him a little. She's glad. Alone, Seon drags himself up. I came, he thinks, like he's finally decided something. There's a new sharpness in his smile now, one you haven't seen from him before. I'll help you, he vows silently, I promise. But to actually help Jeongmin, he can't just rot in this hospital bed. Problem is, he has nowhere to go and he doesn't want to go home either. So he pulls up one contact, the CEO who threw him away. The phone rings and rings. Hello sir, this is Seon, he says, all fake pleasantries. The CEO freezes at the name on his screen. What do you want? He snaps, all business, no warmth left for the kid he ruined. The CEO tries to brush him off. Out of the hospital doesn't mean there's still a place for him. Seon cuts him dead. Get me a house. He reminds the man exactly who made him his fortune. This isn't over with a bit of pocket change. He only needs it until he's a legal adult anyway. Do that, Seon says, and he'll keep his mouth shut for good. The CEO explodes. What kind of nonsense is that? No, absolutely not, the CEO barks. Figure it out with the money I already gave you. A teenage runaway is just supposed to survive on that then, Seon asks, smirking through the bandages. I don't want to be homeless, he says, casual as anything, so I think I'll just expose everything and die. The CEO's whole face drops. That grin on his bandaged face is not a joke, not entirely anyway. I'm thinking about going live and giving everyone a suicide show. What do you think? Haha, he adds like it's the punchline of a joke nobody's laughing at. You know people with nothing to lose are the scariest, right? And with that, he hangs up. The CEO scrambles to call him right back, shouting his name into the phone. Call ended, that bastard, he mutters. What's wrong with him? Why is he like this now? He tries to talk himself down. He wouldn't actually do that, right? A suicide show, come on, that's ridiculous. Alone in the dark, Seon just repeats it to himself, quieter this time. People with nothing left to lose really are the scariest. Then a notification pings, and the CEO's eyes go wide. 8:58 p.m., Seon Beek has started a live broadcast. He actually did it. Time blurs forward. Weeks later, and here's Seon strolling the hospital hallway humming to himself like a man without a care in the world. He tugs his collar straight, ready to head out into the world again. A nurse checks if he's steady enough to move around. I'm fine, he shrugs, got so much sleep my skin's better than ever and even my legs healed up. He says he just wants some fresh air before he officially checks out. Outside he finally checks his phone. His fans have been spiraling. Where has he been? Are you okay? Why'd you disappear right after that live stream? He reads through the panic with a lazy little smirk. It's kind of fun watching them freak out, he admits. Still, he sighs, stretching in the sun. He doesn't really need that kind of attention anymore. Cut to Jeongmin back at her desk at school when her phone buzzes. She glances at it. It's Seon, of course, sending her a smug little selfie with a cheeky hee. What does this guy even want from her? She remembers offering him her number that lonely day and mutters this is probably what she deserves for it. She types back anyway, ooh, looks like you're having fun, haha. He said he'd handle everything. She still doesn't know how, and it still stings when the girls at school whisper about her. At least things settled down a bit once she gave Sora a little scare of her own. But whatever Seon's cooking up, she reminds herself, it's not like it'll actually bring Yihyuk back to her. Hey Jeongmin, you said we'd leave school together today. A friend calls and she jumps. Hyejin wants to know if she's still checking Seon's page. All right, I'm coming, Jeongmin sighs, dodging the question. Didn't you say you stopped standing him because he had a bad personality? Do you still like him? Jeongmin flusters, I was just curious. They all head off for dinner together, and Jeongmin can't help thinking there's no way they'd hang out with her again if she hadn't worked for it. Truth is, she only brought them along because Seon told her to. She's nervous this whole thing might blow up in her face. Something in the air makes her uneasy as they walk. Across the street, Yihyuk is walking alone, lost in his own thoughts. Jeongmin, he blinks. Oh, it's Jaehyun's boyfriend, she realizes, groaning inside. Why now of all times? She spins around, stunned. Whoa, I'm getting deja vu, haha, she jokes, but it doesn't feel like a joke. Why is Yihyuk even here? By any chance, a suspicion starts to crawl up her spine. There's no way meeting him here was a coincidence. So why is Yihyuk really standing in front of her right now? A voice calls out Yihyuk from behind him and Jaehyun steps into view. Jeongmin's stomach drops. This was never a coincidence at all. Ah, this situation again, she thinks, bracing for the same humiliation all over again. I hate this, she thinks, I hate it. I'm miserable. Every old wound cracks back open at once. All she wants to do is run. Then a voice cuts through it all. Is your phone on silent? Why didn't you pick up my calls, Seon? She looks up, stunned, as he asks her, almost gently, have you been waiting long? Every step comes with its own private commentary track. I hate this, I'm miserable, I want to disappear. Relatable, honestly. She slings her bag over her shoulder like she's gearing up for battle, muttering that she just wants to run away. Someone's phone privileges are in question. Is your phone on silent? Why didn't you pick up my calls? Cuts sharp through the air. And there he is right on cue, Sian, hair glowing gold in the sunset, all smiles, asking if she's been waiting long. The nerve. The school gates loom behind them, morning light catching the trees, setting the stage for whatever chaos is about to unfold. Before she can even process he's really here, he's already got an arm around her and she about smacks him on reflex. Hey, why are you here? What do you mean? I'm here to pick you up, he says like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Yeah, hey, but why, exactly? A knot of students has already clocked the two of them together and the silence says it all. Words about to spread fast. I know who he is, someone murmurs. DZX, words already traveling through the crowd like wildfire. Heads turn one by one as the realization spreads through the group. That's not just some random guy, that's an actual idol. Wait, I think I've seen him somewhere before, someone stammers, squinting like they're trying to place a half-remembered celebrity. And then the attention swings straight to her. The girl next to him is from our school. Jiangmin's face says she'd love for the ground to swallow her whole. Meanwhile, off to the side, one of Jiangmin's friends is already milking the celebrity connection, teasingly asking if she's got free reign on her uniform now that she's got his blessing. Wait, what? You're the one who told me my knee-length skirt was too long. Somebody's about to get called out on their own double standard. So can I stop worrying about what you think now? I'm glad. I figured someone like me getting involved wouldn't sit well with you anyway. A whole side quest of school drama playing out in the background. Then the mood flips fast. What the hell are you talking about? Someone snaps, the background practically bleeding red with tension. A shadowy figure looms in from behind and somewhere in the dark, someone's glare says this isn't over yet. Already, someone scampers off in a hurry, leaving one very confused, glasses-wearing friend blinking after them. Sian tilts his head, genuinely baffled. Why's everyone leaving so fast? Buddy, you're an idol standing in someone's hallway, take a guess. Thanks for the food, Sian. See you at school, Jiangmin. Turns out he'd been playing host and it earned him some quick goodwill. As the sun dips low, someone turns to ask, only half joking, if this is really how he was planning to handle all this. Why would dating you earn me any respect? She presses. His answer's blunt because people our age are obsessed with relationships. It's the easiest shortcut there is. She admits it under her breath. The whole fake boyfriend stunt only happened because she'd been furious in the moment. You used me pretty well for someone who claims to hate the idea, he needles, flipping his hair for dramatic effect. And honestly, how could anyone not respect this face? She just stares back, thoroughly unimpressed by the self-love on display. Still, in front of Yi-hyuk of all people, she sighs, admitting she hadn't expected him to show up the second she arrived either. Talk turns practical. What's the deal with the hospital anyway? Turns out he's getting discharged soon. So where are you gonna live? Somewhere close to you, he says smoothly, admitting he gambled with his CEO and won. The method was dark. He threatened to end his life on a live stream, and the second he pretended to hit record, his CEO was calling within seconds. Manipulation, but make it strategic. Back at school, the questions pile up fast. How do they even know each other? Could it be? What exactly is going on here? Jiangmin gets surrounded, the question landing point blank. What's your relationship to each other exactly? One girl in the crowd goes rigid with shock, and Sian, sensing this is about to blow up, suggests they clear out before it gets messier. Too many people watching us here, he mutters, hauling her along whether she likes it or not. Let's go, Minnie, he calls out, grinning ear to ear. What kind of gross nickname is that? She fires back, thoroughly appalled. Cut to a cozy teriyakbaki spot where Jiangmin's friends are already clocking exactly who just walked in. Wait, you're Sian Beek, the ex-member of DZX? The questions come in a flood. How long have you two known each other? You're insanely hot, by the way. Jiangmin, how did you land a guy like this? He soaks it up completely. Since you're all Jiangmin's friends, I'll answer to the best of my ability, he says, glowing with self-satisfaction. So what do you want to know? He offers, while Jiangmin just sits there bracing for whatever's coming. And there it is, the question everyone's been dying to ask. Are you two actually dating? What? Jeongmin scrambles. No, we're just only for Seon to cut her off flat. They're definitely not dating. Thanks for the help, Seon. One friend pipes up that he can't just abandon the fans waiting for him, and besides, why would a guy like that date someone like Jeongmin? Her eye visibly twitches. Even if he got cut from the group, he's still a public figure, someone reasons. Seon just tilts his head. Why not though? And then, with zero warning, he flips the script completely. We're dating, table, meet chaos. One of the girls suddenly bolts upright, eyes wide. I got a call from home, gotta go, she blurts, and she is not being subtle about it. Hey, Yeonji, someone tries, but she's already halfway out the door, her name echoing uselessly behind her. Don't mind her, she's just a big fan of yours, someone explains with a laugh, brushing off the dramatic exit. Turns out Yeonji's been insisting for a while now that she quit being his fan over something he did. Something about your personality, apparently. But honestly, pretty sure she never actually stopped, the friend laughs. Jeongmin just watches, half worried he's more rattled than he's letting on. She sneaks a glance his way only to catch him basking in it. Really? Ugh, I'm such a bad guy, he sighs, not even a little bit sorry. Yeah, turns out she really didn't need to worry about him at all. Man, I'm stuffed, he announces, patting his stomach like the whole afternoon's gone exactly to plan. He swoops in and grabs the bill before anyone can argue. I told Jeongmin to bring you all today, so this one's on me. Wait, you're paying? Someone gasps and the teasing kicks right back into gear. Ooh, Jeongmin must be nice having a super hot boyfriend, huh? As the group splits off, one friend leans in with fresh gossip. Hey, did you catch the look on Jaehyun's face earlier? Jaehyun, I don't know, Jeongmin admits, realizing with a small jolt that she got so swept up in the chaos she completely forgot to even talk to Yihyuk before leaving. By the way, Hyejin cuts in with that classic mischievous grin. What do you think about dressing up a little now that you've got a boyfriend? What? Jeongmin blinks, already regretting she asked. If your boyfriend's that hot, shouldn't you at least try to match his energy? If you'd done that from day one, you probably wouldn't have gotten bullied so badly, haha. Ditch the frumpy skirt, throw on some makeup, do something with your hair. Backhanded doesn't even begin to cover it. Cut across town to a dessert cafe, all warm lighting and menu boards, where a very different conversation is about to unfold. Yihyuk and Jaehyun sit across from each other, and the silence between them is doing a lot of talking on its own. She's glued to her phone, barely present, one hand pressed to her temple like she's working through something. Her eyes narrow at the screen. Seon Beek, an idle trainee, how does he know Jeongmin? A memory surfaces of Jeongmin walking off, tucked under Seon's arm, completely unaware anyone was watching. She ignored me, Yihyuk thinks, the words landing heavier than they should. It was like she never even noticed me in the first place, he thinks, calling out her name, Jaehyun, like he's still trying to get her attention now. Are you in a bad mood? He finally asks, what's wrong? It's nothing, I'm fine, she says, in the exact tone that means she is very much not fine. You've been staring at your phone this whole time, he presses gently, reaching for her hand. Look at me too. So annoying, she thinks, brushing him off with a flat later. He just sits there stunned, huh? She's still fixated on that photo of Seon. This guy, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Something flickers behind her eyes, a memory trying to surface. Where have I seen him? The two of them sit there in matching unease, each caught up in a thought the other can't see. She's been quietly watching Jeongmin for a while now, and somehow she never noticed her classmate had a connection to someone like him. Jeongmin walks off with him after school without a second glance back, and Jaehyun just stands there, stung that she barely seems to register anymore. It stings worse the more she thinks about it, like she never counted as a person to Jeongmin in the first place. Her boyfriend Yihyuk notices the shift in her mood and asks what's wrong. It's nothing, I'm fine, Jaehyun says, plastering on a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. She can't hold it in for long. She finally calls him out for staring at his phone through this whole date instead of at her. Watch this guy dig himself deeper, he mutters later without even looking up. Smooth move, buddy. Because on his screen is some guy's photo and Yihyuk swears he's seen that face somewhere before. An awkward silence settles over the two of them after that. Yihyuk just stares off, clearly caught up in his own thoughts now. Ever since Seon Beek showed up in her life, Jeongmin says, pretty much everything about her day-to-day changed. Girls who never once spoke to her suddenly can't stop asking if the rumor's true. Are you really dating Seon Beek? How did you two even meet? One classmate even asks for her number, grinning like they're suddenly best friends. Jeongmin figures it's partly his messy reputation from his old broadcast days stirring up curiosity, but some of the questions get a little strange. Isn't he kind of a gangster though? One girl whispers he was all over the internet. Didn't he hit people? Yeah, hey, the rumor mill's running hot. Most of the people cornering her with questions, she realizes, are really just comparing themselves to her and coming up jealous. It's obvious to her exactly who started the dating rumor in the first place. She catches Yoonju's eye across the room and Yoonju, red glasses and all, breaks into a nervous sweat, clearly not expecting the gossip to spread this far. It was pretty rude of her to run her mouth without knowing her place, Jeongmin thinks, but she decides to let it go this time. Still, it's strange how everyone suddenly treats her differently over something this small. It's honestly hard to believe her whole social standing flipped overnight over one connection. Meanwhile, across the room, somebody wonders how many days their classmate Yeonji has been out sick now. The class buzzes with gossip about Yeonji. Nobody's heard from her, and one kid jokes they wish they could catch whatever she has just to skip school. You're such a jerk, Jeongmin laughs, playing along with the joke. But the room stays a little uneasy underneath the laughs. Whatever's going on with Yeonji, it must have hit her hard. Later, alone in a private dining room, Jeongmin sits back with a small, satisfied smirk. Serves her right, she thinks, still quietly savoring Yoonju's little panic from earlier. Seon strolls in, dressed down and casual, and asks what the occasion is for this dinner invite. She admits she's treating him not purely out of kindness, more because she still owes him one. They settle in over the meal, and he digs in without a single complaint. What do you mean, not much? He teases, clearly enjoying himself before flashing a grin and thanking her for the food. The two of them eat together, easy and comfortable, like this has already become routine. By the way, Jeongmin says, there's something I want to know. Seon leans in. What is it? You came into my dream, he says plainly, while I was in the hospital. How exactly did you pull that off? Jeongmin freezes completely, caught totally off guard. She tries to wave it off. There's no way that's even possible, she insists. Of course it is, he counters, I'm the proof. Maybe you can astral project too, he offers with a smirk. I doubt it, she mutters, unconvinced. I hope you can, she blurts, half joking, wondering out loud if astral projection dates are even a thing, then quickly tells him to quit joking around, even while privately admitting the idea's kind of interesting. Seon just watches her for a moment, quiet and unreadable. You seem a lot better now, she tells him, and she means it. That reminds me, she starts, hesitating, I'm sorry to ask you this, but can I keep using you as my fake boyfriend a little while longer? He doesn't even blink. Do whatever you want, he says. If it helps you even a little, you can use me for the rest of your life. She looks away, hating to admit it, but his face really is just too good-looking for his own good. It's a little too eye-catching, honestly, and she remembers a friend once telling her, if your boyfriend's that hot, maybe try to keep up with him. She shakes the thought off fast. Why is she even thinking about that advice right now? It's nonsense anyway. Still, she can't help wondering why he always looks so effortlessly put together, and tells him kind of pointedly that he's got really nice skin. It's decent to start, she admits, but a lot of it's the makeup. Wait, you wear makeup too? He asks, genuinely stunned. Yeah, I had no idea. She brags a little about her technique, insisting it looks natural because she's just that good at it. Seon admits he's kind of curious what he'd look like in makeup himself. I don't think you'd really need it, she says, and it catches him off guard. Maybe he figures she just doesn't think he'd be any good at it, because he tells her flatly that her face is already more than pretty enough as it is. If you're going to compliment me, at least make it believable, he says. I'm serious. I've seen plenty of trainees with real star potential. And honestly, you could give them a run for their money. She goes red and sweats through the compliment, insisting he doesn't need to go that far. She sits with that a moment, more flustered than she wants to admit. It drags up an old memory. Yehyuk once telling her the exact same thing under a very different sky. Yi-hyuk said that to me too, she realizes, and the comparison lands strange. She remembers him inviting her shopping out of nowhere, back then. What she'd said at the time caught completely off guard. Back in the present, Seon asks if something's wrong while in the memory, Yi-hyuk needles her about already having plenty of clothes, asking if she's got money to burn. Seon just laughs, yup, I've got money to burn. He goes quiet again for a beat, and Jeongmin just sighs, completely at a loss for words. Cut to the actual shopping trip, Seon modeling a red and black jacket, fishing hard for a compliment. It looks nice on you, she offers. He's already changed again, striking a pose in something new. Then what about this? And again, how's this? Yeah, it looks nice, she says, running out of new ways to say it. Nice, she manages, watching him twirl through outfit after outfit, and he's already reaching for the next one. He shrugs a cardigan over a plain black shirt. This, okay, she says, completely flat. Jeongmin, what about this? 2 hours later, she's completely worn out, barely holding it together. Turns out he's buying every single thing he tried on, and when he asks if she's found anything for herself, she admits none of it really speaks to her. Something gets her so flustered, she nearly nosebleeds on the spot. She blurts that she'll just grab a plain t-shirt and call it done. She wanders the racks a little longer, lost in her own thoughts. Back at the store, Jeongmin reacts, surprised at something, and Seon tells her it's okay, waving her off. She spots the price tag on a skirt she was eyeing and nearly gasps out loud, 150,000 won, way more than she bargained for. No, it's not that cute, Seon says flatly, plucking it out of her hands and shoving his own jacket at her instead. They walk on together afterward, him carrying his bags, her still holding the jacket he pushed on her. He goes quiet for a moment, that unreadable look settling back over his face. I had fun again today, she says, looking up at the sky. You're the only one who had fun, he teases back, and she just laughs it off. At her doorstep, he tells her to just go on inside. You'll see me in our dreams later, right? He asks. But I'm tired, she admits. Then he tosses something at her. What is this? She asks. It's the jacket you tried on in the store, he says, and her jaw drops. Why would you? She starts, stunned, but he cuts her off. It's just repayment for the good meal she bought him today. Wait, I only spent 30,000 won on that dinner, she points out, baffled by the wildly generous trade, but he just grins. It was still the best meal he's ever had. He glances up at the sky a moment, then tells her again, just go inside already. He finally turns and heads off, and she watches him go. Left alone, she looks down at the jacket in her arms, a small smile creeping in. A quiet sigh slips out of her. The next day at school, classmates gush over her new jacket, asking if Seon really bought it for her. Then a familiar face turns up back at school. Yeonji's finally returned, though something in her expression looks a little uneasy. A girl with striking purple hair steps up instead, dead serious. I have something to say to you, she says, so come outside. The rumor mill kicks into overdrive. Did superstar Seon Baek really buy her that jacket? Jeongmin's face says it all. She is not here for this conversation. Before she can slip away, a classmate pulls her aside with that dreaded line, I need to talk to you, so come outside. In the hallway, someone spots a rarely seen face at school today and does a double take. Cut to the courtyard where whispers about Jeongmin's secret history are already spreading. Who? Someone asks, completely lost. Turns out Jeongmin knew Seon Baek long before he was a household name. She just had no idea he'd blow up this big. Jeongmin can only shake her head at how absurd her own life has gotten. Someone comes chasing after her mid-sentence, panicked she's already spilled the beans. Sora catches up to the group, insisting she just happened to see them slipping away without her. Something about it already feels off. Jeongmin finally comes clean. Yeah, she leaned on Sora a bit because she was drowning in bullying and needed the backup. The confession lands like a bomb, and the group goes dead silent. Jeongmin doesn't back down either. She's still holding onto every one of Sora's old chat logs, and she's not afraid to say so. Someone shrugs it off cold, says she's got plenty of people in her corner now and doesn't need this crew. Then all eyes turn to Sora. What's she going to do? Yoonju's just standing there, completely blindsided by the whole mess. Inside Sora's head it's chaos. Does she really have to pick a side between Jeongmin and Yeonji right this second, knowing Jeongmin's holding her chat history hostage? And it gets worse. If those logs get out, all her trash talk about Yeonji and Seungha goes public too. She's cornered either way. Sora snaps and slaps Yoonju right there, screaming betrayal, accusing her of selling her out over a little leverage. She whips around and dares Jeongmin to go public with the logs, warning she'll just look like the creep who leaked everyone's secrets. Jeongmin doesn't even flinch. Sure, you're right. Jeongmin admits she'd take heat for it too, but she's not done. She's got a receipt from the past. She brings up an old wound. Remember when Jaehyun dragged her private messages out into the open for everyone to see? Back then, the whole class piled on Jeongmin for gossiping, and nobody cared what Jaehyun had actually done to provoke it. Jeongmin points out the real hypocrisy. They were the ones dishing dirt on classmates' private lives and family drama first. And Sora's the one who found out and blabbed it to everyone. So really, who's actually going to take the fall here? Then Sora pivots, needling Jeongmin about her not-so-secret crush on Seon. Sora plays her trump card, cross her, and Jeongmin can kiss any chance of seeing Seon again goodbye. Later that night, the fight still weighing on her, Jeongmin heads home alone. She slumps down outside her building, letting out one long, exhausted sigh. She can barely believe the girl who just stood her ground back there is the same one who used to shrink from every fight. I really have changed a lot, she admits to herself, right as her phone buzzes. It's a text from Seon just checking in. She'd never say it out loud, but having him around makes everything a little easier. She types back something simple, then second-guesses herself, wanting to word it just right. Someone's crossing the courtyard toward her, and Jeongmin doesn't notice yet. "Hi Jeongmin," comes a voice that instantly changes the mood. It's Jaehyun, sliding in way closer than Jeongmin would like. Jaehyun spins her around before she can even react. "Why are you ignoring me?" Jaehyun demands, grabbing her sleeve. Jeongmin just stares back unimpressed. "Me." Jaehyun's face twists, offended that Jeongmin isn't playing along. Jeongmin swats her hand away without hesitation. "Let go of me." And just like that, she turns her back and walks off. Jaehyun's left standing there, watching her go. But Jaehyun isn't done. She throws out an accusation. What exactly is Jeongmin scheming against Yehyuk? Jeongmin fires right back. This was never about actually liking him, it was about getting under Jaehyun's skin. Jaehyun doesn't buy it for a second. "But you still like him, don't you?" Jeongmin's caught off guard. "All right, I understand," Jaehyun says with a look that's anything but reassuring. Jeongmin watches her go, the tension still hanging in the air. Alone again, Jeongmin finally admits the plan she's been circling this whole time. She wants Jaehyun and Yehyuk to break up. But underneath the scheme is something rower. She's terrified of looking pathetic. It's why she's been avoiding Yehyuk altogether, but that's not the whole story either. The truth is simpler than she wants to admit. She just doesn't want Yehyuk getting hurt because of Jaehyun. Her phone starts ringing. She picks up without a second thought. "Yehyuk, it's me," she says, suddenly nervous. He greets her warmly right back. Then comes the apology that deflates her whole mood. "I just made plans with Jaehyun," he tells her. Jeongmin's stomach drops. She grips the phone tighter, saying nothing. "Really? That's too bad," she manages, forcing the disappointment out of her voice. He promises to text her when he's free. She just says okay, and the call ends. Alone with her thoughts, the night shifts into something stranger. And there he is, Seon Beek, right in the middle of her dream, already grilling her about why she's still chasing a guy who picked someone else. "I know that too," Jeongmin mutters, not exactly thrilled about the lecture. She tries to explain. It's not that simple, she just genuinely worries about him. Seon just shrugs it off with a smirk. "Fine, deal with it herself then." Jeongmin changes the subject fast. "Why is he still wearing that hospital gown of all things?" "It's just comfier for visiting your dreams, he grins. Jeongmin can only think, this guy is genuinely strange. He suggests maybe they don't need these dream visits so often now, seeing as he already sees her at school every day. Jeongmin points out the obvious flaw, she can't actually see him at school. "Of course you can't," he replies way too casually. That's when it slips out, he dropped out of school ages ago. Jeongmin's floored, so what does he even do all day? He just shrugs, genuinely unbothered. "I don't know." Jeongmin can't even process it. "You." Her tone shifts fast though. This isn't a joke to her. She tells him flat out to take his life seriously because she's genuinely worried about him. Jiangmin stands, caught off guard by her own words. Xian leans in close, way closer than a friend should, and murmurs that honestly he doesn't mind how things are right now. Don't you agree? He asks, smug and way too close for comfort. Jiangmin shoves him back on instinct. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She calls him out directly. He keeps grabbing her, leaning in out of nowhere. Why does he keep doing that? Xian just goes quiet, something unreadable crossing his face, like even he isn't sure of the answer. Jiangmin cuts straight to it. I like Yihyuk. Xian barely blinks. I know that too. She presses him about what he actually does while she's stuck in class, and he finally admits he dropped out of school ages ago. So what does he do all day now? Xian just shrugs it off with an I don't know. That answers nothing at all. An awkward silence hangs between them, neither one quite sure how to fill it. Jiangmin finally admits it plainly. She's genuinely worried about him. Xian grins and turns it around on her, thinking about me now, She catches herself wondering if this whole thing even matters that much. She tells him to quit joking around and actually think about his life. He leans in close instead, insisting things are fine exactly as they are. Don't you agree? He asks, dodging the real conversation with that same easy smirk. Jiangmin calls him out for constantly grabbing her and leaning on her out of nowhere. Why does he keep doing that? Something in her question catches him off guard, and for a second he just stares, quietly turning it over. She reminds him flatly that she likes Yihyuk. Yeah, I know that too, he says, a little too casually. But behind that easy answer, a quieter thought creeps in. Does he not feel something too? Back in the waking world, Jiangmin stares up at the sky, that same nagging thought stuck on repeat. He doesn't actually like her, right? She wanders the school hallway lost in thought, chewing on the whole mess. He was never normal to begin with, she mutters to herself right before a classmate snaps her out of it, calling her name. Her friends drag her off to the snack shop, cheerfully informing her she's treating everyone today. Somehow she never actually agreed to that. Jiangmin snaps back to attention mid-walk, blinking at her friends like she just teleported there. Wait, where are we all going again? Down the hall walks Yeonji, a new face with a purple bob and an easy smile right in their path. They wave Yeonji over to join the snack run, and Jiangmin, a little too eager, insists she wants in too. They hit a wall of noise at the entrance. There's no way this whole crew is squeezing in there. Ugh, there are way too many people in there, someone groans, staring at the packed shop. The plan gets settled fast. Jiangmin and Yeonji wait outside while the other two brave the crowd inside. The two of them peel off from the group, heading outside the building together. Yeonji smiles a little too knowingly. You changed your mind faster than I expected, she says. Then comes the real ask. Yeonji wants a favor. Just one more time, she begs. Can Jiangmin let her meet Xian again? Jiangmin shuts it down flat, snapping that she has to stay on good terms with her if she wants access to Xian at all. So there it is, the real motive. Yeonji flinches at being caught, then smooths it back into a sly little smirk. Jiangmin's own expression shifts, something calculating flickering behind her eyes. Depends on how you act, Yeonji offers. Then keep being nice until then, Jiangmin fires back, flipping the leverage right around on her. The other two stumble back out, sweaty and wrecked from wrestling their way through the crowd inside. Behind her pleasant smile, Yeonji's thoughts turn venomous. Jiangmin Choi, you little, she seethes silently. Just you wait, she vows under her breath, walking off with a grudge freshly planted. Later, alone in the hallway, Jiangmin checks her phone. She texts Yihyuk to see if he's free, but he's already got plans with Jaehyun again. Ugh, Jaehyun, she grumbles. In the school bathroom, Jiangmin quietly regrets not just leaving when she had the chance. So she's going to be childish about this, I see, she thinks, visibly annoyed. Jaehyun steps up right behind her. Are you talking about me? She asks, and Jiangmin freezes. Jaehyun needles her about being popular lately. Jiangmin shrugs it off, asking who even cares about popularity. Jaehyun lands the real jab while washing her hands. You can't even get the guy you like to like you back. Hi, Jaehyun says with an ice-cold little snicker, savoring every second of this. Having friends doesn't even matter, Jaehyun sneers. Jeongmin's had enough, telling her honestly that it's time to stop. Jeongmin says evenly, I'm even starting to forget everything you did to me since I've been living a good life lately, but instead of thanking me for moving on. I could have done a lot worse to you, but I held back. She stares at Jaehyun in pure disbelief that it's come to this. Are you really doing all this over something that happened back in elementary school? Jaehyun asks. Jeongmin can only manage a stunned what. Jaehyun just smiles, cold and self-satisfied. Don't you think you're dragging this out? Jeongmin fires back. If you just acted normal in the first place, I wouldn't have. Jaehyun snarls and grabs a fistful of her collar mid-sentence. Jeongmin doesn't so much as flinch. Are you saying that because you want to die? She asks, ice in her voice. The two of them stay locked in a tense standoff, Jaehyun's fist still gripping her collar. Actually no, Jaehyun backs off. Do you even know how I felt back then? Jeongmin asks quietly. Thank you, Jeongmin, Jaehyun says, and it sounds anything but grateful. But you just motivated me all over again, she adds, and that's when you know this isn't over. I really do want you to be unhappy after all, Jaehyun admits, dropping the mask completely. Jaehyun starts tapping away on her phone. What are you doing? Jeongmin asks warily. Here, I cancelled my plans with Yehyuk, Jaehyun announces, holding up the phone like it's a gift. The texts are already sent. Go meet him and talk things out, Jaehyun orders, oddly insistent about it. Jeongmin walks off, hair catching the wind, thoroughly unsettled by the whole exchange. Her verdict on the whole thing, what a weirdo, hard to argue with that one. Her phone buzzes and she glances down. She heads to a coffee shop with a suspiciously familiar logo. Definitely not that other famous chain, nope, not at all. Yehyuk's already sitting there waiting. Jeongmin's nerves get the better of her before she's even sat down. Her heart pounds as she walks up. Yehyuk, she manages. Oh, Jeongmin, you're here, have a seat, he says easily. Okay, is all she can offer back. They sit across from each other in heavy, uncomfortable silence. Jeongmin finally asks it straight out. Is he really upset with her over the rumor they were dating and the things she supposedly said about Jaehyun? He explains he just happened to overhear Jaehyun since they're in the same class and it didn't sound like she really meant it. I don't understand why, he trails off. You're the one making that judgment, Jeongmin points out, not letting it slide. Her expression hardens as she turns the whole thing over in her head. What? Something he adds catches her completely off guard. She bites back her reaction, jaw clenched. I don't know what she told you, Yehyuk says, gritted, but it's not true. There's a misunderstanding. Her hands clasp nervously on the table. I'll tell you, she starts. What actually happened back then, she finishes, bracing to lay it all out. Inside, she's already telling herself one thing, I didn't do anything wrong. A grayscale memory surfaces. Back then, the two of them just drifted apart because of how Jaehyun was acting. In the flashback, a tearful young Jaehyun begs to be believed, other kids looking on. The same old line echoes back through the memory, but who cares about popularity? Right hangs in the air unanswered. Yehyuk takes it all in quietly, saying nothing yet. All right, I see, he finally says, you had reasons of your own. Thanks for understanding, she starts, relieved, but there's a but, waiting right behind it. Do you really think you didn't do anything wrong in that situation? Yehyuk asks, and it lands harder than she expected. You were the only friend Jaehyun had back then, he presses. Did you really not understand what would happen if you two drifted apart? That Jaehyun would be left completely alone. The question sits there and Jeongmin has no easy answer for it. Her heart pounds as an old memory surfaces. Young Jeongmin caught mid-thought. She starts and can't quite finish it. The classroom memory lingers, still unresolved after all these years. Her heartbeat pounds louder, the question refusing to let go of her. Her face tightens, caught somewhere between guilt and defensiveness. I don't think I have anything more to say to you, Yehyuk says. I'm going to go, Jeongmin decides and gets up to leave. She sits alone afterward, replaying the whole conversation in her head. The sky drifts by overhead, marking a quiet pause before the next storm. Back at school, a classmate drags a chair over and greets her with a cheerful hi, Jeongmin. Yeonji steps up beside her too, and Jeongmin can't help but eye her warily. Chatter fills the classroom around them, students going about their business, oblivious to the tension brewing. Across the room, Jaehyun spots the two of them together, and her face goes pale with alarm. Jaehyun finally boils over, dredging up how Jeongmin used to draw on her face whenever she felt like it, whether Jaehyun wanted it or not. The list keeps growing, not letting her play with anyone else, waking her up in the middle of the night whenever Jeongmin was having a hard time. Keeping her out so late that Jaehyun's own mother had to call the police looking for her, young as they both were. And on top of all that, forcing her to smoke cigarettes. Jeongmin just stands there, stunned into silence. "That's what you did to me," Jaehyun demands. "Why did I have to keep getting along with you? What more should I have done?" Jeongmin fires back. "Are you out of your mind?" Jaehyun snaps, genuinely stunned. "You remember things exactly the way you want to," Jeongmin murmurs. "And you don't feel a shred of remorse over any of it," she finishes. Then a colder thought slides in right behind it, "So why can't I do the same?" Jeongmin says nothing at first, just a long, loaded silence before she opens her mouth. Jaehyun's face freezes mid-flinch, like she already knows this isn't going to be good. Jeongmin starts listing it out, flat and cold, how Jaehyun never let her play with anyone else growing up. More of the list spills out, keeping her out so late her own mother had to call the police and pressuring her into smoking as a kid. And waking her up in the middle of the night over and over, whenever Jaehyun was the one having a hard time. The classroom goes dead quiet around them as Jeongmin asks why she was ever expected to just go along with all of it. Jaehyun scoffs that Jeongmin's just remembering things the way she wants to, and asks if she's lost her mind. "And you feel zero remorse about any of it," Jeongmin fires back, voice shaking. "So why can't I feel the same?" Jeongmin keeps going in front of everyone, asking why she was always the only one expected to apologize, ever since that ugly rumor started this school year. She admits flatly that she once wondered more than once whether it was even worth it to keep living, and the whole room freezes on her name. Whispers ripple through class. Wasn't there a rumor that Jeongmin bullied Jaehyun way back when? Maybe that's actually what this is about. The gossip mutates fast because of course it does. Wait, Jaehyun smokes. As classmates realize the story they'd all believed might be backwards. Jaehyun grabs her by the collar, screaming that she must be out of her mind to say any of this out loud. Jeongmin doesn't even flinch. "Yeah," she says simply, like it's already settled. There's a chilling little smile on her face now, like she's finally done playing nice. "You crazy bitch," Jaehyun spits. Jeongmin just tilts her head, "And what if I am?" A friend hauls Jeongmin back out of the fray before things get any worse. Jaehyun lunges after her, screaming for everyone to just let go. The verdict spreads through class in real time. Maybe Jeongmin never bullied anyone at all, and if this is true, that's genuinely rough. Someone else remembers it differently too. Wasn't it Jaehyun who slapped Jeongmin at the start of the year? Jaehyun's jaw clenches hearing it repeated back at her. What's wrong with her saying that in public? Someone mutters, while Jaehyun grips her own head, cursing under her breath. Alone in her head, Jaehyun seethes. She should have kept Jeongmin an outcast so she'd never have had the nerve to say any of this. A voice cuts through the noise, someone checking if she's okay. Jaehyun doesn't answer right away, still visibly reeling. She flinches at the touch, eyes wide, clearly nowhere near okay. Class rolls on like nothing happened, a teacher's voice cutting back in with an instruction to turn to page 69. The period wraps up and the room resets to its normal, mundane rhythm, at least on the surface. Chairs scrape back into place as everyone shuffles between classes, the earlier blow-up still hanging heavy in the air. Jaehyun corners her again, calling her name. "Let's talk for a minute," she says, and this time it doesn't sound like a request. Jeongmin just shrugs, "Sure." Her friends crowd around her instead, worried, because that sounded like something pretty serious back there. Jeongmin waves it off, saying she's fine, apologizing for seeming out of it that morning. Her friends tell her she has nothing to apologize for. Someone else in the group snaps at them to stop making small talk and get moving, business as usual for this crew. Off on her own, Jaehyun catches herself mid-thought. Ugh, her claws are out again. Her jaw tightens, the tension refusing to let go. She's never been like this before, so what's actually gotten into her lately? Up on the rooftop, it finally clicks for her. Why has she kept trying to play these mind games with Jeongmin at all? Out loud, though, she pivots straight to an accusation. What exactly did Jeongmin talk to Yihyuk about yesterday? You don't get the situation you're in, Jahyun warns, eyes narrowed. You're making a huge mistake right now. Jeongmin doesn't back down, snapping right back. What exactly did Jahyun tell Yihyuk about her? What did you say to make him act like that? She presses. Jahyun's mind races. Did he finally do something? What did he actually say to her? Jeongmin challenges her outright. Did she hear a single lie in whatever Yihyuk told her? Because she's never bullied anyone. And I never told anyone else to do it either, she shouts. I'm not like you, shut up. Jahyun throws it right back. You're the one who started all of this. I'm not wrong, Jeongmin insists. If something I did made you uncomfortable, you should have told me, not run off and tattled to a bunch of kids. A flicker of memory cuts in, Yihyuk, quiet, once telling her how much he'd suffered over all of this too. Is that why you went out of your way to bully me the second high school started? Jeongmin asks. Because you wanted me to suffer the way you did. Jahyun's resistance finally cracks. Fine, she admits. Tears welling, she asks, almost helplessly, what Jeongmin actually wanted to do with her. Did she want Jahyun to regret it, she wonders, watching the two of them from a distance in her own memory. And what was I supposed to do after regretting it? Jahyun asks, quieter now. She trails off, the words catching in her throat. Finally it comes out, what did she even want? She wanted to make Jeongmin Choi suffer. But then what? She asks herself, the anger draining into something closer to doubt. Jeongmin looks at her, quiet and sharp. Did you have to be? The question just hangs there between them, unfinished, heavy as the silence around it. Somewhere else entirely, the memory cuts to Yihyuk, lost in his own thoughts about all of this. Jeongmin's expression sharpens into something almost dangerous. So cruel, the question finally lands and it clearly cuts deep. Jahyun's voice breaks, but I keep tearing up anyway, just like you wanted. I'm miserable right now if that's what you needed to hear. Jeongmin's smile is bittersweet, tears in her own eyes even as she holds her ground. Are you satisfied now? Jahyun asks, and it doesn't sound like she expects a real answer. The confrontation finally breaks apart, and the day just keeps moving whether either of them is ready or not. Evening settles over the school as everyone heads their separate ways, the sky bleeding orange behind the buildings. Yihyuk comes jogging up the street, calling Jahyun's name. Why weren't you answering my texts? He asks, worry creeping into his voice. Jahyun barely reacts. He tries again. Did something happen? Nothing happened, she lies. He doesn't buy it for a second. It clearly doesn't look like nothing. He pulls her in anyway. I already told you I'm on your side. Jahyun stays quiet in his arms, still visibly shaken. Her mind drags her right back into it, replaying every word. Fine, she thinks, she'll tell him the entire truth of what she and Jeongmin actually were to each other. The memory keeps unspooling. Jeongmin admitting she hated how Jahyun would wait until they were around other people to tell her to work on her looks. Because you really thought I was just that ugly, Jeongmin's own voice echoes back raw. She'd been so uncomfortable around her. Did Jahyun even know she'd spent years hiding her own face behind her bangs because of it? She'd wondered more than once if Jahyun ever actually thought of her as a friend at all. But it's fine, she'd said, clearly meaning the opposite. If you were really my friend, you'd have respected who I was and how I looked. Instead, you just forced me to become someone worthy of you. I doubt you ever did, Jeongmin had said, head bowed. I regret being friends with you too. Back in the present, Yihyuk just holds her, watching her fall apart without knowing the half of what actually happened. Don't cry, Jahyun, he says softly, reaching for her, please. He pulls her into a hug against the sunset. You have me, he says. It's all right, he murmurs, holding on tight. His hand rests gently on her shoulder as the sky burns orange around them. The chapter opens deep inside a dream, a familiar voice cutting through the dark. Since we're here, it says, I'll just tell you the entire truth. A faceless, dark-haired figure admits how uncomfortable her old friend always used to make her feel. The real sting comes out next, waiting until they were around other people, then being told to fix up her looks. Across from her, a pale, long-haired girl confesses she has hidden behind her own bangs for years, convinced she was just that ugly. Tears welling, she says that if her friend had really respected her, she'd have respected who she was and how she looked. You forced me to become someone worthy of you, she says. I always wondered if you ever actually saw me as a friend. I doubt you ever did, comes the cold reply, and the dark-haired girl turns her back on her. The memory sharpens into full color under a bleeding sunset, and the crying girl is unmistakably Jaehyun. I regret being friends with you too, she says, breaking down. The dream rewinds further, to a younger Jeongmin in her school uniform, cold and unreadable. And to a younger Yihyuk walking home under that same orange sky, clearly aware something is wrong. He finds Jaehyun crying and gently tells her not to, please. You have me, he tells her, pulling her into a hug. It's all right. His hand tightens on her shoulder, silent, the moment their bond quietly begins. His young face is caught somewhere between comfort and feelings he is nowhere near ready to name. The embrace lingers as the sunset burns behind them, sealing whatever this is between Yihyuk and Jaehyun. The dream breaks, Jeongmin jolts back to the present, already in a foul mood. In the hallway, classmates size her up under their breath. If she's still as pathetic as before, she's not even worth their attention. The gossip keeps coming. Thanks to her boyfriend, she's suddenly got a lot more friends, and someone dryly wonders if they're all just pretending too. Two classmates debate whose side they'd take if the class actually splits, Jaehyun's or Jeongmin's. Before, it wouldn't even have been a question. Cheeky aside, honestly, she used to get bullied so badly that being nice to her now practically feels like a networking strategy. Maybe it even gets them a glimpse of Seon in person. One girl even wonders aloud if she could just ask Jeongmin for his phone number. Okay, that's going too far, haha, one laughs, though she admits she wouldn't mind a handsome boyfriend of her own. Jeongmin just listens, unreadable, letting it all wash over her. Cut to a cafe where a familiar white-haired troublemaker is already lounging with a drink in hand. Hey tilde Jeongmin tilde Seon calls out, but she's slumped over the table, hood up, giving him absolutely nothing. Why are you so listless today, he asks. I don't know is all she gives him. Can't you tell me? I haven't even gotten a good look at your face today, he presses. Still nothing. He studies her, unusually quiet himself for a second. So he ducks under the table for a sneaky peek at her face, playful as ever. He drops back into his seat with a thud, and you can already tell he's up to something. Under the table, he quietly tugs her shoelace loose, classic him. She jolts upright. Hey, what are you doing? Her hood slips in the scuffle, finally showing her face. Ah. Seon leans in, delighted with himself. You finally showed me your face, he grins, clearly proud of the whole scheme. He sighs, content, settling in close beside her. Did something happen at school today? Is someone bullying you again? He asks, turning serious. It's nothing like that, she says out loud, though her mind goes straight to Yihyuk. I'm still a little embarrassed to talk about it, she admits. I already told him I'm doing much better lately. What are you staring at me for? She snaps, catching him mid-gaze. Huh, was I staring? Guess I'm just that handsome, haha, he shrugs off, not even a little embarrassed. He notes to himself that his narcissism doesn't even get a reaction out of her anymore, then turns serious. Anyways, I'll just say it. She's still turning it over in her head that Yihyuk now knows something about what really happened between her and Jaehyun. Jaehyun only ever gave him the version that made her look good, and even after Jeongmin tried explaining her own side, he still took Jaehyun's. Even the classmates suddenly warming up to her, she realizes, only want a way to meet Seon. Everything is a mess, she mutters. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the one doing something wrong, she admits quietly. Seon, completely unbothered by the heaviness, demands a pencil. I'm literally talking right now, why do you need a pencil? Because you'll be a while and I'm bored sitting still. This lunatic, she thinks, before asking him outright what exactly he told Yihyuk about him and Jaehyun. Yeah, he confirms, so after hearing my side of it, what do you think? I think she's just the worst, Jeongmin says flatly, though he wonders aloud if his account was too one-sided. Do you still believe me? Wait, it doesn't matter to you, are you serious? She presses, her mind flashing back to the night he first slipped into her dream back when she was still in the hospital. Didn't I already tell you how I wrecked that rich bastard's face? He reminds her, completely unbothered. Did that change how you saw me? Did it disgust you? He asks. No, she answers without a second of hesitation. I'm the same, she admits quietly. Even if you hurt someone, he tells her, I'll still be on your side. Why are you so good to me? She starts to ask. It's because, he begins. You saved me, he finishes, simple as that. He lets that sit heavy in the air for a moment before he keeps going. What I told you when we first met still stands, he says. Whatever you want, just tell me. She's caught off guard, replaying his words. You mean, she asks, not quite sure she heard him right. Exactly what you're thinking, he confirms. She hesitates, wondering if she'd even bring herself to actually ask him for it. For you to really do something like that for me, she asks, stunned he'd even offer. Why not, he says simply, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. She mutters to herself, half convinced it's the only reason he even sticks around. Her expression stays guarded, the thought clearly still eating at her. Didn't catch that, what did you say? He asks. The only thing I want is for you to be happy, he adds. Even if it means using you, she asks, testing him. Because that's my happiness too, he answers, and he clearly means every word. Total mood whiplash, she catches sight of something he's drawn and can barely process it. What the hell is this drawing? He beams, showing off his rough sketch. Do you like it, haha? Is this supposed to be me, and what is that thing, doesn't it look just like you, hee hee. She stares at the sketch and quietly decides not to ask why he drew himself as a horse. Normal people just do not draw like this. Later, walking home under another sunset, she tries to hand him money for their drinks. No need, keep it wasn't much, he waves her off. But I feel bad, you always end up paying when we hang out. Then make yourself feel better, he shrugs unhelpfully. She's left speechless, clearly not getting the response she was hoping for. Distracted, she trips hard over her own feet. Seon catches her before she hits the ground, pulling her straight into his arms. For a second, neither of them moves. She's frozen there, held close against him. Hug is all she manages. Then it clicks, this is all because you untied my shoelaces earlier, you never even tied them back. I forgot to, he admits, and for once he actually looks caught out. They stay frozen there, faces suddenly way too close for either of them to process. Will you let go of me? She demands, flustered, still very much not being let go of. Hey you, he yelps as she finally squirms, the two of them still hopelessly tangled together. It feels great, he says, completely at peace holding onto her. He can't stop grinning, clearly enjoying this way more than he'll admit out loud. What, is this your first time? He teases. MMH, she admits. You've never even been hugged by your parents, not that I can remember, she says. Then stay still and let me hold you for a bit, he offers. Just for a bit, he laughs as she struggles to squirm free. Ah, let go, ha ha ha, you, really, she trails off, giving up the fight. Resting against him, she quietly realizes she used to think she had it the worst. You're pitiful, she thinks before he catches her staring. What's this, haha, are you comforting me? How kind, Jeongmin, he teases, and privately she just wants to kick him. Another night rolls in over the city, and somewhere in one of these towers a girl is dragging herself home. She lets herself into a spotless, expensive apartment and mutters that she's home, though nobody really seems to notice. Her mom barely glances up from the couch. No hug, no how was your day, just silence. The only thing her mother offers is go find yourself something to eat before turning back to her own world. The bedroom door clicks shut behind her, and just like that, she's alone again. She flops onto the bed with a long, tired sigh, like this is just another night on the pile. Her expression doesn't even flicker, she's clearly done this 100 times before. Even lying still, she can't stop the thought creeping in, what's even the point of any of this? Cut to years later, same girl, all grown up, tucked away in a quiet home study lined with books. She sits at her desk, pen in hand, but her mind is clearly somewhere else entirely. Her eyes go distant, and the room seems to fade out around her as an old memory pulls her under. I always wondered, she admits to herself, voice heavy with something she's kept buried a long time. If you ever actually thought of me as a friend at all. She lets out a long breath, like she's bracing herself for wherever this memory is about to take her. I shouldn't waste my time thinking about something so pointless, she tells herself and clearly doesn't believe it. She turns back to her desk, trying and failing to shove the memory back down. She pulls something out from the shelf, and for just a second, a small, wistful smile slips through. It's an old photo, two girls, one silver-haired, goofing off and making a heart with their hands. "You look so silly," the caption reads. She just stares at it for a long moment, not saying anything at all. What exactly did I even like about her? She wonders, and just like that, we're dropped straight into the memory. Rewind to childhood. This is Jaehyun, and her parents split up when she was still a little kid. Every time she cried for her dad, her mother snapped at her not to be selfish like him, and asked if she wanted to be abandoned too. Little Jaehyun just cries, and her mother's real lesson lands hard. Don't waste your feelings on things with no value. That, Jaehyun says, was basically the only thing her mother ever really taught her. Money, sure, warmth, not so much. Meanwhile, the adults around them coo about what a wonderful job her mother did raising her. Nobody has a clue. Young Jaehyun shrugs off getting teased for outgrowing her clothes fast. Her mom's rich, so who cares? She grew up despising people who flaunt what they have, which is exactly how she ended up becoming one herself. She admits she basically played the pretty, perfect lead role her whole school life, roses and all. To everyone watching, she looked like the pampered kid from the perfect, wealthy family, if only they knew. Life carries on around her in that same quiet, ordinary way it does for everyone else, or so it seems from the outside. A friend calls out for her to hurry up and stop spacing out on the sidewalk. Jaehyun snaps back into the moment, catching herself before anyone notices she'd drifted off again. One of her classmates cracks up about something, part of the crowd that always seemed to orbit around her. School itself was never the hard part for her. She coasted through without breaking a sweat. But she admits she's always worn her feelings right out in the open, which is exactly why the whispers start behind her back. Classmates mutter that she's insufferable, convinced she's all that just because people compliment her looks, especially around the boys. Quietly, two of her so-called friends decide together that they're done playing with her at all. So much for an easy school life. Shaken, she goes home determined to actually tell her mom what happened. Her mother barely turns around, too busy right now, tell her later. When her mom finally spares her a minute, the question lands blunt and clumsy. Did someone bully her? Did she get frozen out? Jaehyun freezes and backtracks, insisting no, nothing like that happened. Then it's not a big deal, right? Her mom says, already checked out of the conversation. Go back to your room, her mother is busy, and honestly she should really learn to handle friend drama on her own. Lesson reinforced. Even the belated "so what's actually wrong with you" from her mom comes off more annoyed than caring. The moment just kind of dissolves, unresolved, the way most things did in that house. Back at school the next day she plays it off exactly the way her mom taught her to. Bury it and move on. Yeah, mom's right, she decides. Feelings like that just aren't worth the time. She tells herself it's actually a relief. Being known as the difficult one means she doesn't have to put up with anyone's chatter anymore. Then a girl with long dark hair breaks off from the group and casually asks if she wants to come along to the bathroom with them. Jaehyun just blinks at her, completely thrown. Me? Yes, you? Why? Jaehyun can't wrap her head around why anyone would even bother. What do you mean why? Because I want to be friends with you, the girl says like it's the simplest thing in the world. That's Jeongmin. Jeongmin just grabs her and drags her along, no further explanation needed. Jaehyun can't help but ask why Jeongmin would risk her own reputation just by being seen with her. A few other classmates clock the two of them together and shoot Jaehyun nothing but side-eye. Someone mutters under their breath about how annoying she is, loud enough for her to hear on purpose. Jeongmin just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Now that's a normal reaction, right? Almost funny how unbothered she is. Just like that, days go by with Jaehyun actually tagging along with Jeongmin's group like it's completely normal. Someone yells across the schoolyard asking what she scored on the latest test. Same as always, full marks across the board, she answers flatly, adding that her mom says that's just normal at their age. The second it's out of her mouth, she winces internally. Probably shouldn't have said that one out loud. When Jeongmin mentions dreading her own strict dad seeing her grades, She asks Jaehyun the same and gets a flat "I don't have a father" in return. Jeongmin freezes and mumbles a quick sorry, clearly kicking herself for asking. She beats herself up over the slip while Jaehyun just quietly tells her to hang in there, it's fine. You must have felt pretty sad growing up without him, Jeongmin offers gently. Jeongmin opens up too. Her mom's gentle enough but her dad barely speaks to her except to get furious over bad grades. Jaehyun waits for the usual pity and prying questions, but Jeongmin just asks why she'd even need a reason to ask more. Their personalities probably just didn't match, that's all, Jeongmin says, no judgment attached whatsoever. Something about that lands because Jaehyun finally opens up for real. Her parents used to argue constantly, every single day. Honestly, I thought it was better once they finally split up, she admits, the two of them just sitting together in the quiet. That's the real reason she never liked going home. Jeongmin just tells her to clear her schedule and come play with them more, no questions asked. Turns out you don't always need some big reason to get somebody to finally open up. Sometimes you just have to ask. Maybe we're more alike than I thought, Jaehyun realizes. Funny how one small moment can flip your whole opinion of someone. That's exactly the kind of friend Jeongmin turned out to be for her. Jaehyun reflects that people always gravitated toward her without her even trying, just because of how she looks, how she carries herself. But Jeongmin actually goes out of her way to reach people. Jaehyun used to think that was ridiculous, but now she gets it. That's exactly why everyone loves her. That's so amazing, Jaehyun thinks, half in awe, half aching. I don't think I could ever be like that. She catches herself just staring as Jeongmin laughs it up with her other friends, something twisting quietly in her chest. Someone calls her out for staring and Jaehyun snaps back, visibly rattled. Yeah, that's jealousy talking. I'm her best friend, she insists, almost too fast, like she's trying to convince herself as much as anyone else. She can't wrap her head around why Jeongmin would even bother with people she considers beneath her. Yeah, the elitism runs deep. So she says it straight to Jeongmin's face, you should really be hanging out with more impressive people, subtle Jaehyun, real subtle. Then she just comes out and asks Jeongmin to stop hanging around those other kids altogether. I just don't like it when you're with people like that, she says. Besides, don't you already have me? Jeongmin just brushes it off with a smile. Why not all play together instead? Looking back now, Jaehyun realizes she completely missed whatever look crossed Jeongmin's face in that moment. And the very next day, Jeongmin just doesn't show up to school at all. Worried, Jaehyun marches straight up to a teacher. She asks for Jeongmin's home address, insisting she just wants to check on her. The teacher practically melts, calling her such a sweet kid. The teacher agrees but warns her to give Jeongmin a heads up first. Jaehyun says okay and has zero intention of doing that. She skips the warning entirely, telling herself they're close enough that it doesn't even matter. When she finally reaches the address, she stops in her tracks. Is this really where Jeongmin lives? These are the same rundown little houses she's always walked past without a second thought. Turns out actual people live in them and one of them is about to open this door. She knocks. She recognizes the voice on the other side instantly. Jeongmin, it's me, Jaehyun. The door swings open and she starts to ask if Jeongmin's feeling any better, but the words die in her throat. Jeongmin is standing there looking wrecked, hair a mess, a mark on her face she's clearly trying to hide. The teacher melts, cooing about what a sweet, kind-hearted girl Jaehyun is. If only grown-ups could see what we're about to see. The teacher makes her promise to give Jeongmin a heads up first. Jaehyun agrees and immediately does not. No warning, no text, nothing. She heads straight for Jeongmin's place uninvited. She ends up staring down a row of cramped little houses in a back alley, genuinely stunned that people actually live in them. It is not exactly the neighborhood she pictured for her friend. She knocks and a voice drifts out from inside that has to be Jeongmin's. Jeongmin, it's me, Jaehyun, she calls through the door. The door swings open, and whatever Jaehyun was about to say dies in her throat. Jeongmin is standing there with a fresh bruise across her face. Jaehyun can barely get her name out. She asks straight out if her father did this. Jeongmin admits she saw him hitting her mom and tried to step in. For half a second, a much younger memory flickers by, two little girls on a playground seesaw back before any of this. Jeongmin is more worried about her mother than herself. Jaehyun points out that she is bleeding too. Jeongmin begs her to keep the whole thing quiet. Back at school, Jaehyun greets her with a big smile, asking where she's been hiding. Jeongmin brushes it off with a quiet, yes, a little. Rewind further to back when this friendship was still brand new. One of Jeongmin's other friends pulls her aside with a warning. Jaehyun acts cold and eye-rolly the moment it's not just the two of them. The friend hints Jaehyun got made fun of a lot back in the day, for reasons Jeongmin has never heard. Then Jaehyun herself walks up, and the friend goes stiff with panic. Busted mid-gossip. Jaehyun asks casually when she got back, while Jeongmin just watches the whole awkward exchange in silence. Without waiting for an answer, Jaehyun grabs Jeongmin's wrist and pulls her along. Jeongmin, caught off guard, just goes along with it. Jaehyun announces she wants Jeongmin to meet her cram school friends, promising she will love them. Then, casual as anything, she adds that Jeongmin should ditch her ugly friends and stick with her pretty new crew instead, charming as ever. Jeongmin just stares, lost for words. Jaehyun proudly introduces her. This is Jeongmin, the friend I made at school. She explains how she slowly folded herself into this whole new friend group, while Jeongmin trails along, visibly out of place. Jeongmin mumbles an awkward hello to the new crowd. One of them holds something out to her with a grin. It's a pack of cigarettes. Jeongmin eyes it like it might bite her. She asks if Jaehyun has ever tried it. Jaehyun shrugs like it's nothing. Won't your mom scold you? Jeongmin asks. Jaehyun says her mom barely pays attention to what she does anyway. The group leans on Jeongmin to try it too, framing it as stress relief. Eventually everyone splits for the day, all smiles. But Jaehyun walks off looking anything but relaxed. Her friends corner her with a pointed question. Is Jeongmin actually your friend? She's just so different from you, haha. One laughs like that's a compliment to Jaehyun. One look and you can just tell, she adds. The kind of girl nobody even notices, apparently. Jaehyun's answer is almost too calm. I'm already aware of that. Still, she pushes back that they don't actually know Jeongmin, that she is a genuinely good person, right as Jeongmin laughs easily with her friend Yoonju a few steps away. Watching that clearly needles her. If Jeongmin won't play along with her friends, she thinks she'll just go running back to that other group instead. You can practically see the gears turning. Next thing you know, she's holding something out to Jeongmin with a bright smile. Lip gloss. Jeongmin politely declines. Jaehyun insists, practically bragging that she stole it from her own mom just for this. Jeongmin ends up wearing it anyway, saying nothing. Just try it. Jaehyun coos, I'm being so sincere about it. Somehow it stops sounding like a request. Next it's her hair. Wanna dye it? Jeongmin just blinks, caught off guard. She sits there quietly, absorbing one more request. And wear something more colorful too, Jaehyun adds. Jeongmin can't help but ask why. Jaehyun doesn't really answer, just tells her to clear her afternoon and follow along. Turns out it's a do-over, going back to see those same friends, because apparently they misunderstood Jeongmin when she left early. Jaehyun promises to dress her up properly this time so there's no more misunderstanding, and offers to lend her own clothes. Jeongmin just goes quiet. The hallway empties out around her. She ends up alone at the bathroom sink, staring at her own reflection. Just looking, not really seeing herself anymore. Am I really that ugly? She mutters to no one. Then she squares her shoulders, puts on a smile and shows up to meet the friends anyway. Meanwhile, Yoonju has her own quiet question. Why does Jaehyun keep pushing Jeongmin toward that crowd? It circles back to that same warning from before, that Jaehyun turns into someone else the moment it's just her and her other friends. Jeongmin just listens, turning it over in her head. Time slips forward again. Another late night out with the group follows. They are out late again, laughing about something, probably at Jeongmin's expense. Except the sky's gone fully dark and Jeongmin's still stuck out there with them, arms wrapped around her knees. She quietly asks for her phone back so she can at least call her parents. Jaehyun just holds it out of reach, teasing that she'll bolt the second she gets it, until a patrolling officer finds the whole group and demands to know why they're not home yet. Then Jeongmin's mother comes running and grabs her by the wrist. Jiangmin can barely believe it's actually her. It's a blur, hands everywhere, someone gets grabbed too hard and it clearly hurts. Her mother pulls her into a fierce, relieved hug. Then she rounds on the rest of the group, furious that they kept her daughter out this late. Jiangmin, crying now, insists it's her own fault. Jaehyun just watches from the side, bracing for how badly this is about to go for her too. Sure enough, the mom's eyes land on her next and Jaehyun visibly flinches, dreading the lecture and not exactly out of concern for Jiangmin. Instead of yelling though, the mom just asks if she's Jiangmin's friend and offers to walk her home too so her own parents won't worry. It is the first time Jaehyun has ever actually met her. And instead of gratitude, all Jaehyun can think is how different this woman looks from her own mother, worn clothes, visible bruises, like someone who's lived a hard life. She can't shake the thought. If that were her own mother, she thinks, she'd be mortified to be seen with her at all. Then, unbidden, a gentler memory surfaces, Jiangmin's father actually holding her once back before everything fell apart. The memory dissolves into something else entirely. A phone lighting up in someone's hand. 11:38 at night and somebody's still scrolling. A strange unease creeps in that she can't quite explain. Yoonju finally says it outright to Jiangmin, "Honestly, your other friends are a little weird and I don't want to hang out with them." Jiangmin agrees, admitting those girls are basically delinquents and she can't really be friends with them either. She adds a warning of her own about the smoking, that it's not good for her. Jaehyun just stands there taking it all in. Silent, unreadable. Then, almost too easily, she agrees to quit anything Jiangmin doesn't like. Jiangmin just shrugs, she can't force her to hang out with anyone she doesn't want to. Jaehyun flips it right back around, fine, but then Jiangmin has to drop Yoonju and the others too. Jiangmin is stunned, but Jaehyun insists they secretly hate her, so it's only fair Jiangmin gives them up in return. Funny how they never say anything to my face, only behind my back, Jaehyun adds, playing the victim like a pro. She even tears up a little for effect, saying she'll just need some time to process it all. Jiangmin, worn down, thanks her for agreeing to compromise, not realizing she's the one who just lost every other friend. Jaehyun brightens instantly, from now on she says it's just the two of them. Best friends official. And just like that, Jiangmin quietly starts cutting everyone else out of her life too, because Jaehyun doesn't like them. Because, she tells herself, Jaehyun really is her most important friend. Late one night her phone rings, Jaehyun again wanting to know what she's up to. Jiangmin whispers that it's a bad time, her parents might wake up, but Jaehyun just starts crying down the line about how sad her day was. Her mom scolded her apparently, and Jiangmin immediately snaps into worry mode, asking if she's going to get hit. The nights start blurring together like this. Then one ordinary day at her desk, Jaehyun's scrolling through her phone. She stumbles on a makeup tutorial, gushing over a smoky eye look. Something about the model's face reminds her of Jiangmin. So out come the brushes. Sit still, she orders, I'm going to make you look really pretty. She even directs exactly how Jiangmin should wear her hair for it. Jiangmin just goes still and lets her. Looking back, she realizes now that was probably the last day Jaehyun had any real sympathy left for her at all. We open in the present with Jaehyun curled up at her desk, scrolling through her phone during a quiet afternoon at school. A makeup tutorial catches her eye and she coos over the smoky eye look, already scheming something. She holds up the photo wide-eyed. This model's got Jiangmin's exact look going on. Subtle, Jaehyun, real subtle. She digs out her makeup bag, all business now. Sit up straight, she orders, promising to make Jiangmin look amazing, and tells her to tie her hair back. Jaehyun beams the whole time, clearly loving her turn as stylist. Jiangmin, dark hair falling over her face, just sighs, not exactly thrilled about any of this. Her eyes flick sideways, guarded, like she's bracing for whatever Jaehyun's really after. Jaehyun's mind rewinds years back to a memory of her younger self snapping at her old friend group, "Don't play with Jiangmin anymore." The kids don't take it well, they turn it right back on her, insisting Jiangmin already told them everything and accusing Jaehyun of pulling the strings. Stung and confused, young Jaehyun can only ask if Jiangmin really went behind her back, and in the present, she throws the same accusation at Jiangmin's face. Someone declares it official, Jeongmin's uncomfortable so she's done playing with Jaehyun. The rest of the kids just walk off with her. Young Jaehyun just stands there, stunned into silence. What is even going on, she wonders, panic creeping in as the empty classroom swallows her whole. Why is this happening to her? All she can think is, you promised me. She'd given up every other friend she had for this one, and now Jeongmin's the one pulling away. In the present, Jeongmin pushes the memory away. No, that's not who she is. That's not the Jeongmin she knows. Young Jaehyun spirals, convinced somehow it has to be her own fault. Looking back now, she admits it, forcing herself to believe that was the only way she could stand it back then. The sun sinks low over the city as she calls out, desperate, Jeongmin. Young Jeongmin flinches and keeps walking, leaving Jaehyun to wonder helplessly if she did something wrong. Whatever it is you don't want me doing anymore, Jeongmin offers quietly, I'll stop. Please, Jaehyun begs, the sky burning orange behind her. What Jeongmin asks, and under her breath, the real confession slips out. I'm scared of you, she blurts out. The words hang in the air between them, raw and impossible to take back. Jeongmin, Jaehyun whispers, watching that memory play out one more time. Back in the present, Jaehyun stares into space, looking back at everything she admits she was. Only ever doing what she wanted, without ever once considering how Jeongmin actually felt. The memories blur together years of moments she's only now starting to really see clearly. And this one too, she realizes, replaying yet another scene she'd rather forget. Thinking back, Jeongmin got quieter and gloomier around her, and honestly, she noticed the change even then. She just told herself it was probably Jeongmin's parents and left it at that. But even if she tried comforting her, Jaehyun thinks it wouldn't have helped because all she'd ever really wanted was to pull Jeongmin away from whatever was weighing on her. She just didn't realize that trying so hard only made Jeongmin more afraid of her. Then middle school hit a different one than Jeongmin's, putting real distance between them. Different schools or not, she tells herself, there'd still be another shot to fix things once high school rolled around. So she quit every habit Jeongmin used to hate and genuinely tried to become a better person. Just like the girl she used to know, back before everything fell apart. That's who she was, she tells herself. Maybe if Jeongmin sees how much she's changed, she'll finally open her heart back up. That's the hope Jaehyun's clinging to. Enter Hyejin Kim, reddish-brown hair, newly transferred into Jaehyun's class and already branded as trouble by everyone around her. Hey, have you heard? Someone whispers, and the gossip starts spreading. Apparently, back at her old school, Hyejin, Jaehyun catches just enough to get curious. Watching Hyejin sit alone, ignored by the whole class, Jaehyun can't shake a feeling it's like staring at her own younger self. That's probably why she starts looking out for her, but then Jaehyun rounds a corner and hears her own name called out and realizes she's just walked into something ugly. What are you all doing? She demands, finding Hyejin surrounded and hunched over. The bullies just laugh, throwing an old rumor from Hyejin's past school in her face, attempted murder. They sneer like it's the funniest thing they've ever heard. These girls need to learn to keep their mouths shut, Jaehyun fires back, ice cold. This is exactly what happens when you gossip about people. I'm leaving, Jaehyun announces flatly, stay or come with me, your call. The other two don't hesitate for a second, forget Hyejin, they're sticking with Jaehyun. Hyejin's left standing there, completely blindsided. Someone calls her name and Jaehyun freezes mid-step. It can't be, she thinks. A flash of memory surfaces. Did she look just like them, back in Jeongmin's eyes? Her feet stay planted on the pavement while the thought keeps digging in. The more she turns it over, the weirder it feels. Why does she keep dragging herself back into the past with Jeongmin like this? Is it just because Jeongmin was the first person she ever really called a friend? That makes her so impossible to let go of. Alone at her desk, Jaehyun turns something over in her mind. So she decides to run an experiment, striking up a friendship with the quietest, most invisible kid in class. And Hyejin gets quietly pushed aside in the process. But it's strange, this new girl's shy, withdrawn energy. It feels exactly like Jeongmin's used to, Jaehyun thinks, not realizing the girl smirks the second her back is turned. But the closer she gets, the clearer it becomes. nobody else comes close to how special Jeongmin was. So annoying, she mutters, why is she feeling like this all over again? Her eyes drift to her phone. Right, why didn't she just think to call her? That's not like her at all, Jaehyun thinks. She dials and the response comes back way faster than she expected. Wait, what if a bad feeling creeps in? She's been blocked. A storm of accusations rips through her head. Did you have to go this far? What did I even do wrong? Did you ever once let me explain myself? Why would you just assume the worst and cut me off? I already said sorry. Who are you to look down on me? Why? The question just keeps screaming back at her. At first, all she feels is regret. Then it curdles into self-hatred, and finally the bitter sting of effort wasted on someone who was never going to accept her anyway. And underneath all of it, anger. Because this whole time she'd let Hyejin do whatever she wanted, never once stepping in to stop her from bullying others. She wants Jeongmin to suffer exactly the way she did, Jaehyun admits to herself, when she finally sees her again. But the reputation she's spent years carefully building won't let her get her own hands dirty. She just can't do it herself. So the one who's going to do it for her is you, she thinks, looking straight at Hyejin with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. 3 years fly by and suddenly high school applications are due. Write down your top choice and hand it in today, the teacher announces. Jinti, didn't you say you've got friends at Yoonbeek Middle School? Jaehyun asks. Yeah, tons, he says. Do any of them know a Jeongmin Choi? Jeongmin Choi? Not sure, he admits. Is she your friend? My phone's dead, so I can't even call her, Jaehyun mutters, frustrated in the hallway. Okay, thanks, she tells Jinti, filing the information away. Turns out a friend of his shares Jeongmin's class and that friend wants to apply to Yoonbeek Girls High. Really? Thank you so much, Jaehyun says, sickly sweet. She turns away, a small, satisfied smile spreading across her face. The smile doesn't waver. Means it apparently. Hope your life turns into a living hell, Jaehyun finishes, and just like that, the mask slips completely. Cut across town and it's Seonbeek we land on next, still confined to a hospital bed. A hand smooths over the fabric of his hospital gown. He just sits there, unreadable, whatever's coming next left hanging in the air. Flashback 3 years earlier. On the edge of high school, a teacher hands out a simple form asking everyone to write down their top pick and turn it in today. In the hallway, Yi-hyuk casually asks his girlfriend Jaehyun if any of her old middle school friends happen to know a certain Jeongmin Choi. Jaehyun plays it cool, claiming her phone died so she can't exactly call around and check for him. The second he's gone, she corners her own friends, begging them to dig up which high school Jeongmin's applying to and to keep her name out of it entirely. Yi-hyuk, none the wiser, offers to just ask the group chat himself. Jaehyun flashes him a grateful smile and says thanks. The answer comes back fast, Jeongmin's set on Yoonbeek Girls High School. Jaehyun can barely hide her relief. Someone drops the real payoff on her. They've already got a friend landing in that very class, the pieces quietly falling into place for Jaehyun to end up right next to Jeongmin. Jaehyun's smile curdles into something colder as the whole plan clicks into place in her head. Her real wish surfaces in stark black and white. She just wants Jeongmin's life to become a living hell. Present day, Jaehyun jolts awake with a splitting headache, that old grudge still clinging to her like it never left. She sits up slowly, rattled, trying to shake off whatever she just dreamed. Outside her high-rise apartment, the morning looks perfectly ordinary. Inside, all she can think is that she just had a genuinely unpleasant dream. Her mom's already dressed for work, barely pausing to confirm she's heading out and reminding Jaehyun the housekeeper will handle dinner later. Left alone in the hallway, Jaehyun just stands there, quiet and visibly unsettled. Her mother rattles off a few last instructions over the phone. Jaehyun answers with a flat "got it." Mom heads for the elevator, telling her the housekeeper will swing by later to cook, so she'd better actually eat. The elevator door slides shut behind her, and just like that, Jaehyun's alone in a very quiet apartment. She lingers at her own bedroom door a beat too long before finally stepping back inside. Her expression's unreadable, still chewing on whatever that dream was actually trying to tell her. The unease clings to her like static she just can't quite shake off. What was that? She mutters to herself, genuinely rattled by how real the dream felt. Cut to a bright school morning, where word goes around that the vice class president's covering greeting duty today. In the classroom, Jiangmin stands quietly, still turning something over in her head. Is it because of me? She wonders, then shakes it off fast. No way. Still, she admits it's honestly a relief that a certain someone skipped today, since facing her would have been awkward. At her locker, phone in hand, her mind drifts somewhere else entirely. She scrolls to Sion's contact, grumbling that he skipped her dream last night. Doesn't he usually love pestering her? Seriously, she huffs, gripping her phone. That guy really does whatever he wants. A voice cuts in right behind her with a sing-song hello tilde, and she nearly jumps out of her skin. What are you doing? She blurts, only to be told deadpan that she's the one who called them in the first place. It hits her she must have butt-dialed Sion mid-rant, seconds after complaining about him. Before she can explain, her classmates spot the name on the screen and shriek, Jiangmin, are you calling your boyfriend? Video call him, one of them demands. Jiangmin's answer is an immediate panicked no. Her friends beg to hear his voice again, and just as she tries to sneak the call shut, she curses under her breath. Too late. The call connects live in front of everyone, and it suddenly dawns on her. She's never once used a polite tone with this guy. So what does she even call him now, with a whole audience listening in? Plain Hay feels way too casual for the moment, so she stammers out an awkward Sion. On the other end, a shirtless Sion blinks in confusion at being addressed with a sudden, formal appa. He's fresh off a workout, toweling down bare-chested and clearly not expecting this much formality from her. The animators really didn't have to make that shot quite so good. Jiangmin, what are you? He starts, baffled, while her classmates practically melt, squealing over every word out of his mouth. It clicks for him fast, she's just putting on a show for her friends. Her friends are already renovating their shipping wall, shaking her by the shoulders and declaring their new type is officially older guys. Honestly, it does look like these two are dating. Sion teases that she must still be half asleep, laughing it off, then plays along by promising to talk later before she can even finish her sentence. I already played along with your little act, isn't that enough? He starts, and Jiangmin visibly wants to disappear on the spot. Her friends ask if she's hung up yet. She covers with an awkward excuse that he'd just woken up and was still groggy. Another classmate breezes in, insisting they all head to the canteen together. Jiangmin agrees out loud, though inside she's already dreading it. She really doesn't have much of a choice right now. Someone asks where Sora's been, nobody seems to know. Left alone with her thoughts for a moment, Jiangmin just sits there quietly. The day rolls on into a golden late afternoon glow over the school grounds. That night, back in the dream, Jiangmin sits across from Sion, sizing him up over her drink. He asks if she's still sore about it, about him cutting their call short earlier. Of course not, she says. He doesn't buy it for a second, so why the serious face? Sion hesitates, clearly working up to something. Did she give you trouble today? He finally asks. Jiangmin blinks. Who, Jahyun? He nods. Jiangmin shrugs it off. Jahyun was out sick, so there was no run-in today. Something about his question lingers with her a little longer than she'd like. You didn't cause that, did you? Sion asks carefully, half joking about whatever strange power might lurk in these dreams. Of course not, he answers himself with an easy grin, brushing the whole thing off. Jiangmin points out he's stopped keeping tabs on Jahyun lately. Did something happen? He just asks if she hasn't already figured out why. She fumbles the name, guessing Juhyuk, and he snorts, correcting her. It's Yihyuk, genius. He can't stop laughing at the slip. He tosses out a sarcastic apology. She's unimpressed and presses him for a real answer. Jiangmin admits there's really nothing more to it, and honestly she's not scared of Jahyun anymore. She just flat-out detests her. Sion takes that in quietly, turning his cup between his hands. He weighs his next words carefully. So are you hoping Jahyun just gives up on Yihyuk? He asks. Of course, she answers without a second of hesitation. The conversation settles into an uneasy quiet between them. Sion throws out a pointed question of his own. Maybe she should just stop liking Yihyuk instead. He backs off with a shrug. Fine, it can't be helped, but warns her she'd better at least fake indifference to Yihyuk whenever Jahyun's around. He falls quiet for a beat, something unreadable crossing his face. Because he explains, Jaehyun's exactly the type who will do absolutely anything to get noticed. Yeah, Jeongmin admits quietly, you're right. Seon says it plainly, mostly to himself, he'll just hide his own feelings, it's better for him that way. For a second the easy smile slips and something quietly aches behind his eyes. Jeongmin, completely oblivious, cheerfully reassures him. Don't worry, you've still got me, Seon oppa, come find me anytime you're sad. He laughs it off. Maybe, he murmurs to himself, trying to convince himself he'll get through this just fine. Out loud though he spins it into something smoother, because I've got you. The line lands harder than he expects, and for a second his own heart betrays him. Where on earth did you learn to make someone's heart race like that? He blurts, flustered. Jeongmin just stares, completely baffled. He backpedals fast, lecturing her that she absolutely cannot pull that on anyone else. What if she gets kidnapped or something? He's spiraling into a full stranger danger lecture about weirdos snatching her off the street, while she just stares, completely lost. Whatever's going on in his head clearly isn't translating to her at all. Walking the Sunset Street together, they spot a familiar face up ahead, Yi-hyuk. Jeongmin steps slow the moment she clocks him. Seon's easy grin drops instantly. His eyes narrow, tracking Yi-hyuk like he's sizing up a threat. Before she can even get his name out properly, Seon tugs her hair to yank her attention right back to him. He straightens himself up, all casual bravado like nothing at all just happened. Slinging an arm around her shoulders right in front of Yi-hyuk, he asks if she's already forgotten what she just told him. He holds her close, making absolutely sure the point lands. Let me help you with that, he offers with a smirk, clearly enjoying the whole ordeal more than he should. His smirk says he's having way too much fun with this. Didn't you say you'd stop doing this? Jeongmin mutters, exasperated but not exactly pulling away either. Then Yi-hyuk's voice cuts through it all, calling her name as their paths finally cross. Seon steps half in front of her, watching Yi-hyuk like a hawk. Yi-hyuk was trying to tell me something, Jeongmin starts, but Seon cuts her off cold. Jeongmin, this isn't something you need to care about anymore. He steers her away down the street, that same easy smile back in place like nothing's wrong at all. Walking her home, Seon warns her she could get kidnapped by weirdos out here, dead serious. She has no idea what he is even talking about. Jeongmin gives him the flattest, most unimpressed look in her arsenal, not dignifying that one with a response. For half a second his smirk slips into something quieter, like part of that joke was not really a joke. Something sharper flickers behind his eyes for just a beat, gone before she can even name it. Crossing the street, they walk almost straight into Yi-hyuk. His name slips out of Jeongmin before she can stop it, and Seon's hand finds her hair, pulling her attention right back to him. Seon asks low if she has already forgotten what she told him earlier. Did not you say you would stop? She fires back, holding him to his own promise. He just tells her to let him help her. She does not look convinced. Seon answers with nothing but a smug little smirk, like the argument is already won. A little ways off, Yi-hyuk is watching them, expression unreadable. He says her name and the whole street goes tight with tension. Just now, Jeongmin starts trying to put words to whatever she was about to ask. She trails off, hair catching in the wind, the thought left hanging. All she can think is that Yi-hyuk was trying to tell her something. Seon cuts straight through it, that is not her problem to carry anymore. Do you understand? She murmurs to herself later, still turning his warning over. That night she curls up in bed, the whole day still gnawing at her. Even though Seon told her to stop caring, her dream drags her right back to that street, to Yi-hyuk saying her name. In the dream she just keeps circling the same question, what was he actually going to say to her? Do not tell me, she thinks, dread pooling in her chest. The dream shifts to a dim classroom, one thought looping. Did something else happen after that day? Even in the dream, she notices how exhausted Yi-hyuk looks. Next morning in class, someone points out that Jaehyun is missing again. Yeah, Sora answers simply from the next seat over. Sounds like she is really sick, Sora adds, while Jeongmin just gives a quiet, noncommittal hum. Sora privately admits she used to be embarrassed being seen with Jeongmin. Lately, though, she does not mind it so much. Good thing she does not hang around Yoonju anymore, Sora thinks, pretty smug about her new seating arrangement. Jiyoungmin gets up and steps out, leaving her phone behind without a second thought. Sora clocks the abandoned phone sitting right there, unlocked on the desk. In her head, Sora insists she is only being nice to Jiyoungmin because she was basically threatened into it. She reminds herself she promised Yeonji and Seungha she would look into something. Now is her chance, she thinks, then immediately second-guesses herself. Honestly, hanging out with Jiyoungmin has not even been that bad. Plus, as long as she keeps playing nice, Jiyoungmin will not have any reason to snap at her. Solid logic, truly. Wake up, she scolds herself, you are literally being threatened by this girl. Peak clarity. Phone unlocked and unguarded, Sora starts scheming to quietly wipe some chat history, right as a voice cuts in behind her. What are you doing? Sora nearly jumps out of her skin, yelping Jiyoungmin's name in pure shock. When did you get back? Jiyoungmin asks flatly. Just now, Sora lies. What are you doing with my phone? Caught completely flat-footed, Sora stammers that she just noticed Jiyoungmin forgot her phone. Sure she did. Jiyoungmin is not buying it. Even if she deletes something, she warns there are backups. This is pointless, Jiyoungmin says. Sora insists it is not what it looks like. It absolutely is. Honestly, Jiyoungmin figured this kind of snooping was too much effort for anyone to actually attempt. Guess it is finally time to set an actual password. Class dismissed, everyone bows to the teacher. School lets out under a burning orange sky. Jiyoungmin heads out, phone finally back in her own hands. Her contact list says it all. Family, Sora, Yihyuk, Seon, this whole small life she is slowly rebuilding. She pauses, catching the last of the sunset. As expected, she thinks, like she already knew exactly who would be waiting for her. Sure enough, he has come to pick her up again today. Seon tugs his mask down, quiet for a second. If she did not actually know him, she thinks, that cold, blank look of his would scare her off completely. Jiyoungmin, he calls out, all warmth again the second he spots her. He yanks the mask the rest of the way off, grinning like he owns the sidewalk. She walks up to meet him outside the gates. You got out early today, he notes. Do not you have anything better to do, she teases, you pick me up every single day. Why ask when you already know, he fires back. Work out, he says when she asks what he even does all morning. Riveting. Nearby, Yihyuk cannot help but notice he keeps running into this guy lately. As they pass, Yihyuk mentions, almost to himself, that Jaehyun did not come to school today either. So stupid, Jiyoungmin thinks, annoyed at herself for still caring at all. Oblivious, Seon suggests they grab shaved ice at a place he knows. She goes quiet, privately wondering if she wants to end this whole mess once and for all. Even after everything Yihyuk once said to her, she thinks bitterly, she still cannot quite get over him. Seon waits, leaning against a bollard, patient as ever. Seon, wait here for me, she says suddenly, catching him off guard. She has made up her mind, she wants to talk to Yihyuk. Seon asks quietly why she would ever think she would get hurt. How could I let that happen to you, he says, more to himself than to her. He scoffs, then asks, only half joking, what she even likes about the guy. She tells him plainly, she only became who she is now because of him. But Yihyuk, she adds, is the one who taught her how to love herself in the first place. I can do that too, Seon says, a little competitive about it. I know, she says simply and means it. A small smile slips out before she can stop it. Seon pulls her in close, and for a second the whole ugly day just melts away. Later he calls her out on it. She just wants Yihyuk to reject her outright so she can finally, actually let go. You do not have to be that blunt about it, she winces. He tells her to go do what she needs to do, he will wait right here, should not take long, right? Do what you want, he says simply. She walks off toward the one conversation she has been dreading. What do you want? Yihyuk says flatly before she has even said a word. Yihyuk, she says, refusing to be brushed off that easily. Did not we run into each other yesterday, she asks. Was there something you wanted to say to me? I have nothing to say to you, he answers, cold as the brick wall behind him. He lets out a short, tired sigh. Then, almost reluctantly, he asks, did Jaehyun really not come to school yesterday? Jiyoungmin's face falls a little. That is all you wanted to ask me, she says, deflated, about Jaehyun. You asked me first, he deflects, refusing to give her anything else. All he will say is that Jaehyun has been out since yesterday and still has not shown up today. She is sick, Jiyoungmin tells him flatly. He turns to go, footsteps echoing down the empty street. The two of them just stand there a moment, nothing left worth saying. Her mind drifts back to that day at the cafe. What she'd said barely scratched the surface of everything that actually happened. It was not even close to everything that happened, she remembers thinking. In the memory, Yi-hyuk asks if she is not even curious what happened after. Yes, she had told him back then. When she first heard Yi-hyuk's words, she remembers, something in her just gave out. She had been so lost she could not even bring herself to tell him how badly Jaehyun had been bullying her. She knew even then he might be misreading the whole situation. But how, she thinks, could he turn on her that fast? She knows friends and lovers are not the same thing. But I have known you longer, she remembers telling him. In the memory, his voice turns cruel. She should not have ever been nice to him in the first place. Why do you trust Jaehyun so much? She had asked him, hurt. Back in the present, Yi-hyuk mutters that Jaehyun does not even keep in regular contact with her. I will tell you the truth, memory, Yi-hyuk says. Jaehyun, he tells her, only got close to her because she knew he liked Jeongmin and she wanted to make him suffer for it. Knew you would say that, he adds bitterly. Being with someone like that can only end in heartbreak, he tells himself. He already knows it. Since things have gone this far, he wants to make it crystal clear. Whether she likes him or not, the person he loves will always be Jaehyun. Even if Jaehyun is only using him to spite her, he says flatly he does not care. Do you want me to break up with her? He asks, cold. Why would you even do this? She asks back, stunned. Do you think you actually mean something to me? He says. Just because you like me, he adds, twisting the knife. He sneers, bringing up her boyfriend. What is he to you, really? I really cannot understand you, she says, shaking. Do you want to use me the same way Jaehyun does? He asks. No is all she can manage. Tears hit the ground before she can even finish the sentence. An older, happier memory surfaces underneath it, him smiling, once telling her plainly that he really did like her. Back in the present, Siyeon just holds her close while she cries it all out. A sudden sickening sound cracks through the dark. Siyeon walks down the stairwell alone, mask back up, something cold settling over him. Still crying, Jeongmin calls his name as he goes. This guy does not mean anything to you anymore, right? Siyeon asks quietly. Does that mean I get to give him exactly what he deserves? He says, and her stomach drops. See, Siyeon. Do not, she begs, but he is already turning away. Stop, hey Siyeon Beek, she shouts, chasing after him. He does not even slow down, face set and unreadable. In a back alley cold open, Yi-hyuk tells Jeongmin flatly, no matter what she does, his heart belongs to Jaehyun and he doesn't care if she's only needling Jaehyun out of spite. Walking ahead of him, Jeongmin can't even figure out why he's telling her any of this. She tosses a dry question over her shoulder. Does he want her to break up with Jaehyun herself? Sarcasm, not an offer. Yi-hyuk's face goes tight with hurt and disbelief. Why would she even say that? Does she really think she means something to him? He keeps pressing, half in shadow, needling her about the guy she's always with. What exactly is Siyeon to her anyway? Jeongmin just shakes her head. Honestly, she can't understand him at all. Then she flips the accusation right back at him. Is he trying to use her the same way he's been using Jaehyun? Neither of them notices the pale, silver-haired figure quietly watching the whole exchange from a distance. Cut to Jeongmin sprinting into an alley, screaming Yi-hyuk's name after finding him slumped and hurt. Yi-hyuk can barely get the words out. He's bleeding and badly. Jeongmin's mind races. Whoever did this clearly only used their fists, so how is there this much blood? She stares at him, stunned into silence, tears welling as the pieces refuse to add up. Siyeon strolls up right on cue and Jeongmin rounds on him immediately, demanding he show her his hand. He just blinks. What's wrong? He starts to deflect, trailing off with a shrug. I asked for, already bracing to talk his way out of it. She's not having it. Show me your hand, she snaps right now. And there it is, a fresh, bloody gash across his palm, all the proof she needs. Jeongmin's stomach drops. Oh my. Siyeon, ever the smooth talker, just laughs it off. How did this even get in my hand? Like the evidence fell from the sky. Furious, she demands to know what he was even trying to do, while a battered Yi-hyuk groans in pain behind them. Yi-hyuk's legs give out and Jeongmin catches him, panic flooding her voice as she checks if he's okay. Her mind spirals. She doesn't even know where he lives, and someone needs to call his parents fast. Yi-hyuk shoves her hand off, wound and pride both stinging. Don't touch me. He walks off battered and exhausted, refusing to lean on anyone. Jeongmin watches him go, a bitter, hollow laugh slipping out. This is a mess and she knows it. Then it hits her, there's exactly one person who might actually be able to help, Jaehyun. Her thumb hovers over the unblock button on a contact she cut off long ago. She doesn't love this plan, but she's out of options. She taps yes and unblocks Jaehyun before she can talk herself out of it. Somewhere across town, a phone starts buzzing. Jaehyun is fast asleep, oblivious, as her phone rattles insistently on the nightstand. She groans awake, groggy and irritated. Who's bothering her now? Half dreading it, she wonders if it's Yi-hyuk blowing up her phone again. She mutters she might just have to switch the thing to airplane mode and be done with it. Then she actually looks at the screen and freezes. It's not Yi-hyuk at all, it's Jeongmin. She grips the phone, caught completely off guard. Hesitating only a beat, she reaches out and answers the call. Hello. Back in the alley, the call connects. Seon looms over Jeongmin as she talks, and on the other end, Jaehyun recognizes the voice instantly. Jeongmin. Jaehyun's confusion spikes. What on earth is going on? Jeongmin, still crouched beside a battered Yi-hyuk with Seon close by, tries to explain what happened. She cuts to the point she'll explain everything later, but right now Jaehyun needs to get Yi-hyuk to a hospital. It's an emergency. Time skips ahead. Jaehyun has already made it there in person, visibly thrown. Yi-hyuk, stubborn as ever, doesn't even want her help. Jeongmin begs her anyway, just this once. Someone asks if she's really taking him to the hospital. Jaehyun sighs, there's no other choice now. As she hoists him up to lean on her, Yi-hyuk murmurs her name, soft and grateful despite everything. Jeongmin can only manage a quiet, guilty sorry. She stands off to the side, watching the two of them, the weight of the night pressing down on her. Jaehyun supports him, his blood soaking into her shoulder, and asks flatly what, like she can't quite process any of this. Jeongmin realizes with a fresh stab of guilt that Jaehyun called out sick today, and she still dragged her out here anyway. Jaehyun's eyes well up, somewhere between exhausted and furious, and she says nothing at all. Hurry along, she snaps at the guys before adding, clipped if there's nothing else, she's done here. As they split off, Seon adds one more thing, quiet and dead serious, you'd better be careful. Jaehyun catches the warning, and it clearly lands. That was no joke. The group parts ways, each of them walking off into the night carrying their own version of this mess. Jeongmin can't shake the feeling that whatever Seon just said, he meant every word of it. She replays just how thoroughly he wrecked Yi-hyuk, fists alone doing that much damage. It's proof, plain and simple, that Seon isn't exactly normal. Behind her, a voice calls out, sing-song and entirely too pleased with itself, Jeongmin tilde. Seon jogs to catch up, drawing out her full name like he's got nothing to be sorry for. He teases Jeongmin tilde, then asks outright if she's mad. She doesn't answer. For a moment his playful mask slips and something more serious flickers across his face. He winces theatrically and asks if his wound is going to get infected, fishing for sympathy. She rounds on him instead, voice flat, give me your hand. That actually catches him off guard, huh? She takes his wounded hand gently anyway, despite everything he's just put her through. Tears spill over as she finally lets him have it. Why would he do that? Didn't he promise he'd wait for her instead of doing something like this? He meets her eyes, unflinching. If he hadn't stopped himself, what does she think she would have done instead? She has no answer for that. I don't know either, she admits quietly. He tells her the truth straight the second he saw her cry. Nothing else in the world mattered to him anymore. She studies him carefully and asks if he's actually blaming himself for any of this. Of course, he says. He claims he's been turning it over in his head ever since it happened. His smug little smirk as he says it suggests otherwise though. Jeongmin isn't buying the act for a second. He doesn't look remorseful at all. Did he do this on purpose? Deep down, she admits to herself she's known for a while now just how dependent Seon has become on her. She turns it over in her mind, torn between guilt and exhaustion. Given everything he's survived, maybe it's fair for him to be this way. Honestly, she's already let a lot slide where he's concerned. But is that really the right call? Before she can finish the thought, he says her name, pulling her back. His expression shifts into something lighter, more mischievous. He nods at his bandaged hand and asks deadpan if she's going to blow on it to make it better. "You're not a kid," she fires back, fighting a smile. He shrugs it off with a small, quiet confession he hasn't been hugged in a very long time. She can't believe he'd play that card after everything he just did tonight. Still, something in her expression softens despite herself. Walking along, she trips over her own feet with a startled ah. "Wait, you," she stammers, catching herself against him. For a beat they're nose to nose, both frozen mid-stumble. A couple of passers-by crack up watching them, clearly assuming the worst. Seon, delighted, tells her to relax, people are going to think they're up to something. Cheeky, considering he started it. Slowly, the two of them settle, the panic of the night finally starting to ease. He holds her a little longer than necessary, murmuring that he can handle whatever comes next for her. She finally asks the question that's clearly been on her mind: is he going to find her in her dreams tonight? That throws him for a second. Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" "No reason," she says, "you just have to visit me today." He grins wide, laying down the rules right back at her. No, he has to visit every single day, and she's not allowed to go anywhere without his permission. Quietly to himself, he thinks if he doesn't keep this close to her, there's no telling what else might happen. He lets the moment sit, unreadable for once. She breathes and he softens, murmuring an easy all right. He's quietly, privately relieved this night ended the way it did. He tells her simply he'll do whatever she says from now on. And he adds one more promise before the chapter closes: let's always stay together. In the dream world, Jeongmin asks quietly, "Seon, are you coming to find me tonight?" He raises an eyebrow, smirking, and asks why she's suddenly so curious. "No reason," she deflects, "you just have to visit me today," the fenced-in dreamscape closing around her. He corrects her fast. No, she has to visit him every single night and she can't go anywhere without his permission. She swallows the protest. If she doesn't play along, who knows what he might do instead. The dream lingers on him a moment longer, silent and unreadable. He finally exhales, all right, like he's the one doing her a favor. Thank God, he mutters to himself, relieved she's still playing by his rules. A memory surfaces, a bloodied, shaken Jeongmin once promising him, "I'll do whatever you tell me to. Let's always stay together." The memory fades to black, dragging her back toward the present. Back in the present in the hospital, Seon grins and waves, "My pretty Jeongmin Tilda. I told you not to call me that," she cuts back, unimpressed. He just laughs it off and pulls her into a hug. "I missed you so much." For a second, wrapped up in that laugh, she thinks he almost looks normal. But the shot turns grainy and dark, hinting at something colder underneath. That same unreadable smirk lingers in the shadows. But in the end, she wonders, which one is the real you? Back at school, Jeongmin looks completely wrung out and someone immediately clocks it. "Have you not been sleeping?" Classmates tease that she looks exhausted. She brushes it off. I have slept," privately thinking lucid dreaming was supposed to get easier by now. Turns out, she thinks grimly, there are some aftereffects after all. Every night, she has to stay with Seon until morning, no exceptions. During the school day, she still has to text him, checking in like clockwork. And after class, there he is again, waiting for her at the gate. Day after day, it's the same routine, and honestly, she's starting to feel it. Two classmates close in on her at her desk and she looks up, caught off guard. It's Jaehyun sliding right up to her. "Don't you have something to tell me?" Before Jeongmin can answer, Hyejin steps in swinging. "Hey, who do you think you are? You're still as selfish as ever." Jaehyun isn't fazed. "What place do you have to be ordering people around? What gives you the right to say that?" The chatterbox Hyejin snaps back, getting right in her face. Hyejin loses it. "If sucking up to people was a talent, you'd be a genius. You're only thrilled Jeongmin's finally tolerating you again." "Then come to your senses," Jaehyun fires back. "Do you really think she's forgiven you and let you off the hook?" "Didn't know you were this naive," Hyejin, Jaehyun adds before Jeongmin finally steps between them. "Stop fighting, I get it." Done with the whole scene, Jeongmin mutters that even her own friends are annoying today and heads outside to cool off. Staring up at the sky, one thought creeps in uninvited: how is Yi-hyuk doing? Sora rounds on her for it. "You've got some nerve asking that. He hasn't been able to come to school in days." Walking on, Jeongmin can't shake it. What is even wrong with that guy hitting someone that hard? Sora admits Seon lost his cool the second he heard what Yihyuk said, though she's quick to add that doesn't make what he did okay. Jeongmin tells herself she's done with Yihyuk anyway, that's all there is to it, except she admits she still owes him some responsibility. She already knows Seon won't apologize even if it kills him. All she wanted was a clean break from Yihyuk. Somehow it turned into yet another thing she has to deal with. She lets out a long, tired breath, the stress clearly getting to her. She asks if Yihyuk's parents are even home to look after him. Sora says they're both working late, meaning he's completely alone. Even injured, Sora presses and Jeongmin goes quiet, clearly bothered. Later during lunch, Sora decides, come with me. The two of them head off together once the bell rings. Sora shoves a bag into her hands. Here, give this to Yihyuk for me. Why should I? Jeongmin balks. You're still his girlfriend after all. Sora shrugs. I was going to just tell you to buy it, but I ended up getting it myself anyway. If you care that much, go see him yourself, Jeongmin counters. Sora hesitates. He'll get better eventually, so do I really have to? Just shut up and take it. Sora wrestles the bag onto her. I don't wanna. Jeongmin protests and it turns into a full-on tug of war. I bought 2 portions so you're eating with him. Sora blurts and Jeongmin blinks. Wait, she bought food for her too. Damn it, Jeongmin grumbles, only to freeze at a voice calling her name from behind. It's just Sora, catching up. I followed you all this way, I haven't even had lunch yet. So what? Jeongmin deadpans. If you've got any conscience left, buy me food before you go. Sora fires back, completely shameless. Don't tell Yihyuk I bought that for him, Sora warns. Why don't you? Jeongmin starts. Like him, she finishes. Not anymore, Sora answers simply. The two of them keep walking, quiet for once. Sora can't help but think this feels just like when they were kids, walking side by side. A soft, wistful smile crosses her face under the open sky. Jeongmin suddenly jolts, startled by something Sora's just admitted. Sora turns the thought over privately. Did she ever actually resent Jeongmin at all? The two of them shrink into the distance, still walking together. Now that Jeongmin says she's over Yihyuk, that changes things, Sora thinks, phone in hand. Lately Jeongmin's been talking to her a lot more, all because of Yihyuk's condition, even if it's only for a few minutes each afternoon. She still drags Sora along every time to pick up food or medicine for him. Quietly, Sora admits to herself she doesn't want this to end. She figured Jeongmin had changed a lot, but underneath it, some things never do. Like a fool, she thinks mostly about herself. If Jeongmin and Yihyuk break up for good, Sora realizes she won't have any excuse left to keep hanging around her. You really don't know how to hate people, do you? Sora asks her outright. What are you talking about? I hate plenty of people, Jeongmin shoots back. Especially you, she adds, and Sora just goes quiet. Didn't you say Yihyuk hurt you? Sora presses, so why are you still being kind to him? That's because my boyfriend hit him, Jeongmin fumbles, and he won't apologize. The slip not lost on either of them. Later, Jaehyun corners her again. You ditched me without even trying to work things out. I'll admit it, I never actually hated you. I was just being stubborn, she adds. I made a mistake back then, I was young and immature. But if you gave me the same chance you gave Yihyuk or your boyfriend. So that's why you bullied me, Jeongmin cuts in, incredulous. Because I ditched you, she repeats, voice rising. Just because of that, the disbelief is written all over her face. No, Jaehyun stammers. Isn't it obvious why I stopped being friends with you? Friends, what even happened between us as kids? I've forgotten all of it, Jeongmin says flatly. What I remember, she continues coldly, is meeting you again in high school. And after that, you're the one who took it way too far. Where were you when I was getting picked on? Did you ever once stand up for me? She demands. If that's really what you think of me, Jaehyun replies coldly, then I've got nothing left to say to you. Whatever your reasons were, Jeongmin presses, it doesn't change that you're the one who bullied me, since you seem confused. Let me remind you, I'm only talking to you at all for Yihyuk's sake. You don't get to bring up the past. In the end, Jaehyun snaps, you're still just trying to save face. There's no point doing this anymore, Jeongmin says, turning to leave, so don't ever talk to me again. Fine, let's just end it here, Jaehyun sighs. We both suck, okay? A door slams shut behind them. Later, Jaehyun shows up at another door entirely, bag in hand, ready to knock. Yi-hyuk answers, "You don't have to check up on me so often," while privately wondering if Jaehyun actually even likes him. Maybe he thinks she's just never been good at showing it. Outside, Jaehyun remembers how she'd ignored every one of his calls that day. Yet the second Jeongmin called her, he recalls, she came running. It's rare, he thinks, for her to care about him this much. Yi-hyuk, Jaehyun calls out, he turns, yes. "This is the last time I'm coming over," she tells him. He stammers, caught off guard. "I feel a lot better now, so it's fine if you can't come anymore," he reassures her. "That's not what I meant," she replies flatly. Then the real reason spills out. "Everything I've brought over so far, Jeongmin gave it to me. She bought all of it, from the very beginning until now," Jaehyun admits. A flashback opens on Jaehyun showing up uninvited at Yi-hyuk's door, backpack still slung over her shoulder. He grins and swings the door open like he's been waiting all day. "Jaehyun, you came. You don't have to check up on me so often," he tells her, though the grin gives away how much he likes it. Deep down, he's never really sure she likes him back. He figures she's just bad at showing it. He remembers the day she ignored every single one of his calls, no explanation given. Yet the second Jeongmin called her, Jaehyun dropped everything and rushed straight over. It's rare for her to care this much, he thinks to himself, half flattered and half suspicious. Back in his room, she says his name. He glances over, yes. She reaches up and tugs at his tie, pulling him in close. He fumbles for words. "I feel a lot better now," he tells her, "so it's fine if you can't wait, that's not what I meant." Then completely out of nowhere she drops it, "Let's break up." And here's the gut punch. "Everything I've brought you so far," she says, "was given to me by Jeongmin. She bought all of it from the very beginning until now. I have never liked you, not once." Cut back to the present. Yi-hyuk sits alone on his bed, quietly treating a cut on his arm. All of this, he mutters, staring at the bandage, was bought by Jeongmin. He just sits there in silence, the memory still eating at him. The flashback rewinds again. "When Jaehyun broke up with me," he replays it once more. That she didn't like me, the words still sting every single time. But he didn't want to hear that truth from just anyone. Someone else stepped in. "I'll tell you the truth." The truth landed hard. Jaehyun only dated him because she knew someone else liked him and wanted that someone to suffer for it. In an alley, Jeongmin looks him dead in the eye. "The things I said at the cafe," she tells him, "weren't even close to everything that happened." Tears in her eyes, she pushes further. "Aren't you curious about the rest?" Present-day Yi-hyuk stands frozen, that question still hanging over him. We cut to a whole different scene, a dream. In a cozy dessert cafe, Jeongmin and silver-haired Seon sit tucked close together in a booth. She's misty-eyed and he leans in close, murmuring something only she can hear. She fake sobs into her hoodie, milking the drama for all it's worth. "Did you see his face? I'm so jealous," she teases. Seon, unbothered, holds up his phone. "Hey, don't cling onto me in public, people will misunderstand." "Misunderstand what?" she fires back. "They'll think we're dating," he says, dead serious while practically sitting in her lap. "Your logic, sir, is impeccable." A beat of silence falls between them, something clearly building up in her head. Then she just blurts it out, "Do you like me?" Seon blinks, caught completely off guard. He freezes up while in her head she's already screaming, "Oops, I cannot believe I just asked that." I'm just curious," she backpedals fast. "Yeah, of course," she adds, answering her own question for him. Her face goes serious for a second, the real question still stuck in her throat. She tries again, flustered. "What I mean is, do you love me?" He just smirks. "Yeah." "You love me?" "Yep," he says smugly. "So you think you can be all touchy and cling onto me now?" "Wait, what did we just do then?" she shoots back. She slaps her hands over her burning face. He just watches, thoroughly delighted. "I'll make a fool out of myself if I keep going," she groans. "Forget it, let's just go." They wander off together under a sunset sky. "Where are we even going now?" she wonders. "Aren't you hungry? Wanna grab dinner?" he asks. "I don't have any money," she admits. "I spent it all buying stuff for Yi-hyuk." "When have I ever made you pay for anything?" she shoots back, unimpressed. "If it bothers you that much," he says, holding up a bandaged hand, "you can just feed me instead." This hand of mine, geez, that's on you, he adds. Simon, don't be so cold, he whines as they keep walking. She just sighs, he just laughs, classic them. In his head, Sion smirks. I'm actually ambidextrous, he thinks, pretty pleased with himself. But underneath the jokes, something has shifted. It's strange, he thinks, how ever since that day she wants to keep me close more than ever. He turns the thought over quietly, uncharacteristically serious. He remembers her words to him, you have to visit me every night. If it weren't for what she said, he admits to himself, I would have killed that brown-haired bastard. Maybe, he considers, she only wants me around because she's scared I'll hurt him. Whichever it is, he shrugs internally, is fine by me. Whatever her real reasons, one thing's certain, he's just happy to finally be by Jiangmin's side. The dream fades and we're pulled back to the real world, dusk settling over a quiet neighborhood street. Jiangmin steps through her front door. I'm home, she calls out. Her mom looks up from the kitchen. Oh, Jiangmin, have you had dinner? Yes, I had it with some friends, Jiangmin answers. Why have you been coming home so late lately? You look exhausted, her mom presses, clearly worried. Jiangmin's thoughts drift. Luckily, I can actually rest peacefully at home now, with Dad gone. When did Dad say he'd be back? Her mom asks. Sounds like a long business trip, Jiangmin says. When I asked, he said another month. Something about that feels too good to be true. Well, she thinks, we're honestly better off without him. I'll wash up and head to bed, Jiangmin says. All right, her mom replies. Later, alone in her room, Jiangmin lies wide awake staring into the dark. Her eyes finally drift shut, and the whole world dissolves into static as sleep pulls her under. She finds herself standing alone in an empty white void. Sion, she calls out, uneasy. He should be here by now, she thinks, scanning the emptiness. Has he not even gone to sleep yet? No answer comes. She sinks down, pulling her knees to her chest, all alone in the dark. Alone in that void, she quietly starts to cry. He's really late today, she thinks again, still waiting. A tear slips down her cheek. Then out of nowhere, a flash cuts through the dark, Sion pinned hard against a brick wall. His face twists into something sharp and unsettling, nothing like the boy she knows. The vision blurs and flickers violently, then vanishes as fast as it came. Jiangmin snaps upright. Sion, she says, visibly shaken. She scrambles to her feet, panic rising fast. Hey, Sion, where are you? She shouts into the void, then he's just there, calm as ever. Did you call me? She grabs him by the collar, still rattled from whatever she just saw. He just smiles, way too calm about all this. I was wondering when you'd come looking for me. She stares at him, still shaken and confused. Why would you do that? She demands. He tilts his head, genuinely lost. What's wrong? Were you worried? He asks, a small smile creeping in. Because you couldn't find me, he presses, gentler now. She goes quiet, then finally says it. Don't joke around like that ever again. Okay, he says softly, the teasing dropped completely. I didn't expect you to be this worried about me, he admits, voice low. He pulls her into a hug, patting her back gently. I'm sorry, he murmurs. He holds her close, the moment glowing with something a lot more tender than his usual teasing. She grips the fabric of his sleeve tight, not ready to let go just yet. I'm really sorry, he says again, quieter this time, and there we leave them. But that easy mood curdles fast. Her face goes tight and clammy like her gut already knows something's off. Then she finds him slumped against a wall, barely holding himself up while her heart slams in her ears. Everything goes dark and jagged around them, like the whole dream is baring its teeth at her. That gnawing dread just keeps closing in, and she can't shake the feeling something is very wrong with him. Tears spill down her face. For a second there, she's genuinely terrified she's about to lose him. She snaps upright, bolting into motion. Whatever this is, she's not just going to stand there. She takes off down a dark street, sprinting blind, desperate to find him before it's too late. Where are you? She screams into the dark, Beak Si-yoon, over and over, voice cracking. She keeps charging through the dream, refusing to slow down until she actually finds him. And there he is. She grabs him by the collar, equal parts relieved and absolutely furious. Turns out the whole terrifying chase was just Si-yoon messing with her. I was curious when you'd find me, he says, cool as ever, classic him. He just looks down at her, way too pleased with himself for someone who nearly gave her a heart attack. She goes quiet for a beat, then finally explodes. Are you seriously joking with me right now? What's wrong? He asks, all faux innocent, then softer. Were you worried? Because I'm not around, he adds, and for once there's something real underneath the teasing. She doesn't laugh it off this time. Don't joke like that anymore, she tells him, dead serious. I know, he says quietly, the smugness finally dropping off his face. Sorry, he murmurs, pulling her in close instead of another quip. He just holds onto her, no jokes this time, letting the panic actually settle. That easy, warm smile comes back, and for a moment the whole scare feels a million miles away. Sorry, he says again, quieter, like he actually means it this time. Cut to now, she's seeing Si-yoon every single day and somehow summer's already rolled around. That intense, unsettling look he used to have has softened. She's honestly forgotten she was ever scared of him. Now it's just cicadas, blue skies, and way too much heat. It's already this hot in the morning, she groans, already sweating through her walk to school. Just a normal commute now, backpack slung over her shoulder, sun blazing overhead. Even so, you seemed happy today, someone notes, and she can't help the smile that creeps out. Si-yoon tags along way too early, waving her down. Summer break's basically here, let's go play. Subtle, this guy is not. Once it's break, you can hang out with me morning to night, he announces, like that's just a fact now. She'd been the one who asked him to stay close after that scare. Nothing's felt off since, but she can't quite stop double-checking that it's really fine. I kind of just want a few days to myself, she admits. Is that okay? Immediately she's stuck replaying how his face might have just fallen at that. Of course it's fine, he says smoothly, just a little too smoothly. Just let me know when you're done resting, he adds, not quite looking at her. Wouldn't want to accidentally stick to you. She's got her own stuff to sort out first, she tells herself, feelings included. That went cooler than expected, she thinks, half relieved, half wondering if she worried over nothing. He just tells her to go study, he'll be close by. He texts her, phone held up like evidence, sitting through class till it's over, and if she feels guilty about it, she'd better text him back. I know, she replies, smiling despite herself as she heads toward the gate. Jeongmin-ah, he calls out behind her, cheerfully sending her off. Have fun studying, Tilda. She glances back at him, waving like an idiot by the gate. Yeah, she mutters, cheeks a little warm. She walks on alone, raising a hand back at him without even thinking about it. Saying goodbye like this, she thinks, gripping her backpack strap, a little wistful over something so small. Meanwhile, out in the city, the ordinary summer day just keeps rolling on without her. Si-yoon strolls off on his own, scrolling through his phone, killing time. Si-yoon, a voice calls out and he freezes mid-step, eyes going sharp. Lucky, Si-yoon mutters under his breath, sizing the guy up like he'd rather not be recognized. Lucky indeed, the guy echoes back, a cross necklace catching the light as an old, uneasy history hangs between them. A flicker of memory surfaces, grainy and grim, a group of schoolboys from way back when things weren't so easy for Si-yoon. Si-yoon, I'm really sorry about that time, the guy finally says. We were scared too, so. It's a relief to see you're doing fine, he adds while Si-yoon barely glances up from his phone. Where are you headed anyway? You're wearing regular clothes, the guy blurts, clocking something off. He stammers, then catches himself. Yeah. Yeah, of course I remember you, he says, keeping it easy and breezy even though you can tell he's scrambling to place the voice. Right next to him, Jeongmin is dying to know who's got him grinning like that, and she is not being subtle about it. The caller cuts to the chase, asking if he's got any free time right now, and Jeongmin's eyebrows shoot straight up. He calls out to Jeongmin like nothing's wrong. Done for the day, are you? Yeah, it looks like it, she admits, still side-eyeing that phone. Just come out already, I'm waiting for you, the voice on the line practically orders him around, and he can't help a surprised little laugh. Jeongmin just shrugs it off with a flat yeah, playing it cool like she's not the least bit curious. Sure enough, someone comes power-walking straight toward them, phone still glued to her ear. Jeongmin's smile drops into something a lot more guarded the second she clocks exactly who it is. It's Yeonji, all bright eyes and big energy, asking where Seunghyun's run off to before begging to borrow Seon for a while, since apparently Jeongmin already said it's fine. Yeonji practically glows, gushing about how helpful he's already been, glued to his side while a very unamused Jeongmin trails behind them. Jeongmin's face reads pure unimpressed. Seon, on the other hand, is clearly enjoying the attention a little too much. Somebody's ego just got fed. A flash of memory hits him, hazy shots of cameras and crowds trailing him from back in his idle days. For a second, his smirk fades into something more distant, like that memory doesn't sit as easy as he lets on. Is that her? Someone asks quietly. Sensing she might be intruding, Yeonji offers to bow out, but they wave her off. It's fine, really. Ever the good sport, Jeongmin suggests they just head to a coffee shop instead. It'll be fun, she insists, mostly to herself. Yeonji does not need telling twice. Come on, let's go, she chirps, already dragging the two of them along. At the cafe, Yeonji wastes no time fangirling, announcing herself as a huge fan and grilling him on whether he's still in touch with his old group, DJX. He plays it cool, admitting they've all been busy lately, so the calls have gotten pretty rare. Jeongmin just sips her drink in silence, quietly putting the pieces together, while Yeonji keeps pushing, asking if he's got any solo plans lined up. Don't know, he shrugs, then drops the bigger line. Honestly, he doesn't do broadcasts anymore, period. Because he's just plain bored of it now, he adds flatly, and something about that answer makes Jeongmin visibly flinch. Yeonji pouts, what a shame, though she says she gets it, then catches the vibe between the two of them and decides to excuse herself to the restroom. Great, Jeongmin mutters under her breath, thrilled beyond words to be left holding this whole situation alone. Alone with him now, Yeonji leans in close, still starstruck, sighing about how hard it's been just to get a moment with her idol. So wait, you don't even use Instagram anymore, she asks, and he looks a little caught off guard by just how personal she's getting. Now that Jeongmin's not around to hear it, he admits flat out he doesn't touch the app at all these days. Doesn't matter if you post something, he tells her, I'm not going to see it, even with all the sweet comments still piling up from fans. Honestly, he says he doesn't need that kind of attention anymore. He's planning to delete the account for good. Jeongmin's expression flickers, quietly taking in just how much of that old life he's really letting go. It's just so hard getting any real time with her idol. Yeonji laughs, already scrambling for her phone, while off to the side Jeongmin is half rooting for her, half pitying her. Don't give up now, Yeonji. Then she just goes for it, holding out her phone and asking straight up for his number. For a beat, nobody says a word. The tension hanging in that silence is almost funny. Looks like you're forgetting something, he tells her, voice completely level. I'm your friend's boyfriend, he says simply, and just like that, the flirting officially crashes and burns. Yeonji recovers fast. Oh right, of course, she laughs it off, snapping a quick selfie instead and insisting she never wanted anything more than that anyway. Jeongmin just watches her sideways, not remotely buying the innocent act. Still, underneath all that sass, her hands are laced tightly in her lap, heart hammering a little harder than she'd ever admit. Yeonji turns back to Seon with that look on her face, the one that means she's got one more question loaded. So she asks, cutting straight to it, what exactly do you like about Choi Jeongmin?